Okay, making sure it works. Okay, why is my PNG better be working? This is the one that brings that up. Okay. Seemingly working. I hope. Thanks. Hell yeah. Okay, I think that should work. I need to scooch closer, perhaps. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully that's working. Okay, time to test with some lo-fi first to make sure the levels are normal. Okay. Okay, that doesn't sound like it's too much, I hope. Hello, hi Ghoul. My beloved. Ghoul, my boyfriend. Boyfriend. Okay, why is it being crunchy? Okay. Hi boyfriend. I'm testing the audio with lo-fi currently. 1, can you hear Spotify? And 2, is it too loud? Or too quiet? Nice heating pad on my back now, yay. Hello. Minecraft vibe time? Hell yeah. I assume you can hear me because you said boyfriend. Sound check. Is my sound okay? Can you hear music? Is it too loud, too quiet? Yes, I can hear you. Yay, thank you. It's really loud. Everyone say hi to Chris in stream. Well, cool sound. Okay. Sounds lovely, everything's perfect. Yay. Thank you, Ghoul. Chris says hi. If I can type. Chris found this geode, so geode time. I do have, this is the server that you're on, Ghoul. I don't know if you've played much on it, but it's one you, me, Chris, and Pumpkin and Tree have. Where is it? My brain can work. We have this, and I have many plan, many idea. My brain is like, basically vanilla Minecraft with some added fun shit. So I'm like, time to do the Minecraft thing I usually do with a vanilla world and just do crazy build things. Cause what else am I gonna do? So I'm like, trade routes of I'm in a cave. It doesn't show things, but wait, there is cave mode. Nope. Oops. Switch map options? No. Cave mode. Never mind. There's a way to switch it so you just see not caves, but on the surface there's... God, my words are not with me today. I just want to make trade routes and it's gonna be insane because you know where the spawn is, at least we're at Igul. So, from spawn to every single village to every single house. Hey, Pumpkin! Yay! Hello! Chris found a geode, so gonna be pretty. And all the, like, bits like this, it says budding amethyst. Wait, well, that's budding amethyst. If I can... Wait. Large amethyst bud and budding amethyst. So they grow from the amethyst blocks. Like, this is a block of amethyst. That's a budding amethyst block. Every face, every surface, if it's exposed to air, will make these. And if I get one, it gives amethyst shards. 4 of those make 1 block. So essentially, infinite amethyst. And that's what I plan on doing. Hell yeah, party. It's party. Yeah. I have my heating pad too, because ow times. So I have to took some pain meds, because ain't no way I'm gonna survive this without it. The butts! Not Jeff! Oh my god. Hell yeah. This'll be fun. Okay. Gotta get that shit. Oh my god. Ew, no. Yeah, out times. So hopefully it won't last long, but technically for a week, but well, week ish. Oh my god, all the dancing. Love that. If I end up accidentally breaking a budding one, no, I didn't. You didn't see shit. Oh my god. Why do you have so many emotes like that? I love it, but what? Oh yeah, I currently just have it set to Castlevania Lo-Fi at the moment, but then we can listen to a podcast soon. It's not realizing I got gifted too many people. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. This way. That's good. What kind of level of true crime are you guys comfortable with? Because RedWeb ranges from cryptids to unsolved mysteries to some actual spooky shit, sort of. Oh, I was looking through my emotes and I was like, wow, this is new. Nice. Unsolved or spooky? Okay. How do you feel about cryptids? Assuming you know what a cryptid is. Oh, swoop. Nice. Spotting amethyst. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm glad that was there because I would have just suffocated in gravel. Okay, let me put on some RedWeb. Oh, I love the picture of that. It's cute. Let's put all episodes, oldest to newest. Well, for the start of it, let me just pause it for a second. For the start of it, I can just do RedWeb's intro so people can know the gist of it. Even though I think it's just YouTube, but that's fine. I love it. I love our chill party time. So, here, just plays introducing RedWeb.
Now streaming.
Okay, why is it giving an ad?
He's my father.
I forgot there's built-in ads.
Experience the thrilling new series.
He said he killed another woman.
Inspired by a true life story.
Hell yeah.
I don't deal with him.
They have, like, built-in ads, so this is, like, RedWeb's, not for RedWeb.
Ashford and Dennis Quaid star.
I am not responsible for what my dad did.
Hey, Exo.
Just going how you hoped.
Kitty cat.
Face new series now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
My name is Trevor Collins, and I love the unknown.
I'm Alfredo Diaz, and I'm easily frightened.
This is the Red Web, a podcast all about unsolved mysteries, true crime, conspiracies, and the supernatural.
Each episode, Trevor sets out to scare me half to death, dropping little nightmares like it's no big deal.
Pretty much every episode features a new mystery left to be solved. We will discuss the timelines and the facts of each case, along with popular theories that attempt to explain what's going on. Alfredo will be bringing speculation and questions as he hears these stories for the first time.
Man, tons of stuff, like what's the hidden purpose of this website, who's been leaving clues to an endless puzzle and why, what happened to the man in the dark suit we discussed earlier, and is this world really going to end in September? Trevor, you can't keep doing this to me, man!
The thing is, I can, and that's what we do here. And if you love love unsolved mysteries like I do, and certainly like Alfredo does, subscribe to RedWeb today wherever you listen to podcasts.
Damn, Trevor. Torturing your best friend. Mood.
Like a metaphor for something? We don't really quite know yet, so let's kind of...
Okay, it went to the first one. Mortis is a fun one. So, let's listen to this one.
The journey to homeownership
Oh,
is
the
full of
ads.
twists and turns. Houseful.ca
I swear I don't
provides the
actually have
tools and
ads,
guidance you
but
need to
built-in
deal with
ones, I
conflicts.
guess.
On Houseful.ca, you can find, finance, and own your home all in one spot. Make your next move at Houseful.ca.
The sound.
In 1997, a mysterious website appeared on the internet. Greeting visitors with nothing but a simple login page, it was soon discovered the website hid terabytes of data. This made people even more curious, and they did everything they could to try to get past the login page. But before anything concrete could be determined, the site was shut down. Today, we'll be discussing the strange case of Mortis.com. This is the RedWeb.
God, I love this sound. Is the volume okay?
Welcome back. Another mystery, another week, another mystery, Alfredo. That's what I like to say.
Here we go again. Apparently terabytes of data stored and hidden away.
Tucked nice and tight away. I'm Trevor Collins. I'm your local, your resident mystery enthusiast. And with me, as always, Alfredo Diaz. What are you thinking about this one, man?
I mean,
It's another website. It's another mysterious website.
it could just be a ton of information that is completely useless and pointless.
He just dumps a bunch of blank documents on there. Thousands of pages of empty Word documents.
Yeah, maybe it's just a wild goose chase, but I'm gonna guess it's not. I'll tell you that much.
It's definitely an interesting one. And I know we've done some websites already before, but this one was too good to pass up.
Yeah.
But just for those curious, this show will be extending into true crime and other things like that. I know the show is still in its early stages, but this one, when Christian brought it up, he's our producer and researcher. This one just, it sounded too good to leave on the table. I couldn't wait for it.
This episode was July of 2020.
So, before we begin, I want to say, much of what we can discover about Mortis today comes from first and second-hand accounts of individuals who were online when Mortis was originally found. In many ways, it appears that Mortis was scrubbed from the internet, leaving these last accounts as the only surviving collection of facts and stories surrounding this mystery. Many archive discussions on the subject have been deleted relatively recently, with only a few archived posts left around the internet in places like 4chan and Reddit. But with that said, here's a little bit about what we know about Mortis.com. So
I love
the
this
name
name.
Mortis is Latin for death. The domain was registered on November 14th, 1997 to the state of Pennsylvania, with an expiration date coming up actually on November 13th, 2020. Now, if you are familiar with buying domains or website names, essentially you use a service and eventually that name will expire. And so we know that this service was procured from somebody in Pennsylvania, and the last update to this website was as recent as August 15th, 2015. However, we know now that this website no longer exists, or at least it is no longer public. As I mentioned before, there is little to no information on this site. There's no Wikipedia page, and it's actually one of the very few websites excluded from the Wayback Machine. So you can't even put it into the archive.org Wayback Machine and look at old versions of that website like you can for most any other web pages online. And many of the discussions that used to exist around this subject are archived. However, many of those have been deleted over time. And who's to say that this podcast down the way doesn't get deleted as well?
No, don't delete us. Don't get us. It's just one of those things where it's like, okay,
Hello.
first off, how did people, if they can't really log in,
Very.
this is still just initial thoughts. If they can't really, majority of people can't log in, how do they know that there's
I
a
love
ton
them
of
too.
information
I'm
stored
definitely
on
going to be
the site?
using some amethyst in my own builds too,
Why
because
would they be curious as to, the site just
now I
having
want to
stored
see it
information?
with like
Yeah.
all the lights out,
So,
because
we'll kinda go
shaders.
into some of the technical details down the way here on how they stumbled into some of this information. but I'll try to keep it in layman's terms, or at least my very, very dull understanding of the technical babble that goes on with the internet. So it was first discovered by 4chan, who got very curious, and then they're the people, obviously, who started the investigation. So initially, upon
Just for
stumbling
aesthetic
onto
look.
this website, they were greeted with a black background and a blue button that simply said Mortis. Again, that's Latin for death. Upon clicking the button, it revealed a login page, which that is where people started to get curious. That is where people started to try to hack into this website, brute forcing admin names and
So we can
passwords,
see the pretty.
And eventually, they found that no one was successful. It was very difficult to get into,
Ta-da.
which only drove more curiosity. And so
It
this
would
is
look
where
good
some
in
of the
dark oak.
technical
And with
details
shaders,
come
it just
into
looks like
play.
this. It's so pretty.
Now, I wanted to find something real quick. A Usenet is an early non-centralized computer network for the discussion of particular subjects and topics, and for sharing files. A worldwide distributed discussion system, as it were. So, now that we know a little bit about what Usenet is, Usenet files were found to be linked back to this website. Some of these were encrypted, some of them were very strange in name, but all of them were varying in size, and the largest one was 39 gigabytes.
39
So this is where
gigabytes,
people
Jesus
started
Christ.
to identify, okay, via the Usenet here, this non-centralized network, we're now seeing that there are files attached to this very simple, very mysterious website. So we know that there's a bunch of files maxing out at, what, 39 gigabytes or so?
It's insane.
Well,
It's half a
upon
game.
researching this, we discovered a Reddit user named MRX01, and they seem to recall that there were hundreds of terabytes of information being stored there from their recollection when this was a hot topic back in the day on the internet. And upon finding this out, someone actually went to G, which is a discussion board on 4chan, to seek help in hacking their way in. So of course, in the early stages, people were just trying simple admin, password 123, whatever, to get through the login.
Combination of the most basic things, the things that you see as a joke in movies and
Right.
nowadays.
Right.
I think one of the things I'm also like thinking about in my head is just like, I mean, if everyone's trying to just brute force their way in, I'm assuming there's no like section of this website that says register or anything like that. So then the mystery there is, how do you get registered for this site? How do you get login access? Who's giving that out?
Right, without maybe knowing whoever the owner is.
Yeah.
So, of course, as soon as it hit the discussion board G, people tried for weeks. It blew up once again, and people were using these brute force tactics to try to hack their way in. Supposedly, people are saying that some folks managed to get in, only to be greeted by yet another login screen on the other side. So it seems like whoever's running this, whatever they might be hiding these terabytes of information, is definitely something that they want to hide from anybody who has any sort of hacking ability, or anybody who might stumble into the website.
Yeah, and I'm assuming like the people that got in weren't like, hey, here's the pass, like, you know what I mean, here's the login information for everyone else to get in, because I'm assuming they're using some kind of hacking tool, right? That's just like trying every single combination of everything. They probably just let them in.
Right.
I don't
So
know.
that's what kind of brute force hacking is. There's to my understanding, there's a bunch of different ways to go about hacking, but brute force is essentially ABC, ABCD. You know, just it essentially
Trying
cycles
every
through
combo ever.
whatever possible combinations of words. It starts with popular passwords, popular words and phrases, and iterates through all of those very quickly. But going back to those Usenet connections that people were finding, they were finding files that were posted on the Usenet in 2011, and some of these files were attributed to the author of mortis@mortis.com. And that is how they ended up backing into this idea that there's all of these mysterious files hidden on this website. And eventually, you know, once people started trying to hack their way in, someone, apparently the individual who might own this website, found out. But regardless of what happened after this, the website was shut down. Whether it was to hide what they had on the website, or they didn't like the attention, or it was someone's personal website, we don't really know at this point. But it was shut down. Some claim it was the FBI, and others claim it was Thomas Ling, who was discovered to have been the owner of this website. But either way, why? Like, why shut it
Hot
down?
chocolate. I forgot I had hot chocolate.
Trying to get in.
So they figured out that this guy was the owner, huh?
Yeah. Christian, do you remember how people found out it was Thomas Ling? Did they look at the domain name?
Yeah, by
Forgot I
telling
had hot
you who
chocolate.
is of the website, you can look at the person who registered it.
I need to mine so
That's
bad.
a great
Oh,
segue
I can help you.
into the man himself. I think we should talk about this Thomas Ling. So, as Christian said, they used the
My name
website
is
to reverse
Fun.
out his name, and then you can use his name to then figure out more about this individual. So, upon looking into this individual
I
for
love
who he
mining
is,
in
it
Minecraft.
was clear that yes,
I literally
Mortis was the
spend
first
hours
registered
on it
website
sometimes.
made.
You can ask Tree
However,
about my
there were
mines. They're
9
insane.
or more. There was 9 or more other websites besides Mortis registered under the name Thomas Ling. And essentially, upon looking into all these different websites, it was narrowed down into a likely 9 that made the most sense to be his. But essentially, those 9 websites include the following, and these are listed in order of registration date, beginning with the earliest here in October of 1998 and spanning all the way up to 2014. So those 9 websites
I used to spend hours just building
dentalfillins.com,
love grinding for items just to build.
exercio.com,
Yeah, it's so fun.
karenling.com,
I love Minecraft.
eternalnight.com,
I've played Minecraft for so long.
lingsboro.com, joshualing.org, thomasling.com, and jeffreyling.org. Now, I will say the thomasling.com website, I am changing it very slightly, and I will go into more detail about that and why, but essentially that website is still live to this day and has details on it, which is why, for now, I'm going to use the placeholder website. It shouldn't change the discussion or anything else. I just want to protect whoever this website might actually link to, so people don't go off and bug this individual any further.
Smart
But is
trick.
this guy like domain parking? Is that what's happening here? It's like
I mean, it seems like it, but then you got things like Cthulhu, and it's just like, I don't know.
God, I want
maybe
that
it's
domain
just
site.
shit that he's into, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I'm into video games, so I could see myself, like, if I was just like, oh man, this internet thing, it's like, you know, people are parking names, and sure, I'll park this. This will be a thing sometime soon. And
Right.
like, when, like, just kind of like thinking back, like, can you imagine when the internet was like first just booming, like how crazy all the like, I don't know, deep dark websites must have been? Because I could only
that's
imagine there wasn't
Doug.
much policing or
It's
internet
Doug.
security departments or
You got
whatnot.
that
You know what I mean?
section.
So
It was the Wild West.
yeah, that's
Anybody
what
who
I'm
was
thinking.
getting online at this point probably knew a lot about computers and
Yeah.
knew a lot about coding and websites and stuff.
And it was just free reign.
Right. Nowadays, anybody can grab an iPad and just slip onto YouTube or whatever, and we take for granted what we know about the internet. But this is, we're talking about the late 90s, which is really where it started to hit the mainstream. But this guy, by pulling down domain names, locking in websites, putting placeholders up on some of these websites. We'll talk some more detail about some of these particular websites.
Shit.
It's very clear that he had a stronger understanding of the internet and what was going on with it.
Yeah, so far, I mean, nothing seems too crazy, you know? I mean, it's a site that stores a lot of information, and it's, yeah, it's a little weird that it's, like, password protected heavily and then double password protected, but nothing is, like, getting too, like, out of hand here right now.
Nothing's too dark, nothing's too mysterious.
Yeah, it's just like, it's this a little
Okay.
weird, but I'm not freaked out right now. Not yet, at least I don't think.
So these websites span from their generation from 1998 to 2014 and everything in between. There's no even spread here, but that's the range that he registered these domains. And we know, or at least we assume that these are all attributed to Ling himself
shit.
rather than another Thomas Ling, simply because all of these come from the Registrar of Pair Networks Incorporated, which is in fact headquartered in Pennsylvania, which is why it makes sense that Mortis is registered to a Pennsylvania location. But many of these websites have zero or at least an unknown purpose. We don't know what these are for, whether they're placeholders. You can see that 3 of them have a name: Jeff, Joshua, Karen, are all active websites, perhaps his wife and 2 sons. But about half of these websites remain online. Mortis, Cthulhu, Karen Ling, and lingsboro.com are all offline as of right now. So you can try to go there, you won't really find anything. And upon visiting the websites that are alive and able to be visited, most of them have an index page with one file on it named robots.txt. If you're familiar with HTML coding, this is essentially a robots exclusion protocol, simply saying, I don't want to be search engined, I don't want to be
smart.
crawled by, for example, Google. Like, I don't want to show up on search results or anything like that.
Or Ask Jeeves back in the day.
Of
Ask Jeeves,
course.
right?
I man knew everything, man.
And it seems to indicate the user agent that it wants to obscure itself from is IA_archiver. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. But what's interesting is that every site that has this robots.txt file were all last modified on October 28th, 2011,
Excuse
which
me,
is
sorry.
the same year that the Usenet files were posted online. Essentially, almost a response
Sorry
to the
for
fact
my
that these
sneeze.
were found. And then this person went, okay, well, I don't want my websites to be crawled or found anymore. I'm going to add this robots.txt file in order to prevent that moving forward.
Yeah, no, 100%.
And to expand upon what I was saying with IA_archiver, it was once the user agent, which I'll define in a moment, for the website archive.org, which is the site that uses the Wayback Machine, which I mentioned earlier. But the Wayback Machine essentially allows you to view old versions of websites as if they were live. So you could go back to your MySpace page perchance and see your old posts that way. You could go to roosterteeth.com and see an old version of the website there. But a user agent, such as IA_archiver, is software that is acting on behalf of a user, such as a web browser, that retrieves, renders, and facilitates end-user interaction with web content. Essentially, like an email reader is a mail user agent. But now, IA_archiver now refers to Alexa web crawlers. Both sites were developed by the same person.
God, this is all like stuff that I would never ever think of having to know or use, or you know what I mean? Like we live our lives are on the internet. Our personalities are on the internet. And we're never thinking to like, oh no, I don't want my information not seen. We're so far on the other end of that spectrum. Where it's just like you could search us and there's like a million things that pop up.
Right. Maybe can we attach robots files to ourselves? Maybe tattoo it on our backs?
Yeah. Jeez.
But now's where things start to get really interesting. So I've offered you the information dump to kind of lay the groundwork of where we're going to go. So we're going to start talking about these websites, what is on these websites, and then perhaps theories around what people think Mortis is or what it serves to do. So I'll talk briefly about two websites, and then I'll go into more detail about a handful that are really interesting. So EternalNight.com, night spelled with a K, like a medieval knight, had a GIF of a black knight chess piece glowing on a blue background. There were claims of a login page here as well once you click the chess piece. Once again, nobody was able to enter. JoshuaLing.org also supposedly had something very similar, only with a different chess piece. And just before recording this, I pulled this up on the Wayback Machine to discover the early images of this website offer a black knight chess piece on a black background, also glowing blue. And it doesn't seem to be a live image. I'm looking at it now.
I hope this isn't boring. I hope it's interesting at
Now, it
least.
is an old image of the website, but you can interact with the old versions of these websites. It just won't take you to anywhere unless it is also archived, unless that click is a destination.
Oh, my pickaxe? I just have a
Now we're getting into
bunch
chess
of them.
pieces. I don't know chess, but
It's been breaking, so I'm just throwing more in my
seems like a
inventory.
whole
I made too many
you know?
pickaxes.
Chess pieces here and there. I can see the internet going absolutely mad with that.
I just keep
It
replacing
just
it.
feels so much
My
like
wood
someone's
one breaks
laying
after one
claim,
hitbox.
or that
One
there's
box
something
hit? Oh
mysterious
no,
going
yeah.
on, but who's to say?
Oh
And
yeah,
actually,
it's
I will
because
say just real quick, some of these
is
more
are
official
using it on
elements,
trees.
We have a Twitter page at RedWeb Pod. You can go follow us there. Anytime we're gonna have something visual, we're gonna be
What is the
posting
lowest?
those
I know,
at the
but
same time that
yeah, it's
episodes go
wild.
live. So if you want to head over there now, we're gonna have some images that I might reference throughout the rest of this podcast.
Yeah, trees.
and you can
Oh
kind of
yeah,
see
because
what we're
it'll
talking
just
about.
like one shot the tree because with the mods we have.
That's probably the,
So it just takes all the durability at once.
So moving on into the more intriguing websites. Now they're all very fascinating, but many of them are still down, and some of those are also excluded from Wayback Machine. So there's no real way to know any further on some of these, but what we do know is this. I'll talk about Exercio.com now. It is currently still up. It shows an index page just like any other websites. It's also redacted from the Wayback
Yeah, I need to
Machine.
try it in mine with
However,
my wood
it's the
pickaxes.
only
Oh my
site to
god,
have
yeah.
a bigger directory. It
That'd
has
be fun.
extra files and folders that you can actively click on and search through. And those are quilts.html, quilts_files, robots.txt, and then sale. So under quilts.html, you can click that and you can kind of look through there, but it links to what looks like a page for homemade quilts. Perhaps somebody who is selling quilts, considering one of these folders says sale on it. So maybe this is somebody's hobby, maybe this is Thomas, or perhaps Karen
Don't run into
themselves.
any
Maybe
zombies
they have a
or
hobby
skeleton men
making
down
quilts.
here.
But the links on
Not
that
right
page
now
end up going
because
to
I
a
lit it up,
non-found area.
and
But what
that's why I
found
blocked off that
fascinating
area
was I
because
was able to couple things. Josh and Jeff
nothing
both have
spawned
quilts made
yet,
for
but
their
there is
first
like
birthday
on
that are
the
listed
mini
on the
map
website. They
to
have captions saying
the side of where I'm
Josh's
pointing.
first birthday gift,
There is a
Jeff's
zombie.
first birthday gift, and they have images of regular quilts.
So like
Nothing mysterious about it.
that way is a
And
zombie, I
both
think,
of those two
somewhere.
individuals have websites for
But
that
I
as well.
blocked it
So
off
this is
because I'm
kind
like,
of
I don't
rounding
want to
out
deal
the
with that
narrative
shit.
perhaps this is a family, and
I'm like, I'm just mining.
parking domain names for each of his family members, which is
But
smart.
there will
I don't know
be
how many
like
people
more.
with the name Josh, Jeff, Karen, or Thomas Ling are out there.
Like if I zoom in,
Park domain
I'm
name.
currently in
I
this
mean,
section,
sure, I guess
and
just
like
for the sake of parking it, right?
somewhere out there.
I
Oh, there's a
don't know,
creeper
it's
now,
just-
but
I don't know,
there's a
man.
bunch of spiders
So
that
he's in
way.
it for the-
Weird.
Then
he's
up
it
in
for
the more
long con.
big
Perhaps
area.
like,
Ooh,
over
there's a
15
Minecraft.
years,
There's
these-
some more
these
bad guys.
URLs are gonna be worth something.
They're gonna be
you know.
worth millions.
Ooh, there's another geo.
These
Better hold on to that
quilts.
one, boy.
Those
Ooh,
quilts are
ooh,
my
a lush
safety
cave.
net.
Oh wait, I've been in that one.
My safety quilts, my safety blanket.
And another
It's
geo.
interesting, and what I didn't even notice this until I went back and re-looked at this
Is
website
there
in
anything
particular.
else? I
And at
wonder,
the top,
since
there's
there's a
an
bunch
image
of
a woman,
spiders here, I wonder if
as well
there's a
as
spider
couple other
spawner.
images,
Wait, are
very
those?
much like an old school website that you would have seen if you
I don't know
were
if that's a
on the
cave
internet
spider or not.
back in the day. But one of the images
I have so
that
much
you
map. It's
once would have been able
insane.
to click on was a logo
Oh,
that said
wait.
DFI at the top. And this is
Ah,
something
create
that I hadn't
waypoint.
seen, and I didn't really know
Spawner.
what it meant. I figured it might have been just a
If you see
brand or
like the
some sort of
green in
placeholder.
this one next to it, there's a
My
weird
thinking
green
is
in
that
the
this stands for dental fill-ins,
gray.
which is, if
That's
you recall,
like
one of the other
some blocks
websites
that are
I
usually
mentioned. And we'll
like
go over some of
locations
those
with a
details
spawner.
here after we finish up with
So
Exercise.
that might
If you
be
go into
more
your
likely a
quilts
zombie
files
spawner, but with
from
all the
Exergio.com
spiders, it might be a
page,
spider spawner.
It essentially shows
So
a
that will
folders
be
of all the
nice and
assets
fun.
that are displayed on the quilts.html page. So this is essentially the old school way of doing HTML coding and
Hey,
websites.
bye
This
Chris.
is just
Probably
where
not
they
watching,
store
but
all of the
I hope
files.
Chris has a good time.
And it was the way you did it back then. If you wanted to share images or files with other people, you would store
It's like,
them
I'm just gonna
on
text
your
them.
directory page for your website and off send a link. Nowadays we have social media and you can upload files to just about anything and send it that way. And then looking under sale, we found 6 images. 4 of them are of a Honda car stereo system from the early 2000s and a set of car speakers at the same time. So essentially, someone trying
Jellies.
to sell their stereo equipment. There was also
Sorry, I
a
was
Pullman
responding to some.
PowerMate orbital waxer and polisher and a TiVo. If you remember that. Bloop, bloop.
Yep. Those were big at one point.
Essentially, someone who's just putting it out there like, hey, I've got some things to buy. I've got a website. That's how you can find it. That's how I'm going to host my classifieds, rather than putting an ad in the newspaper, you know?
Craigslist or anything like that. I mean, yeah, I mean, if this is like early date internet, I mean, I guess, right? It's like, hey, find me on the internet, you know, that's an easy way to just get pictures of it, price, contact me, etc. But it just seems so archaic in terms
Tiger
of the
texts
way
in the
to
chat.
do it, and you know, just living in the now.
server.
But I mean, you know, during those times, that makes sense, I guess.
Yeah. Could you
Weird.
imagine if everybody had, instead of a social media handle, they all had their own websites?
Oh,
That'd be
it
cool
would
to
be the
have our own
worst.
websites.
I mean, it really would be. How would you? There's no way.
Every podcast has its own website. Every
God.
There'd
it'd
have
be
to be
a mess.
third-party sites that kind of clumps everything together and allows you to search.
MySpace.
So essentially, you'd go to the site and then just search it. Or no,
Right.
maybe just Google it. Just Google everything.
But what's interesting, as you're saying, like, in the headspace of these being in the archaic times, all of these images and the folder itself were last modified on May 31st, 2009. Which really isn't all that long ago, and by then, you know, social media was very prevalent. So it's either that these were touched and modified in a way that they were accessed, and that's why it's saying they were last modified, or they were simply uploaded in the in what would you call the double O's of 2000, the early 2000s, for somebody to buy. Which by that point, you know, you have selling websites like eBay and all that, and Craigslist and all those sort of things. So it's really interesting. It's just really interesting here. But moving on to dentalfillins.com, now that we know that FI logo was on Exercio. It is also available on the Wayback Machine, and it looks like it was a job-filling business
Oh, I wish you
specifically
could play
for
Minecraft in bed.
dentists and jobs
fair.
around the dentistry business, right?
Oh, I hope your back is
Receptions,
feeling better.
hygienists, things of that nature. And it was specifically built to help people find jobs in the San Francisco area if they were in.
Yeah, Minecraft in bed would be fun.
Oh, my hometown.
Your hometown, and hey, maybe if you were born a decade earlier, you could have used this. This could have been you.
Yeah, feels creepy though. I just don't want to be associated with anything that's.
I have like a pillow and a heating pad and a blanket while sitting in my chair.
Yeah, I
So I'm cozy.
on dentalfillings.com, and then I went missing for 10 years.
Was it Quiet Pills? Is the other place?
Oh, like City Quiet Pills.
I just don't want to be.
Another day, another doll. I'm used to back pain. Sadly, it's more annoying now.
Very weird.
Just
overly.
oh yeah, same. I'm like, yay, gotta love the chronic pain.
It's dark, you know. They don't always have to be dark, but they do. There is some sort of mystery that.
Just does a little dance, bones crack.
Look, I got my guard up, okay? I don't know what you're gonna shove at me week after week.
Did I pick those up, or is the server shitting itself?
But what's interesting
Nope,
here is
picked
now
up.
where we start to see a couple more like.
Yeah.
So
Just,
the business itself began in 1998.
Hi, Enderman.
The website itself claims that the business started in 1976. So this could be a new version of the business, maybe taken, inherited from a previous family member, so it's continuing. But as far as it's understood,
Yes.
you know, as far as
Can
people's
I silk touch
understanding of
this? I don't know.
website and looking it up and looking into this
I'm
business,
like, yeah.
it essentially began
Yes,
in
I'm young, but I
1998.
feel like an old
So
man in
this,
my
like,
bones.
rebrand
How
of
fun.
some
Oh
sort
my
of
god, same.
formal
Like, my
incorporation
joints,
that
like,
happened around it.
fucking hate
It seems
existing.
like there's a
Like, quite
disconnect
literally.
with the website as
My
well
joints are
about
just saying goodbye,
longevity of its
and they have been since I was 10. I'm like, yay!
30-year-old family business
I'm
running
like,
out
goodbye,
on the web.
creaky knees, because I just have
Upgraded. You can now
the
find us
cartilage
on
is
that
like, fuck you,
internet
bye.
thing.
Now on the web.
I'm like, crunchy.
Now at www.
Oh,
Sweet.
findadentist.com slash what the hell is that?
I do make silly sounds and freak out my friends who are younger than me, even though I'm fucking 25.
To thomasling.com. And again, I'll say that's not the full name of that website. I don't feel it's appropriate to give the full name of the website as it is actually fully active to this day, and it seems to outline an actual business.
I feel like
for
I'll
dentists
pass it if
in
I
San
stand too long.
Francisco
Oh
with the name
no.
Thomas Ling, which was
Does it,
actually
does like your head
registered
hurt
in
and your feet
2011.
feel
So
funny and hurt too?
with dentalfillings.com closing down.
So he kind of just had the same name and then picked the domain?
This one seems to be labeled after his own name and then some other information as well, rather than dentalfillins.com, which essentially is named after filling in positions in dental offices around the city. But we're still in San Francisco, still talking about dentistry. You know, it's got a Google Maps pin, it's got an address, it's got a phone number. So again, I don't want to give the full
I get tingles in my
website
feet
because
and
I don't
legs.
want anybody
Oh,
to
no.
go harass this man who's probably trying
Damn.
to get the idea of
Treeps
whatever
calling me
more it
stinky.
is, or is
And
it
oh
really
no, the tingles. I get that.
Or
Like,
maybe it's a
I understand. I don't
really
usually
know.
get
We
it,
don't
but I
know
get
much
it
about
in the
Yeah,
way
so you go
of
there
I understand.
And you say Mortis, and then they open up the second door.
You click on the map and a
That might
login
be, like,
page comes up and you
Blood related weirdly.
Goodness.
So
The
if
Google
you
Maps,
sit,
and you click
if
on
it if it happens when you like
the
just
dot
stand
here
up,
I am.
sit a bit then stand up.
That'd be crazy.
Well,
Something
never
like
going
that
through it once when we went for flash
And on this
tattoos. Oh my god, we had to.
website, it states that Ling
Oh
graduated
god,
with a
understandable.
dental
Just
degree
fuck
in
that shit. I'm
1992,
laying.
which is why I start to feel
Yeah,
like maybe he
it
is
goes
in fact
fucky.
inheriting a family business,
Yeah.
or it just wants to make it look like it
Even
is a
in
family
high
business
school,
as we
like
learn
people would be
about
like,
how
"Oh, let's go for a fucking walk," and I'm like,
I've
"No."
never
I'm like, "Fuck that shit."
Actually, much later
We
in
were in line for
2011,
3 hours. Oh god.
Fill-ins pretty close behind his graduation degree, only 6 years.
Yeah.
before his
I went to actually also get flash tattoos. It was at a convention in October. It was just a completely tattoo convention. Had some like other fun stuff there too. But I went there with my dad and my friends, and I hate using the gym because they made us do track. I didn't mind the walking though.
But
Yeah, fair.
for most of its history, or most of its recent history,
track was
the
fun.
website
I would
simply
just-
states, "Dead but
I would just
true."
be like, "Nah, fuck you, I'm not running," and just walk.
Nothing to click,
Um,
nothing else to see.
But
And
yeah,
what's
for
really
when I got my
weird is
tattoo,
that as
my
we've
chicken
cycled
ones
back
I've shown you,
years, See the font change a
I'd
little
walk
bit.
around the
You
convention
see
center, which
the
is
dot at the end
a
of the
concrete
phrase
floor,
come
and I'm
and
like,
go, and
ah,
you see the
yes,
placement of the
concrete,
word or the phrase
lovely,
move
and just
around
be
the
walking for
headers,
like,
which seems to
I think
indicate
I was
that
there for a
it's
total of like
placeholder, but
between
clearly
like at
someone
least
is
6 hours, I
actively
think.
updating it or
But
changing
half
it
the
or
time I
doing
was
something.
sitting because I'm like, nah, bye.
What's
I'm
the
going to the
point?
cafeteria
I
area
don't
just to
know,
sit the fuck down.
moving the text
But
around, or
luckily,
maybe
all
adding a
the people I
couple
know now are
words.
like, oh yeah,
Hey, maybe
that
just
like
'cause they wanna mess
name
with
is
your- you know
disabled.
what I mean?
Like they use a
And
cane.
honestly,
They're
you know,
just
a
gonna
popular theory,
go
the
chill because
most
I'm like,
obvious
ain't no way I'm
Yeah, I
standing.
wouldn't-
Bye, and I
be
just dip.
surprised if a handful of things are
And my dad's like,
thinking
do you
about
need
the
to sit
right
down? I'm like,
direction.
yeah, bye.
I'm gonna mess with the internet. I'm gonna do
Like
it
in the concerned way of, are you okay? Do you need to sit?
online,
And it's like, yes,
20 years
goodbye, I
ago.
love you.
And
Get
then
me when my
lay
appointment's
on my
ready.
deathbed, I will just like
Listen,
unload
don't
all
sit,
of it.
leaving
Yeah.
for
And
looking
then
proceed. I got my
the
key
issue
too
will be
recently.
I'm gonna own
Oh, it's
25
orange. Hell yeah.
URLs.
Mine's
They
black
have
with some gold
nothing to do
detail.
with each other.
Like,
Build out a fake family,
it's not
fake
screwed in,
business,
but like it's
throw
the
Cthulhu
like where the
in there,
handle
why
is.
not?
It's like the cap like ring around there. It's like before the handle. It's just a gold band and it looks pretty. I'll send a pic I got from Neo Was. Oh, Neo Wastic, like the clear canes kind of.
He will never leave us alone.
Like the acrylic.
Annalie Ashford and Dennis Quaid star.
I am not responsible.
So this one's
for
so
what my dad
pretty.
did.
Wait, if it's the orange clear acrylic one, I think I know that one because I also stared at it.
It gets strange though, so I kept cycling
Oh,
back
yeah,
to
they're
see,
so
okay,
pretty.
Maybe this guy is going through artistic trends. He's like the rule of thirds. I used to
Fanta
like it
orange,
in
I
dead
love
center,
that.
but now I like it just a little bit to the left. You know, like who knows
So
why he's
crazy.
tweaking this website. But
No idea.
if
It's
you
just
keep
bad.
going back, there is finally
I'd love to see a
something
picture.
else to digest, something else to look at, and it seems like maybe the original purpose of Cthulhu.net. And it has an image of Cthulhu with the message that says, Cthulhu.net will awaken
Hello?
soon.
Oh hell
Send us
yeah,
an email and
Cthulhu.
we'll keep you posted.
Hand him over.
Cthulhu@Cthulhu.net.
Okay.
Ominous. You want to join the cult? You want to email?
100% no.
I mean, I can CC you. I can go ahead and get this started.
You best not.
I'm
I'll tell you that
preparing the
much.
fees. I don't know what kind of application fees we got, but I can
Hands
sign
down,
it.
I would
You know,
join
can
the Cthulhu.org site. I'm like, yes, I love him.
It's
Give.
just like, hey, we need your credit card information and your social security.
Easy.
please.
I've already got Alfredo's credit card. It's ready. It's ready. You know what? Anytime I email you now, I'm going to BCC this email just so it's like
Oh my
secretly
goodness.
there.
Sorry, it's
Dude,
straight.
That's terrifying. It's funny until it's real.
It's funny until they respond.
Yeah, until they show up at my door, like hooded. You know what I mean? They're just like
Speaking backwards
they're
in
just like,
some sort of
oh,
Latin.
you also, accept the King Cthulhu. We have come to gather you to a ceremony.
I'd be like, fuck yes, sir.
I'm like, no.
I'm just the freak that loves Cthulhu, even as like a child. I actively loved Cthulhu because my dad told me about him, and I'm like, hell yeah. Then he was like, you were too into this. Stop.
Oh my god.
So this website no longer exists either.
And I decided to
nothing
tell
else
like
was on
a
the site.
6-year-old about Cthulhu, and then
In fact,
his
what's
child
really strange,
like
and this
suddenly
kind
got
of
too into it, and he's like,
there,
I
wanna
regret.
reiterate this. So much about what we know about Mortis and
Trying
everything
expertise?
surrounding it has seemingly been intentionally scrubbed from the internet. And so a lot of times what we're left with are first or secondhand accounts of people remembering things or claiming things, and so it's so hard to prove and try to digest what's going on here. And I think that's only continued to expand the mystery and keep people
That's
hungry
so
for
much bullshit.
figuring out what's going on. But
It gets muddy at that point.
it's very muddy. And one of the interesting things here is that others actually claim to find yet another chess piece, a white chess piece that seemed to be somewhere on the website. We couldn't find more beyond that, what chess piece, where it was. If you clicked it, did it show a login page? It could be a mistaken memory. We just have no way of knowing. But it is very interesting. But that's all we really know. This particular mystery will be mostly found in the theories, rather than most of the discussion will be in the theories rather than digesting the facts, because again, so much of it is hard to find now and pinpoint, and it seems to be this weird game of telephone that you hope is maintaining its sanctity, right? Maintaining its honesty throughout, but of course things are going to be misconstrued. Of course, like there's the website that has the chess piece, but then two other websites now claiming to have chess pieces. People are claiming to have gotten past the login screen on Mortis. There's a lot of claims floating around.
Yeah, where's the proof?
I
Though?
thought I had a
Right.
close-up pic, so I'm looking
And
for it.
that's the
Oh,
tough
fair.
part, is that any proof
Nice.
that might have existed is likely to be deleted or likely to be gone off the internet by this point. So we still have many questions, such as why did Thomas Ling register so many websites, and what were the purposes of all these other websites? Why the chess pieces, or perhaps singular chess piece, we don't know. And really, like, let's reorient ourselves real quick, because the main mystery being Mortis, what the hell was being stored that constituted hundreds of terabytes on a website called Death?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
weird, man. I mean, then again, like, if this is like everything that's out on the table as of right now, maybe it's just someone that's just weird, you know?
It could just be weird.
It could just be
You know?
some weird person, and they just stored a bunch of like random stuff. Yeah, I'm not trying to sound like mean or anything, but not everyone is stable.
Hey, that's my Death website. You want your tone, mister?
You stop that. I love this site and Cthulhu.
Yeah.
I love chess. If there's two things you know about me, it's I love chess and I love my Cthulhu. And hey, quilts. It's
Like, this is just all so random to me. But hey, maybe like I'm falling into the trap, right? Where they're just like, here's a bunch of random things. One of this is actually like, you know, a real hidden like treasure site, back door to some dark deep stuff. And I'm falling for it. I'm just like, nah, this is just random weird stuff put together. I'm out. You know?
It's hard to really find a through thread, because I'm imagining now, you know, let's put this in modern terms. I'm swiping through Tinder. I'm a single girl on the prowl, you know, looking for a nice man. I see Thomas Ling. Okay, what's all this about? I'm a dentist from San Francisco. Fantastic. What a great career.
Wait, Dentist
I
and
like quilts, I
Cthulhu
make quilts.
gives
Maybe-
even weirder
maybe I know
vibes.
somebody that makes quilts. I sell quilts. It's great. Oh, fantastic. I like Cthulhu. Okay. Well, okay.
All right, interesting.
I'm with
okay.
it. I'm with it.
Maybe he plays D&D or something. I don't know.
Maybe I play D&D. And hey, I like chess, and I like putting chess pieces on my 9 websites. Like,
Weird.
it definitely seems like somebody.
The
right? It
D&D
definitely seems
Cthulhu
like it all
connection
lines
makes
up
me
under
so happy,
somebody,
because
but it's really hard
that's
to
my
try
dad.
and find a through thread.
Dad loves
Because we all
Cthulhu
have these
and
so
D&D, and I'm like, I'm
sense
glad I
of
understood the
each
connection.
other. But anyway, without further ado, let's dive into some of these theories. I'm going to start
Even
with
though
some of the
wrong game,
simpler
but they got the
ones,
spirit.
just to kind of talk about them a little bit. But
Yeah.
there's definitely one that we're going to end with that I feel like is a very interesting.
Kind of like, yeah,
Take.
right on point.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing real quick. Like, so it was a bunch of terabytes of information.
Right, and so it's recalled to be hundreds of terabytes.
Hundreds
But regardless,
of terabytes.
we can see many claims say terabytes.
During what year again?
Christian, when was this really found on 4chan? This was probably around 2011 or 12?
I believe that the initial investigations, etc., happened in the early 2000s, but I'm not. All that stuff's been deleted. The most recent investigations, yeah, there was some in 2011, and then some, I believe, like 2 or 3 years ago.
I mean, apparently it sounds like there's claims of what, like hundreds of terabytes.
Someone in particular, this Reddit user I mentioned earlier, is specifically claiming hundreds of terabytes, if they're recalling correctly, I think is what they said. But regardless, people in general are saying terabytes. So it's
Yeah.
definitely a lot of information, especially for the early 2000s.
Exactly. I mean, that's during that
There's
time.
so
where
much
it's just like,
purple.
man, like
Yeah.
that's a lot of time and effort too, as well. Like the internet
Oh,
wasn't fast back then.
Oh my
Took a
god,
while.
yeah.
I mean,
I could barely download an image.
yeah, to get through terabytes. I mean, you're probably working with like videos, right? And
You
I don't
must
know,
be, right?
240, 480p, and at that point, that's not easy to download or store during those times. That could actually be quite expensive, right? I
Oh
would
yeah.
assume like
to host all that.
yeah, to host that is pricey. So, man, that's weird.
I mean,
Okay.
dentist money.
Yeah, I mean, unless they like offloaded the hosting to some other server. But just real quick, going back to the robots.txt files, those were implemented in October of 2011, kind of in response to all of this popularity and hacking and trying to look into it. So I think that kind of
No, it's up to this
bookends
one.
our kind of main search period. So yeah, those early 2000s, maybe closer to 08, 09 kind of realm. certainly all the way up through
Actual
2011, people were really looking into all this. So let's dive into some theories, and we'll start with some of the less substantial ones, and we'll culminate with one that I feel like really tries to wrap this all together in a nice way. And the first two theories are pretty loose and simple. Perhaps this was a WoW guild page, a home for guild members to come, log in, communicate with each other, or share plans and scheduling around the game. Other people are loosely claiming that this might just be dark web related. Very loose claim, nothing in particular. But one of the theories that I want to talk about that I found, it's a little mundane, but I was really surprised with the timing of it. I actually stumbled into this when I was trying to find the Mortis Wikipedia page on the Wayback Machine. I used the disambiguation link, which if you go to wikipedia.com/Mortis or whatever it is, it will send you to a disambiguation page saying, hey, there's like 6 instances of Mortis. Which are you looking for? So I took that link, put it into the Wayback Machine, and I tried to go back as far as I could, seeing maybe there's something here. And I stumbled into the original Mortis page, or at least what seems to have been the original Mortis page. And it's around a robot from Robot Wars, if you recall that show.
Yeah, I do.
It's a show that originated in the UK and eventually made its way under a different name
I like
to
Robot Wars,
the
it was
Americas. But what I found very interesting was the timing. The first season of that show was filmed in November of 1997 and featured a robot named Mortis. It was actually one of the few robots I still remember, and once again, if you head to @RedWeb Pod on Twitter, we'll chuck that image up there for you to take a look at it. But that's one of the few robots I remember, and actually went several seasons. And if you recall, Mortis.com also went online for the first time November 14th, 1997. So the timing could just be very coincidental. It could be something that Mortis was just a very edgy name at the time and popular with people our age in the 90s. And so maybe it's just very much a coincidence, but I thought maybe there's some connective tissue here. I haven't looked much further into it, but maybe the person who owns the website, this Thomas Ling, was involved in the show or a fan of the show in some way. But yeah, I thought that was very interesting. But other than coincidence, who's to say if there's anything more to that? Now we start getting into the trippy ones, and where we really start to pull the curtain back on these very intriguing websites.
Yeah.
So
I mean, going back to to all that, like if it was a WoW guild, I'd be surprised if there wasn't at least one person that tried to own up to it.
Right? Unless it was like a guild just for the Ling family, which
Weird.
even still, if you look at Jeff and Josh's
call each other.
domain names, those were registered way later. Hold on. JeffreyLing.org registered in October of 2014. JoshuaLing.org
sea witch.
registered in March 2010. So I imagine
Trees
that
fighting a
their
sea
kids
witch.
were born essentially around those times. So yeah, I don't know. Unless he's got a guild of one or a very silent guild, I don't really know if there's much beyond that. It's just one of those claims that are kind of floating out there without much substantiating facts.
Yeah.
But this next one is really interesting. And apparently, per the user on Reddit, someone came forward claiming to own the site, aka Thomas Ling, and that individual claimed that the site was simply used to host wedding photos, and that was it. For proof, this individual supposedly went to Mortis.com and changed the front page temporarily to include a message that, quote, explained himself, before then quickly changing it back to prove, hey, this is my website, these are my claims, and no need to look any further. Hey, they're just wedding photos, they're just personal photos. But my question is, why? How is there terabytes of data in wedding photos?
I mean, photos and videos, I guess, right?
Unless somebody filmed perhaps the whole wedding in raw, uncompressed format for posterity, which is potentially, I feel like that would be unheard of at that time. It could be the honest truth, and or it could be where they're saying, hey, this is personal to me. You might have stumbled into it, but this is, my personal information. So why don't you just go ahead and scoot along and not look any closer? Because nobody wants to bother themselves with a random guy's wedding photos, right?
I mean, if he came forward and change the site. I mean, isn't that cut and dry, right?
I mean, this is all supposed, right?
where did
This
this
is
go?
this is now where we start to go.
Where's the
Okay, this is as
stone
much
area?
as we hope we know. This is as
Yeah.
much as people are saying like, I was there when this was happening.
That way.
This is what I recall. And remember, a lot of these searches happened over 10 years ago. So a lot of these individuals on Reddit could be hearing about this, could have misinformation from recalling things improperly,
Right.
or could be trolls that just want to add to a story by dropping
That's true.
information. So that's really where the crux of this mystery comes from, is that yes, it was an intriguing website. Yes, there's a pattern of intriguing websites. But on top of that, it's the waters are really muddied by stories now rather than demonstrable
Trying to
fact
find
and
the
screenshots, which is why I tried so
possible
much
spawner.
to look onto the Wayback Machine with Christian,
cave
find
spiders.
information, find
Okay.
visual pieces that we could look at, and try to be as fact-oriented as possible. But I feel like we would be remiss if we didn't also address some of the stories and claims that people are making, because for better or worse, I feel like they do build out the story here and could lead us to a potential solution
Right.
down the way.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's the internet, right? People making stuff up, or and people are awfully good at Photoshop nowadays.
I'm gonna
Thanks
grab
to
some of
people
this
that,
coal,
like, as good as
actually.
people are at Photoshop, there's people who are also really good at pointing out that it's Photoshop.
That's true. There's like software that can identify that sort of thing. I can't wait until we're in like year 10 of this podcast and most of the mysteries are revolved around deep fake videos and Photoshop and digesting, all right, what really happened here, there, or the other place? Because I feel like that's where the next generation of mysteries on the internet is going to be. Falsified information and really nefarious stuff. I feel like that's the real spooky
Blurry,
stuff.
grainy, security, like deep fake footage. Like, well,
You can deepfake a face, a voice now. It's getting pretty nuts.
that's not good. That's not good at all.
Now, before diving into the last theory, there's one other piece that I found to be intriguing and to be taken with a grain of salt. But it indicates that there might be something more menacing around the website. So once again, supposedly, around the time that people were looking into this website, people had found connections between the website and various warehouses and vacant lots. But on top of that, the website was also
Is this
somehow
near
associated with individuals, whether they were owners, admins, what have you, somehow associated with the website, that were all discovered in the end to be deceased, which that's that. That is the end of
Fine.
that theory and the end of that potentiality. It seems very intriguing.
Grim.
I wish there was more behind it because it is such a dark turn. But I don't really subscribe to this particular theory simply because it does rely so heavily on loose claim, no screenshots. In fact, to the point where I don't know these deceased individuals, how they were supposedly involved or associated with the website. But again, for the sake of being thorough and fully covering everybody's claims, this is one of the more dark takes that is
When you search for this stuff.
But that leads us to the ultimate theory here that I feel like
Yes.
really tries to wrap
This
this whole thing together as much as possible, and it claims that Mortis.com is a Where's top site. Now, I know that might not mean anything to you, but a Where's website is essentially a website developed to share copyrighted materials, whether it be music, TV shows, movies, anything like that, and it shares it via an underground network
Okay,
of
Spider, come
servers.
here.
Now, I'm very much
Back up that
distilling
way.
this into layman's terms. I'm probably not even distilling it properly, but that's essentially the purpose of a Where's top site. If you're curious, I would encourage you to check out the Wikipedia page or look into Where's top site top sites. It's spelled W-A-R-E-Z.
So kind of like a LimeWire.
Almost like LimeWire. So instead of there being a downloadable software that connects to a shared service, it would be a website that then dives deep into a server or an underground network of servers that is accessed through this point, through whether it is Mortis.com or another website. And what kind of builds upon that is that when people were looking at the code of the website, they actually found an embedded media player, which seems to indicate, okay, maybe there's some movies in here, some TV shows, and as you mentioned earlier, to get file sizes that big, you know, upwards of 39 gigs in the late 90s or the early 2000s, it would almost necessarily have to be a video file because images and music certainly aren't that large.
Oh, I mean, maybe I watched too many movies, but what if it was just like, I don't know.
Go away, spider. Go away, spider.
Rich people or just like people who are tech savvy doing really bad things and videotaping it and sharing it to other people. No,
A network of individuals that are up to no good, essentially.
Yeah.
So this next part has a couple of technical terms that I had to learn myself while researching this, so I'm going to do my best to really squish it down into essentially what
This
you
might
guys
be
need
a
to know.
spawner.
So then after finding the
Oh,
embedded
hell
user,
yeah,
people
spider
started
spawner.
to
Oh, shit,
look
Chris.
at the website, and they actually identified other files by searching the Mortis email on a Usenet search engine called FinSearch. And remember, I mentioned earlier that Usenet is essentially a
Stop it.
non-centralized
Go away.
computer
Go
network
away. Go away.
to share discussion or communicate to each other. And by combining the mortis@mortis.com email that was discovered on this search engine, it actually allowed people to see what was being downloaded or uploaded by the Mortis email account.
Spelled
And
spawner
from that,
wrong.
it was mostly discovered that the mortis@mortis.com email was downloading movies and files with random names from a group called alt.binaries.hdtv.x264. Now, let's just break it down real easily. H.264 is a video codec that you might otherwise know as MP4. And then in the name, it also says HDTV. And so now we're able to see, combining this information with what we knew before, this is where we're finding all those files. We're seeing all these large files, and a lot of them have random names, but I actually searched this alt binaries HDTV name online, and I found a separate Reddit thread from 7 years ago that listed this name exactly and was asking, how can I unhash, or how can I look at the actual name for this file? And when a name is hashed, it's more or less encrypted. It turns it into a series of letters and numbers, and it looks like just a bunch of babble. But upon downloading these files, I'm sure that the name would be properly decrypted and revealed to you. So,
Oh no, that's a virus. That's what that is.
could be a virus.
It's a virus waiting to happen.
Yeah. But essentially, it was seen in the files that among all the ones that were randomly named with these hash names, one file was downloaded and discovered that was
Zombie
named
bitch.
Drive Crazy 3D BD25.par2, essentially part 2. And if that name strikes any, like combining the idea of movie files with Drive Crazy, that kind of sparked the memory of the movie Drive Angry, which was a 3D film that was released on DVD in May of 2011.
I mean, or maybe it's the 1999 romantic comedy Drive Me Crazy
Ooh!
with Melissa Joan Hart and Adrian Grenier. You know what I mean? That was a banger back in the day.
If we're talking about Melissa J.H., I'm gonna hop on here and start downloading. But all this is to say, you know, removing ourselves from some of the technicalities or the technobabble surrounding this and pulling way back, it sounds like it's just a private group of pirates creating their own website, essentially like a server that they can share free content on. Maybe it's a bunch of people just ripping DVDs, uploading it to this large database called mortis.com, and maybe he's sharing it with family members, maybe he's sharing it with friends and family abroad, but it could also be why the website was shut down. And earlier I had mentioned that people thought that the feds were involved, and this is why people think that, because clearly if there's some sort of early version of piracy going on before LimeWire, before any of these other torrenting websites were online, it would behoove this person to shut it down before the FBI does get involved. Because as you know, every movie that starts with the FBI warning of don't torrent this, or don't share this, or don't illegally spread this.
I remember like
Is that-
popping in the
it's a
DVD and
shirt.
it'd have that like video, just like, you know, you pirate movies, you go to jail.
I remember as a kid, I opened that up, popped pop in a VCR, click play on Titanic, the two VHS box set, and I say, Mom, like, what is this warning here? And do I need to be concerned? Am I going to jail by watching this? Like, do they know I'm 10 watching a rated R film? Like, what's happening here?
Oh,
They caught me. They know.
They caught me. Mortis.com. Yeah, and so I feel like this really starts to wrap at least everything that we know together. There's so many loose ends. What are these other websites, up to? But I think that this cleanly ties together what Mortis.com
dumbass,
is
I'm not
about.
bringing a
And to me,
crafting
this does
bench,
seem
and I
to
can't even
feel
put
like
my
it's
thing
cliche,
down.
But we don't really know because at the end of the day, all the
Well,
facts
I have
are
no more
resolved
paper.
and deleted.
Mm.
And if it was a torrenting
Fuck are
website,
those
it
zombies?
still is
Swear
a
to God.
torrenting website. If I don't know what the statute of limitations are for sharing content illegally, but if he's trying to scrub his past of
Okay.
illegally downloading and sharing
Goes
content, and he just
to
wants to live his life as a San
village.
Francisco dentist,
Aw.
the guy might want to go out and start.
Former hacker man.
Yeah.
I
gotta throw that away. Start
found a
scrubbing
spider
everything off
spawner,
the
so
internet.
I'm going
And
to
I
make
think
that
it seems to fit,
functional one, I think.
the profile of the
That
website.
needs a lot of iron.
And,
I forgot about
I
that.
don't really know how people stumbled into it in the first place. It's so strange to me how that happens.
Yeah, I mean,
This-
I'm just gonna
this-
say
this-
that it was, Plan A, torrenting site. They just didn't want to use like LimeWire or something like that, right? Because they just didn't want to be, caught, right? Maybe back then they're like, I don't know what's gonna
Do
happen.
that.
Maybe all these people that are downloading things illegally will eventually get caught and fined, etc. So they created their own kind of like private website to download things. Option B here in my mind is like, hey, sure, okay, someone like to film really high quality videos of weddings. Either way, both of these things will allow me to sleep well tonight. That's all
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Nothing too nefarious on this one. I gotta give you a break every now and then.
Oopsie.
But I mean, I don't know what the heck is up with everything else. Like nothing else makes, just like you said, loose ends left and right. All the different sites. The Cthulhu one, like, is it just for the lulz?
I don't know, man. It's one of like the oldest memes.
Was it the quilts too? Like,
Listen, those quilts look soft. They look nice. Might try to buy one. Might try to get in there. That website's still up. I don't know.
I could vouch for one. I would not want to go anywhere near that site. I'm telling you right now. Piece of
Nope.
advice:
Yoink.
scrub that computer. Scrub it clean.
Ugh.
Wipe
Wait
it
a
with
minute.
magnet.
Can
throw
I
it
get
away.
rid of that?
At the end of a handful of episodes,
I
just
just-
scrub it and then move on. All right.
Yeet,
Every 5
yeetus.
episodes, I have to get
Yeetus, deletus.
Something's gonna just catch up.
Why is
to
it
you,
not
and
welling
so
me?
I'm just like, okay, I don't know where these emails are coming from. These weird phone calls.
Ugh.
Yeah, Christian and I are gonna end up on some sort of list.
Can I like
There's
make
mysteries
you
that
a
we have
mod?
coming down the line that we have made phone calls and sent out emails for
Pay
the sake
patron
of
on Twitch weekend.
investigative journalism.
What?
To see if we can,
You did?
get some, see if we get some responses out.
Like, actually called?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Wait, here, here's my phone. It says deleted.
What's in the attic?
Is
I
Tree
don't know.
here?
You go in there. I'm not going in there.
This is
And
true.
here I
Think
come
yeah.
stomping away.
And you're like,
I'll
yeah,
see.
I'll check it out.
Oh wait, Ghoul's a
Check
mod
it
too.
out.
If
Look at
if
the light
trees,
there.
if Ghoul's in
That's
here.
the only light source.
Oh,
Yay.
God. All right,
Yeah.
you brave souls.
Well, closing out,
Opens it on my
does
phone
seem like
just
this is
to
the most likely theory. It makes the
fix.
most sense. It seems to tie together as much as we can possibly know about this website, and it kind of just makes sense.
Yeah.
But ultimately, we don't have a
Hi,
lot
Tree,
of evidence
thank you.
as to what happened with Mortis, what it was used for, why it shut down, anything like that. And so it continues to have this very strong air of mystery, and it's one of those ones that is kind of satisfying because at the end of the day, if you want, you can lean on the strongest theory and call it a day. But there are people still actively looking into this, and so it's still absolutely open to anybody listening now being able to jump in on the conversation and just
There
learn
you go.
about it and just try to see if you can piece together other
Yay,
information.
that'll
But
Yeah.
make it better.
it's really fascinating.
Yay!
Be
Thank you
safe,
for the dancey
please.
dances.
You never know.
We
Be
love them
safe, be
dancey
safe.
dances.
Honestly, if you guys stumble upon any mysteries that you want us to check out
Mhm.
and you like this podcast, there's
Yay.
a couple things you could do. You could follow us on Twitter at RedWebPod. Again, we'll have photos there for each episode, but you can suggest episodes. If you stumble into a website like Mortis.com and you want us to either talk about it, look
Dancey
into it,
rave,
research
dancey
it,
rave.
you can do that. Otherwise, if you really like the podcast, you want to let us know, you want to support the show, you can give us a review wherever you listen to podcasts, and we would
Aw.
really appreciate it. But
See ya.
otherwise, we will see you guys
Hello
next
there.
Monday with another fascinating unsolved mystery from the web.
Where did I get that? Hello. It doesn't go in there.
Now streaming. What do
Heck.
you know about the happy face killer?
He's my father.
I guess those go in there for
Experience
this
the thrilling new
minute.
series
He said he killed
That
a
doesn't
woman.
go in there.
inspired by a true life story.
Deal with
That
him.
goes in my
He'll never
inventory.
leave us alone.
You don't see how that we're the same, do you?
Those also will keep
I
one
am
just
not
in
responsible
case.
for what my dad did.
Hello.
how you
Honk.
Happy Face new series now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Am I clicking everything wrong? Mayhaps. Oh my god, these mouse. Yeah, they're so cute.
On the night before Thanksgiving in 1971, a man using the name Dan Cooper hijacked a Boeing 727 and extorted $200,000 before donning a parachute and jumping off the plane into the night, never to be seen again.
Instantly gets
Today,
excited.
we will be discussing the only unsolved piracy case in commercial aviation history, D.B. Cooper. Welcome to the Red Web.
Yeah, DB Cooper. Hell yeah. Hi, Chris. Hey. I love the fucking alien emotes. That's so
Another
random.
episode
Is that
of
you?
The Red Web. Today, Alfredo, we are diving into something a little bit more traditional outside of the realm of the net.
Yep.
We got real life people. I'm Trevor Collins, your mystery enthusiast, and I got Alfredo Diaz with me.
Hello, hello.
Other side
So this one
and
is a very
over
popular
the
one.
rainbow.
Have you heard of this one before?
No, not
Damn,
at
the
all,
whole shield
but
mind
I
out.
will say that
Yeah,
this
it's,
one seals my thought every time
here.
I watch like a
yes.
I don't know, like certain heist videos. It's like, well, why don't they just jump out
I
of the
don't
plane
have
with
my
all the goods? And
pickaxe.
this guy did it.
He did it.
Honk.
Disappeared, never to be seen
yeah.
again. But there's a lot of
You got
lot of
shulkers?
intrigue here. As
No,
we,
they're from
as we dig
fishing.
into who this man is, what
They're from
happened,
fishing. I have
the
not
money
been to the end. I
himself,
haven't even been
and
to the
everything
nether
else,
yet.
because there's a lot of unknown variables here. And like I said, it's
Yeah.
the only unsolved piracy case in commercial aviation history. Who pirates? Like, I'm a plane pirate, baby.
That's nuts. That's pretty crazy. Wait, like 200K?
200K.
Damn. You know what? Like, as crazy as that is, that's not that much money.
In 1971, I think in
Oh,
today's
wait,
dollars.
no, 1971. Yes. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
In today's dollars, it's like
Almost
1.26 million.
Yeah.
I have no clue what
I mean,
that is because
yeah,
I've never
you
seen
could
it.
buy yourself
Oh,
a house.
these are from the end. They usually look purple,
If it's
but
whales, can't they just trace it? I don't know.
there's
I'm
this
getting ahead of
creature you
myself.
can fight called a shulker, and they're basically these things that shoot projectiles at you that make you float. And
Pack this for me. Here we go.
they make like portable storage chests basically. If you combine two shulker shells in a chest, so you can just take them with you like this.
From Portland International Airport.
They're very fun.
On flight 305.
Sorry,
30-minute
switching.
flight to Seattle. To get this
But
underway, by the way,
Tree added a
say
data pack
this
that
should've
we
been
frequently use because it's funny.
that was on his
That
boarding pass and everything,
just
but
gives some
just very
silly
quickly, due to news
fishing loot
miscommunications,
tables,
a newspaper
and
reported
well,
this
it's
incident
goofy
after the
and
fact
good.
as D.B. Cooper, who actually was a suspect at the time, and thus it has become known as the D.B. Cooper case.
Ah, okay.
So the man
That's me.
shows up, boards the aircraft, has a black briefcase with him, and he's dressed
Also,
in a
what do
business
you
suit,
do in the
black
nether?
tie, and a black
You
shirt.
can find
Normal person
fortresses
for the 1970s.
and
Maybe a little swagger on him.
what's it called?
He took a seat in the back of the passenger
Fortress
cabin,
to be able to get
ordered a drink, and patient flight to debark. About 10 minutes after takeoff,
be able to get
Cooper handed a
like
note to the
stuff
flight
for
attendant,
potions like
Lawrence
what's it called?
The note requested that Shatner
Nether wart.
sit next to him
Sorry, the
and sit
like the
behind
podcast
him
is making my
on his
brain
case.
buffer.
Obliging, Shatner sat
You
next
can
to
get
him and asked them
nether
to
wart
see
to be
the
able to
book.
make
Of
potions
course,
and then be able
Cooper opened
to
his case show that he had an array of red
make
wires, red
fun ones,
cylinders,
but
and a
make sure
massive
the bed
battery.
in here.
So anybody looking at this is obviously
okay.
going to think, wow, that's a
But
bomb.
yeah, I love
Yeah, I
doing
mean,
potions,
that's
so
terrifying. You never, right?
eventually
Everyone
I'll
is
be going to do
like,
that.
Bullshit. That's not
Yeah.
a bomb.
Right. No, you don't want to be on a plane
It's so fun.
and say, hey, why don't you take a seat? Why don't you take a seat right here? Look at my briefcase. Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's fake, isn't it?
What is that? Which one do I cut? They're all red wires.
No one's gonna be like, do it. You won't. You know?
Adding
like,
things, but it's fine.
Yeah, I don't
but
think
at
I
the
got
same
the
time,
stones.
he could just be bluffing. He could have put
Right.
this together to look like a bomb and then have it not actually trigger and explode.
That's true. That's true. So he closed the case and gave Schaffner a list of demands that he told her to relay to the cockpit. These demands were as follows: 4 parachutes, a fuel truck standing by in Seattle to refuel the plane, and $200,000 in, quote, negotiable American currency. And again, today, that's $1.26 million, give or take.
Just
He
checking
took
all
back
my
the note
items
and
and
then
shit.
put on dark wraparound sunglasses for the remainder of the flight.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah,
Style.
real cool.
I mean, you gotta look cool while you do it, you know what I mean?
That's true.
The mo is so
This
cute
guy's
because
seen a
the
couple
pumpkin
movies,
is.
I
Oh
think.
yeah, it's
what's
adorable.
When Keanu Reeves
I
Point
love
Break?
it.
He's probably seen
Hot
Point
chocolate.
Break. Was it?
Or
Yeah,
are
it
you
was
talking
Point
about
Break.
the one with the bus? You gotta keep it going. Speed.
That's Speed. Point Break
Yeah.
was with it was
I forgot I had hot
they were
chocolate
robbing
again. So
banks and they were surfers.
yummy.
And then Keanu Reeves went undercover. Patrick Swayze and Keanu Reeves.
Oh,
Gary Busey was in it
I
too.
love those.
Oh
Oh yeah, there's gonna be some
The note said it was like a ransom.
potion
Right.
stuff.
So she's coming by, giving drinks or
I-
whatever, and then she goes, "Hey."
I love
Or then
making
he reaches
potions
out and says,
that
"Hey, I've been
when I
there for
was
you.
like
Can you take
younger
some
playing Minecraft,
And
they
says,
didn't
"Fine."
have like,
And hey, pass
or
this to the
they didn't
cockpit.
have, or at least I
Relay
wasn't
the
aware of
details.
this stuff,
When we land,
like the
I got
mods
my
to be
drinks.
able to
How does that
tell
ever
how
work?
to make
You know what I mean?
potions. So I just ended up memorizing every way to make a potion, and I've kept that in my brain forever.
Because there's different departments.
And if I was trying to speed run making my zombie a better villager, I would already have a mending book in my hands. But I wanted to make this a big project for the village instead.
4 parachutes.
Minecraft is the biggest hyperfixation I have. So I remembered old and new Y levels for
They kind of have to act
mining and
So
how to
finally,
make
he stopped,
potions,
contacted Air Traffic
because
Control in Seattle, who then
hyperfixation.
The plane circled Puget Sound near the Washington coast for about 2 hours, giving the
And
FBI and
I
Seattle
played
police enough
before
time
there
to
was the
acquiesce
green
to
book
these
in
demands,
your
giving
inventory
parachutes
where
and
it
money.
says like how to
In the
quick make
meantime, the
things.
passengers were told
I just
that
had
their arrival
the,
was
like
delayed
me
because
and
of
everyone
difficulties.
else in
And
Minecraft
they
playing
actually
world
also reached out
at
to
that
the
time
president
just
to
memorized how to
authorize
make a
the payment
pickaxe, how to make armor, how to
and
make
all was done.
all your tools and
Meanwhile,
stuff.
another flight attendant,
Because
Tina
there was no way to
said that
figure it
people
out
seemed to be
before
familiar with the
mods
area.
existed either
At
too.
one point, he actually noted that they might have
So
been
it's just
about
like,
in coma.
have a
He also
memory,
tried to
that's it.
mention
It's like, well,
that McCord Air Force Base was about 20-minute
that's
drive
not
from
the one I was
Seattle Tacoma
using.
Airport. So he's clearly familiar with the nearby area,
10%
what's below them.
treasure
It's
box.
clear as day, so you can kind of look down and get your bearings a little bit.
It's just weird
Some
that he
fishing
would,
time.
I don't know. Not saying I'd ever do anything this crazy.
Who knows
That's
what this will
insane.
fish up? Not me.
Even if I could get away with it, it's just not me. But with that disclaimer in mind, if that was me, I wouldn't want to give any type of information about me at all, right? Like I wouldn't want them to know that I know the area, that I'm familiar. Anything could lead to some type of like clue for the authorities to follow and get to you. I don't know.
I mean, unless the guy studied the area and just wanted to throw them off, because what's interesting here...
Oh, dang. Big brain plays.
Right.
was
It's
checking
interesting, though, that Tina had
notifications.
said that he was calm, polite, well-spoken. In fact, he ordered another drink at this point. He paid his tab. He even requested a meal for the crew during their stop in Seattle. And so this guy seems very chill. Chill as a cucumber, or whatever they say.
Oh my God. Is he like Robin Hood? Is he robbing from the rich to give to the poor?
Who knows? We don't know anything about this man's MO right now.
Okay.
He's just looking stylish in his suit.
Oh,
with
shit,
wraparound
a man.
glasses, looking real fresh.
You being a bitch? Come
He's
here.
a gentleman with a bomb on a
Come here.
So now at
Come on.
5:24 p.m.,
Come on.
Cooper was told
Come on.
that his demands had been met.
Bitch.
And then at 5:39, the plan landed in Seattle
Stinky.
Tacoma Airport. Cooper
Stinky
instructed
bitch, come
Scott, the pilot, to taxi to a
Honk.
brightly lit section
Honk,
of the airport
honk.
and closed each window
Hell
shade
yeah.
to deter any police snipers or any onlookers who might want to look into the cabin to figure out what might be going on. A knapsack
Ooh,
containing
Trident
cash
with
was then
Unbreaking
delivered,
2.
along with the parachutes to Mucklow, the flight
Nice.
attendant.
And
at the
21
aft stairs of the
Prismarine.
plane. FBI agents had gathered the money in the amount of 10,000 unmarked $20 bills. $20 bills specifically because that's what he had apparently requested.
I always wonder, like, why, like, how did
That
they come
goes
up with
there.
these
Need a
numbers?
mending
You
book
know
for
what
that
I mean?
man.
10,000, what, $20 unmarked bills?
Oh,
How'd
the
they
shark.
come up with that?
Oh, it's
How do you know
catfish.
that's how
Did you
want it?
eat
You know
shit,
what I
sir?
mean?
It's the weirdest piece of detail, I have to agree. But also, we're dealing with someone who hijacks a plane under threat of you know, cylinders and wires.
Yeah, he's so calm and smooth about it. This guy just seems like he's got everything planned out. And then, like, when you think about the passengers,
I
right?
love your cane
It's like
pumpkin.
you
It's
circle
so
around,
cute.
the captain of the plane's like, hey, mechanical errors, it's going to be a couple hours. But by the time you land and then all the windows are essentially being shut and you're just sitting there on the, you know, on the runway,
Something's up.
that's crazy, right?
Right.
Like, that's when your mind starts racing.
Yeah. At this point, Cooper then ordered everyone on the plane except for 4 crew members to disembark. While refueling, Cooper told the cockpit crew his plan. Head towards Mexico City at the slowest possible airspeed without stalling and having a maximum altitude of 10,000 feet. In addition to that, he had some other weirdly specific requests, such as keeping the landing gear down,
I needed
keeping
one
the
that
wing
fit me,
flaps
and
at
when I
specific
saw orange, I was
15
like, wait a
degrees,
minute.
and
Understandable,
keeping the
yeah, that's so
cabin
fun.
unpressurized.
I would assume, I mean, especially because
Mine's
kind of like
just
teasing this
it
whole
looks a little fancy,
mystery
but
to
I
me.
just cut it
I'm
from
assuming
like the
all
fucking
of these
shoppers,
things are so
basically.
that he can safely jump out of the
Pile
plane.
silk touch
It
spawners
probably
does
has
zip. Oh
something to
hell
do-
yeah!
Obviously, you don't want to jump out of a plane at 500 miles per hour, but I'll get into some of my personal conjecture a little bit later. But
Tree.
I do suspect that there's something to
Hell
the
yeah.
low and slow
Yep,
flight speed.
you're right.
But we'll jump into that in just a few moments here.
Nice
Oh
of
my
him
god,
to,
soaked.
have enough
Should be
parachute
fine
for
now.
everybody, though.
I loved that. I read it and then everything was like
He's got
buffer.
with him, and he's got
Wait, yeah, and
himself.
then you got 4 parachutes. Right? So that's what I was thinking. Like,
Just a SpongeBob meme. I'd slash Jay, but it's fine.
I don't really know what he's planning on doing with 4 parachutes, but we'll also get
Understandable.
into
Well, they're all for him.
some of the
I mean,
remaining
that sounds fun
evidence
now.
on the plane.
I need silk touch though.
Okay.
So after hearing these conditions, co-pilot William Radishak told Cooper that another refueling would have to be
Oh, which?
done because obviously
Oh god.
under these abnormal
Hello?
flight conditions there would be a lot of
One
extra
sec.
drag.
Oh hi, Carl.
So discussing options, it was decided that they would stop. To me also, I should
Hi, Goro. Thank you for the raid.
didn't even bother
Hello,
with the
four
flight. He just kind of
friends.
said, these are my requests. Make it so.
Yay.
And so it
We're
wasn't
just
that he
playing
was
silly
looking for
modded
specific
Minecraft
variables.
and listening
He
to
said a lot
RedWeb
of his plans are
podcast.
actually loose and fast.
So just chill,
He had
silly
a
times.
general idea
Beep
of what he
boop.
wanted to do.
Hi, Quaro.
If you got away
Yay.
with it, this guy must be just big brain, man. Like, he's
But-
pulling these
Yay.
200 IQ plays out here that I just can't even follow right
Please
now.
welcome in. Thank you.
And that's the question,
Yay.
though. Did he get away?
Oh.
This is my
So now we have the
little
flight path,
village
now
at the
we have his
moment.
plan.
I'm
He's got his money, he's got his parachutes,
fixing
he's got
it.
his stuff. It's 7:40 p.m. right now, and the plane
sore.
is taking
It's
off with
this
only 5
area,
people on board.
but
Those
this
people
mountain's gonna be
himself,
yeeted, and I got some
pilot
animals
William
over there
Scott,
now.
Co-pilot William
Yay.
Radishak,
Working on
flight
shit.
attendant
It's
Tina
kind of
Mucklow,
all over the place.
flight
I'm just
engineer H.E.
doing
Anderson.
whatever I
At this point, they
ADHD
take
think
off,
of
and
at the
they have
moment.
5 other planes following the Boeing 727, including 2 F-106
a little
fighters.
shit shack at the moment.
After taking off, Cooper then went to Mucklow to say, hey, why don't you join the rest of the
Okay,
crew
y'all
in the
don't work.
cockpit and remain there with the doors
Slice.
closed. She did so, and as she left, she noticed that Cooper had been tying something around his waist. So now, at this
Yep.
point, nobody's got eyes on Cooper, and they're all in the cockpit. We're at 8
Ooh,
p.m.
it does work.
A warning light flashes in the cockpit, indicating that Cooper was attempting to lower the
Yeah,
aft
there.
staircase, which is really interesting because this is the only
Oh,
plane
I
that I'm
do
aware
have a
of,
salmon.
the Boeing
Slice.
727, that has a staircase that comes down on the back middle side, almost like you would see on a
the
military
raid.
aircraft
Yay.
that contains a lot of
Oh,
cargo.
hi,
except
pumpkin.
it's a passenger
Wait,
seat.
oh.
Something that
Hi,
you
pumpkin.
normally see on the side of the plane. And then they soon noticed a very substantial
Oh, dang.
change in air pressure, indicating that the door itself was open. So now at 8
I
o'clock,
want
we
that
have
ghosty
indication that
emote.
the stairs are down and that a door is open. And then at 8:13 p.m., the plane's
Just
tail
close the door
section
on my face.
suddenly moves upwards, enough so
Okay.
that the pilots had to manually adjust the plane to level back out. 10:15, a couple hours later, the plane lands in Reno Airport, and the authorities swarm the airplane, only to
Yay.
find that Cooper was no longer
Thank you,
on board.
Quaro and Raid
He did leave
friends.
behind a
This will
couple
be silly
items,
fun.
2 parachutes, a
This
black
isn't
clip-on tie, and cigarette butts. Very
Aww,
classy
yay, thank you.
Get the DNA from that or something?
You
Hell
can.
yeah.
Is that like a dead giveaway? Also, the tie is like, I mean, if he wants to go in the business of
Okay, those are-
continuing this, it could be like his calling card.
Wait, is
That's
mine?
true. Maybe
God.
maybe he jumps
No,
out
my
of
sword's
planes
in
and
here,
buildings all
okay.
over the place, leaving clip-on
Okay,
ties.
what should we do? We have the stuff from the geode. be
man's
mine.
warehouse and see if the
Oh
rat's
my
ordering these
God.
ties.
Truly a homie.
He leaves a
Yeah.
note.
Thank you, pumpkin.
Yeah, it's just one big ad for men's warehouse.
Okay.
That's
Right. Wait. I
So you
needed to
mentioned
make
DNA
my book.
samples.
yeah.
That was
Yeah.
a great inclination. In fact, DNA samples were
Hell
found
yeah.
on the tie.
We love
but
to see
nothing
it.
to indicate that the samples were from
Right.
Cooper. So none of his own samples. In fact, other things were found on the tie, including traces of titanium, indicating that perhaps
screaming
Cooper
cards.
might have worked in a metal
I
or
love
chemical
that.
manufacturing plant. Some other items that were found on the tie were rare earth minerals, which in the 1970s
Do I
is what's
have
strange,
leather?
not a super
I mean, I
common
have cows,
material to be
but
finding, those minerals had also been seen in the development of a recent,
well,
at the time, Boeing project,
time to.
suggesting also that perhaps
Wait, give
Cooper might
me
have
the
been
wheat.
a Boeing employee.
Ooh, inside job. I
Oh wait,
mean,
no, there's wheat in the
that's
chest
the
I
thing,
made.
right? Like he has so much information in
Okay.
detail. Like this guy
I
probably
need to get some
flew planes at
leather.
one point or something. And also, we don't know if everyone on that crew is innocent or not.
Right.
They could all be, you know, some people could be in on this.
Yeah, we don't know who's to say that Florence Shafter's not a part of this. Or Tina Mucklow, they seem like very nice ladies, have nothing but
Oh
nice
my
things to
god.
say about
All
them.
the
Yo,
fucking
yeah,
Looking to
cows.
get a cut?
nice
You know?
things to say. There you go. That's how you do
There we
it.
go.
We should start
Okay.
looking at these Mucklow ladies.
Oh god.
But anyway, with all the facts laid out, let's take a look at the
Holy shit, all the
investigation,
animals.
any developments that came from it in hopes of narrowing down some key suspects. And I do want to say, what's
Okay,
interesting about this case and what makes
chickens
it
over here.
difficult to narrow down is that within the first 5 years alone following this incident,
it's
over
sheep, go away.
800
You can't eat
suspects
this.
were identified as being the potential Dan
There.
Cooper that hopped out of this plane.
No shot.
100
Aw.
suspects.
And that's just
Oh
the first
my
5 years.
god.
This case is still cold.
Fun.
That's crazy. How is it 800 suspects?
Oh shit.
With
Come back.
all due respect, just tells me
Come
that.
back, little shit.
I mean, I
Come
don't
back.
know. Is his name similar? All right, cool. He's a suspect.
And that's where I think, you know, some of the
Why do I
suspects
keep
did
missing?
come from. They probably grabbed a bunch of Dan Coopers, unfortunately common name, I'm sure. But what makes it more difficult is trying to figure out where this
sheep.
poor chap landed.
Chicken.
Because the environmental conditions and the
Chicken.
aircraft flight speed
Thanks.
made it very difficult to determine. Therefore, it was nearly
and then-
impossible to figure out what a search area might look like in
There.
order to find evidence or to find this man
can't
or
believe
to find
it's
any clues as to
Oh
where
my
he might have
god.
gone. So then you'd ask,
There's a what?
well,
Oh my god.
what about the 5 aircraft following Cooper's plane? Did any of them see?
Damn, I only got 2 leather. Shit.
Neither of the Air Force pilots following Flight 305 saw Cooper. Not visually, not on radar.
Oh,
nor did they see
do
him.
you have an ancient city now?
However, I think it's important to clarify the conditions that this plane was
Also
flying in.
screams
It
an
was
ancient
nighttime
city.
At this point. It was very dark. It was also in the middle of a storm, and there was very limited visibility with cloud cover. And for reference,
Hello?
one of the
Ancient
other
city?
planes flying Flight
Oh, we got
305
another one.
was a Lockheed T.
Another one?
It's a very cool plane. But conditions were so poor that at this plane
Oh
in
wait,
particular just
screams
never
louder.
saw
Where
the
is it?
plane
Oh
in which it
god.
chased. It was following
I don't
the
even
flight
know.
path, but it
Yeah,
never even
because
saw
sneak
Flight
100.
305
Sneak
itself.
near
So
a
how
skulk
was it meant
sensor
to
or
follow
warden to prevent it from
accurately,
detecting
or
you.
If, you know, Cooper had hopped out, how was it meant to
Uh-oh.
see a small
Share them
man at
coordinates
night?
in the waypoint
Yeah, there's
things.
no way. And as soon as you said, like, you know, they don't know when he jumped out, etc., I was like, ah, man.
This just in, tree getting jumped.
Check the weather. Like,
I'm like
oh,
aware.
man, this guy just seems
Fuck
like he
my
really
legs.
had it planned out.
Your
He's just so,
legs.
like, at least from what it sounds, just so suave about it.
Right.
Meanwhile, I'm
So
just
based on what
making
they
a
did
fucking
know,
book.
Investigators took in all of the anecdotes, all the stories from the cabin crew, and estimated that he did in fact jump at 8:13 p.m.
Nice.
Obviously, this was after the
I love
fact that
that.
the stairs were down and the door was open, and when the tail went up, you would indicate that maybe someone went out on the stair ramp and jumped,
Oh.
which would add weight and then alleviate weight in a quick moment, which would then tip up the
Oh,
tail.
no.
So this is why people are thinking that he might have jumped around 8:13, and using that
Pierce.
and looking at the flight path,
Serves.
people
Oh,
figured that
warden.
he might have landed somewhere near Lewis River in southwestern Washington, or for reference,
I'm kind of
about 20
expecting
miles
to
north of
see a
Vancouver, Washington,
death message of
which
Sonic.
is a different Vancouver. So for even further reference, just for everybody who is unfamiliar with that area, it's about 40 miles or so north of Portland, Oregon. So search areas included land and water. One of the primary suspected landing zones was actually near Lake Merwin, an artificial lake just by Lewis River. Searches were conducted on foot, door to door, via helicopter,
Good luck,
via
tree.
patrol boats, and what's really
Oh,
interesting is
no.
there was actually a submarine
Everyone
as
wish
well,
Tree luck to
all
not
by
die
different
via
authorities,
Warden.
but no trace of Cooper was found. It was arguably the most extensive and intensive search and recovery operation in U.S. history. But the man was never
Don't
found.
divest.
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, how do you find that guy, right? It's like a needle in a haystack.
Right. With such abnormal flight conditions, with it being dark and rainy and cloudy, flying
Yeah,
low and
this-
slow,
Please, Tree,
being
good luck.
pursued by military aircraft, like that,
He's
it's
sniffing
very
you.
difficult to recognize
Oh,
a
God.
man flying out in the middle of
Good luck.
the air.
Yeah, and he could have, you know, popped out
Oh,
anywhere. I mean,
no.
obviously we kind of have like this 8:13 p.m. and kind of general sense of, you know, where he jumped out.
Oops,
But at the end of the
wrong.
day, just go, right? Like, also we don't know like when these search teams. Do we know like when these search teams started doing their searches?
I believe it was right away, but it also went on for several years as people were still looking for clues, and they were on and off in different degrees of search. Obviously, they're not going to look as hard 5 years on as they
Yeah.
were.
I mean, I could try to come
yeah,
help.
it's
I don't
very
know
interesting. And
how
as I
good I'd
mentioned,
be.
The plane landed 2 hours after the
Oh,
plane's
no.
tail section moved upwards. And so while physically you might think, okay, well, the plane's tail went up, that's probably because it lost some weight, which is a person jumping off. But who's to say that wasn't some sort of odd turbulence, because the staircase was down
This
on a
is
plane
my
that
whole go
also
away.
had its landing gear down. So he could have snuck out anywhere in those 2 hours, and that would put his search area in dramatically different locations.
Don't
But
whine
this
at me,
seems to be
bitch.
the
Oh my
primary
God.
spot that they're looking for here in the southwest Washington area, and actually it was
Might
later
flatten
determined
village,
that
make village
another
they have better
landing
cure
zone might
zombie
have been further to the
villager,
south
make
by
other
southeast
villagers into
direction
zombies.
than it was initially presumed, which would then, you know, be a little bit further along the
Potions.
flight path, assuming Cooper maintains some
Go
momentum.
mining.
God, there's just way too little that, you know, to be honest. Like, how do you even... I couldn't imagine being, like, the lead on this case, right? It's just,
Touch.
where do you start? Like, even with all the resources that you have,
What else
it's
do we
just-
need?
There's too much unknown.
You gotta think they gave this to a rookie, right? This is just an unwinnable case.
Yeah.
There's just so many unknown variables, and there's also very
okay.
little evidence. And I'm gonna go ahead
So,
and jump into the evidence
ooh,
here,
so
so we can
zoomed
start
out.
painting a picture of as much
Mining
as we know,
is
right,
not
of,
mining.
of who this might have been. And
If we
what
flatten
might
the village,
lead to
it's
figuring out who
this
they are.
bitch.
So
And then,
November
like, terraform and
1978,
flatten to make
mind you, this is
the
almost
rest of
7
this
years
look
to the
better.
day
And then
after the event took place.
actually build the
A
village
placard
houses, because
printed with the instructions for lowering the Boeing 727 aft
flatten village,
stairs
make village
was
they better.
found near a
Cure
logging
zombie
road
villager
north of
is
Lake Merwin in
where'd it go?
Flight 305's flight
The man over that way.
So that seems to indicate, all right, he had some sort of placard in order to figure out how to take the stairs
For
down.
when,
And
well,
it
I have Twitch chat
seems
eventually
to
on
corroborate
here.
the landing
But
zone, that the search
mans,
area that people thought about, that the jump
I need
time, all of that
him, and
was
then
accurate.
all
And
the other
unless, for
villagers are in
example,
there.
they threw it out at the same time that they thought he jumped. But it's a very interesting piece of information.
Potions
Damn, yeah,
for
he could've just chug that thing out.
potions
and
to
go,
make
"Alright,
him.
just
Go
to
mining,
scatter
spawner,
evidence
silk
and
touch.
create
You
more
good?
frustration and confusion.
Go
Yeah.
mining. It's just I
I'm
need
very
mining
skeptical
stuff.
of this landing zone.
Uh-oh.
Mind you,
Right.
She's getting
officials
nuked.
are very confident that this is the
Spawner.
area,
I need
and
to get
have no
silk
reason
touch to be able
doubt
to get the
I do
spawner.
want to just put some of my
Allegedly.
suspicions into the equation, because obviously with this being so open still, it's always worth considering.
I think
But
that's
some more
most
pieces
of it, so
evidence showed
nothing
up
to do.
in 1980. 8-year-old Brian Ingram found 3 packets of cash along the riverbank
Oh,
of
that's
Chino
Ancient
Bar,
City.
about 9 miles downstream
Ancient
of
City.
Vancouver, Washington,
Oh.
near the search area that we had been previously talking about. The bills were disintegrated but still bundled by rubber bands.
Ah.
FBI confirmed that it was in
Oh
fact a
god, it's
ransom
close to the
note. There were 2
spider
packets of
spawner.
$120 bills and then
Fuck
one
me.
third packet of 90.
Stop
Which is
sneaking.
interesting to me. I'm kind of
Jesus
thinking, did this
Christ.
little boy take some for himself? Maybe he scooped up 10 crisp $20 bills?
Hi, chat friends. What do we want to do?
He's the youngest
Kidding me?
PI
Most
we've
of
ever
it
seen.
involves,
Hasbro
digging.
Transformers toys you could grab off of that.
That's a
You'd be
lot of
all
baseball
set,
cards
dude.
and gum.
Mm,
My goodness, it's an investment.
Flatten Village.
Lots of big league
Okay.
to this day.
So we want to
$20 for an 8-year-old in 1980? Wow.
do that bitch up
But the
there.
way that they figured out that these dollar bills were actually part of
I
the
need to
ransom money
go into
was by
options for a
looking at
second.
the serial number
Controls,
on the dollar bills.
keybinds,
In
category,
fact, all of the serial numbers had been marked down, and I think, if I'm Christian, if I'm not
integration.
incorrect here, that they had broadcasted those
There.
serial numbers
Journey
out
to the center
a
of
lot
the earth.
locations, to
There.
banks and stores or whatever, to basically
Because
be on the
I
lookout
want to put
for
it
the
down
use
to
of
this
these
level,
dollar bills,
so I need
right?
all
yeah,
that to
long
gone.
after the
'Cause,
crime, one of the interesting things is
This section
that
is like a
money
big
was never
cave. I'm gonna get rid of
found until
this
that
mound,
Brian Ingram found
and it's gonna be a
was
cool
there.
waterfall in
So
front of the
months
cave,
after the hijackings,
and then
this would be
all this
December
bitch goes away
7th,
too.
The FBI
Oh.
distributed lists of the
Tree's getting
serial
jumped.
numbers of all of the bills
Oh
given in ransom
no.
to casinos,
Not Minecraft
racetracks,
fucking murdering
financial
it.
institutions, any
So
sort
if I go
of
up there,
businesses like that that would go through
I have enough spoons.
a high amount
Imagine
of
just
cash
digs down
transactions. We were
infinitely.
also distributing
I
to law
mean,
enforcement agencies.
I could.
And then in
I mean,
1972,
technically,
they
how do
actually released
oh
the
no.
serial numbers to the general public, just as kind of a, hey, we're
Mm.
CEO of everybody now.
You can look it up now. Go check your 20s.
That's pretty wild.
In early 1973, so about a year and a half after it,
Might
the
it make
newspaper The
me
Oregon Journal
village?
republished the numbers and
Oh.
offered a $1,000 reward
Just
to the
ow,
first
ow,
person
you
to
fucking
tell the
dickhead.
ransom
Tree was
newspaper
obliterated by a sonically charged shriek. Alright,
As
it's
time
4.
went
Oh
on,
god.
other publications like
Oh
the
wait, do we
CNN
have an
made a similar offer with a
what's it called?
$5,000 reward, and people just started coming
Like
for
Skulker's
more
Delight, or
rewards until
the delight where we can eat the
1975,
warden?
when the insurance company behind the airline
Can
just
we
couldn't
eat
pay
that bitch?
the ransom money, and that was kind of the end of it until 1980.
Man, to
You're like,
keep
you're
that
gonna kill me? I'm gonna eat you.
10,000
Do hard stuff first,
bills.
flatten the village.
So much. That's a lot
Fair.
of volume to keep a hold of and keep track of.
You can hide it in some walls. I've seen
Also,
Oh yeah, you can hide it in, you know,
for
in your
where
garage
was it?
wall, like the Breaking
I
Bad.
put the
They lived a very depressing
animals over there, but I was thinking like,
Right, yeah.
might not be ideal.
since
I think
this
there's
is
something
like
really
the
interesting, too,
farm
about
area is
dollar
over
bills,
here,
and I do
the
wanna-
fishing
so
area
on
will be
at
there with
RedWeb
more
on Twitter,
like
we're gonna post an
fishing
image.
agriculture
There's a
area,
couple,
and then the
visual
tree
pieces
farm
in
is
case
there.
you're curious on some of
Currently
these,
animals
pieces
live
of
here,
evidence
but I
such as
might
the dollar
like
bills. We're gonna
put it
post those
around
there,
this
but
way, like maybe over
dollar
here, I'm
bills
not
are
sure.
very,
But I was
very
thinking the mine
degraded.
house could, like the
Disintegrated and
mine
all falling
shaft
apart.
house
What's
area could be over
interesting
here,
is that
like
there are
within
intact
this
rubber
corner.
bands still
Because
on
that'd
these
be
dollar bills.
nice. So like
And
over in
and
that
once
section,
again,
because the animals are
not
there.
all of the
So it'd
money
be
is
like,
there, which is very
there's
strange.
the. Can I
And it was
zoom?
also,
Yeah. Oh.
relatively deep. So it wasn't something that
I've
just kind of
marked it with
naturally. It doesn't
path.
feel like something
So
that was
that's the
naturally
edge.
washed up on shore,
God.
but might
That's
have
the edge of the
intentionally been
area over
buried
there. So
unless the
within
sediment in the area is moving
that section
fast to the point where something that washes up on
would be
shore
the
would
mining area.
could
So
work,
go
I don't know.
plop to
And
the
then the last
ground
piece of
level.
evidence that we have for
Maybe I
sure
could,
is
instead of
something
that
very
section right
recent.
now, because it is
In
still
2017,
technically flattened
volunteer
village.
investigators found what looked like a parachute strap and a piece of foam, suspecting that it was from Cooper's
Wait,
backpack.
tree was.
Both found in
Yeah,
the
okay.
Pacific Northwest.
Tree is just
That
battling the wood. That's
ends
awesome.
the evidence.
Good luck.
We
Have
have
fun.
the facts for the timeline. We have the pieces of evidence that seem to corroborate the search area.
Neat bitch,
and
fuck
that's
you.
it.
Hell yeah. Murder him.
Nuts.
Right. So, a couple questions remain at this point, like what happened with the rest of the money? Because none of it, once again, had been circulated anywhere in the
Okay,
world,
out to that way.
anywhere. And some think that perhaps Cooper just lost the money in the jump. Maybe he lost it over this heavily forested area,
Destroys
and it
the
was just
stuff.
lost, disintegrated, buried, etc.
This
But also, like,
66.
how did
Okay.
some of that money end up at
Seeing
Cooper
that
Farm?
in all caps. Yeah.
It's a very complicated path
It's amazing.
from Lewis River all the way down to Tina Bar. There's a lot of tributaries to take in order to make that path. So if the money landed around where they think he landed, this money would have to flow quite a while down the Columbia River before landing at that spot. And even further, the rubber bands being so fresh, it seemed to indicate a timeline. And some people did experiments on these very same rubber bands to figure out at what point would these rubber bands
The
dissolve
gods have
or
let me live
disintegrate
another
or
day, and I'ma
deteriorate
make
to
it the
a point
warden's
that they could be
problem.
used and be
Hell
fresh
yeah,
like
get
they
his
were.
ass.
And they figured out that it was a maximum
Ooh,
of
another
1
apple.
year.
Whoa.
So this money being found in 1980,
There's
having
no
these rubber
tree
bands that
here.
still worked,
Yeah, someone's coming back to him.
right? It seems to indicate that somebody came up to this money or came up to Tina Bar and buried this money or somehow placed it there less than a year before it was found.
Yeah, I mean, is there any type of
When I played MC back in 2018, I made myself a house and made a mining area under it. It was heavenly. I want to try
That
that
would only
again.
be
Yeah,
conjecture
it's
at-
so
at this
fun
point,
and so like
figuring out maybe what
fun and
happened
cute to
there.
do that.
And
I agree.
there's a lot of ways, perhaps, that if he makes it internationally, in fact, if he
I'm
lived
trying to teach
and made it
myself how to
internationally, that
like
he might be
make
able to work
designs better,
with some sort of
like how to
nefarious
make
goal.
houses not just a square
Maybe
and
inside
like
members at a
give them
bank,
detailing and stuff. I just never actually sit my ass down and do it. Like I know all the theories and how to design it, but I'm just like never actually do it. Like those because I dread making my way back home. Yeah. I'm going
right?
to
Because I mean,
going
if
to
you had,
teleport
like,
up
this
to
elaborate,
here.
what seemed to be this elaborate, thought-out plan,
Go eat? No.
to
Okay,
not know
take
that that
this.
was going to happen, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's, it's back then, so it's
Down
a
this
different mindset,
way.
but I don't know. Like,
Wrong way.
that's the one thing where I'm just like, well, if I was to like rob a place for cash, I'd go, well, okay, you know, serial numbers on the bills. That's the thing.
Right. And
Yeah.
I gotta say, the elephant in the room to me
I'm like,
is that
that's what I was
the
aiming
guy
for
just
before. Then I'm like, that's the wrong
you
section.
can't spend when you're not alive, and so maybe that's just like
Yeah.
Occam's razor here. But
Damn.
it-
I will
but
eat
that's
tree.
the
Don't
thing
worry.
is that no body was ever recovered.
Yeah, no, weird. Imagine if like that's how it played out, right? It just went splat, or the guy just went splat, and then all of a sudden it was just like you
What the
come
fuck
across
was that sound? Excuse me.
dead guy, parachute, bag. You see a bag full of money. I wouldn't touch
Thought I
it.
heard a fucker.
I would report it to the police, but no, there's no way. I'd be like, there's no way. This is
Right.
bad.
No,
Bad
that's
juju.
This one.
bad omen.
A
when you
shovel.
stumble across that volume of cash.
The journey to homeownership
Yes,
is
say
full
my
of twists
first
and
or
turns.
two.
Houseful.ca
brain.
provides the tools and guidance you need to do
Yes,
it
say
with
my
confidence.
first two
On
were cute, but
Houseful.ca,
squares I
you
want to
can
upgrade.
find,
Fair.
finance, and own your home all in one spot.
The
Make your next
upgradation.
move at
Upgrade.
Houseful.ca.
Well, let's dive back into some of these questions here that might elucidate us a little further as to what might be going on here.
My
So
shovel.
why the name Dan Cooper?
Bastard.
Why the name that showed up on the boarding pass? Well, some interesting theories come out of Europe. Actually. There's a Belgian comic book series from the 1970s where the main character
Phone
is
can
named Dan
shush.
Cooper, and he was a Royal Canadian Air Force test pilot. The comic was never translated into English, nor was it imported into the United States, suggesting that Cooper spent some time in Europe. However,
Can-
the comic was
hold
also
on.
sold in Canada, offering the idea
There.
that perhaps Cooper was Canadian.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the thing that DB Cooper could be Canadian, and I love that. I'm like, yeah. Let that awesome man be Canadian.
With the fact that he earlier
Just 'cause
stated
he's
in
such a
his
freak.
note that he wanted, quote, negotiable American currency, seems to suggest perhaps that he wasn't
Oh
American.
yes, murder the
Why
spiders.
why
Is he Sonic blasting the fucking spiders?
and the fact that he had no distinguishable accent seems to indicate that he might be Canadian. And that's just an interesting piece that investigators might be able to pluck up and use to find suspects.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, right? Like, yeah, the way they talk about things and request things. Yeah, that's interesting. And that's detective work right there. It's looking at the fine details.
Right. And if you're going to commit a crime, any detail about you, from your body language to your name to the way you sneeze, canon will be used against you. Or canon will be used to spin
This
a
is my
wild
chat
tale
here
about
too.
who you
Ooh,
are
nice.
and how you're actually.
Yeah, it's close to the spider spawner actually.
But another question remains, and we kind of touched on it a little bit. But did he survive the jump?
That's the spider
The
spawner I
thing
found.
is, no remains were ever recovered. He jumped in the middle of a thunderstorm, which is very dangerous. Obviously, he could be struck by lightning. If he opened his parachute, you know, you'd think that a parachute would be found. But the FBI never found evidence of anyone who disappeared that weekend, indicating that this is somebody who is either off the grid entirely or
Ooh, I just remembered I have ramen I can make.
who is accounted
Sadly not the bulldog ramen I wanted, but it's some Indomie.
No family.
Just
or,
yummy.
I mean, there's still like, right? There's a lot of things that still tie you to the.
So like kinda stir fry ramen.
So that's just. I would think that he's probably made it out alive.
That's the same one I found too.
line of
Oh,
mountain men.
Dude,
nice.
That's gotta be insane. Like, say you made it out
Hell yeah.
alive, and
I lit him up.
you got away with it, etc. Whether you spent the money or not. Man, that was me.
Surprisingly,
on my
well, not
like,
super
I would
close to
have
the geode, but
this
close enough.
Bag full of undisputable evidence, so that way on my deathbed, on my last dying breath, I'd just be like, it was
In your will,
This is
you
65,
bequeath the
64.
sack full of cash to your worst enemy. You
You son, you get the evidence.
But the question remains, like, why did he even do
phone
this?
buzzing. Hang on.
Obviously, looking for $200,000 puts you in a pretty potential desperate financial situation. No one necessarily goes out saying, I need $200,000 right now, unless you are in a particular situation that is either dark or sketchy as hell. But there's also the odd chance that he's just a thrill seeker, that this person wanted to go out on a limb and see if they could do something wild, get away with it, and that might be the case because clearly he never spent any of the money. And then the last question I want to talk about is, did he act alone? And I think this is a very interesting question that is answered probably pretty simply by the fact that he seemed to have a loose idea of what he was doing, but he didn't seem to indicate a specific flight path. He didn't even think about the fact that they were going to have no fuel, and so if there were any other accomplices involved, as you mentioned, perhaps the flight attendant, or perhaps somebody else down on the ground, this sort of nebulous thought pattern here, or his nebulous plan, didn't offer a lot of room for other people to act accordingly, right? If you had an accomplice on the ground, it's going to be very difficult to coordinate with somebody who you don't even know where you're going. So now that we've explored the subsequent investigation, let's take a look at some of the popular theories revolving around Dan Cooper, and then we'll follow up with some of the leading suspects. These theories primarily pertain to Cooper's speculated experience with skydiving, aircraft, and the military due to a few factors. It was thought that he was perhaps an Air Force veteran, perhaps a paratrooper, simply because the mention earlier of McCord Air Force Base and its proximity to Seattle. That's not something most civilians would know about. In fact, he gave driving times. He was like, oh, it's about a 20-minute drive to get to that Air Force Base. So that's some pretty specific knowledge, unless you are a local to that.
Oh yeah, tree. I got more door.
And then based on the flying instructions that he gave to the crew, it also seemed that this person was knowledgeable on flying techniques and on airplanes. For example, as I mentioned, the very specific note of keeping the plane's flaps at 15 degrees is a very interesting note to be knowledgeable about, to know how that affects the plane, to know how that flies. And furthermore, I would suggest that the low and slow flight speed that he requested, with the flaps down, with the landing gear down, and everything like that, might have been intentional to
Oh, how is
inconvenience
friends? How is
aircraft that might have
how's
been in
chat
pursuit.
going?
The Boeing 727 has a stall speed of 122 miles per
I
hour,
hope
which is quite
this.
low.
I hope it's interesting and not
And I
boring.
couldn't find the stall speed for the fighter jets that were in pursuit, but I would suspect that they would be a little bit higher, to the point that it would be a bit of an inconvenience to stay at such a low speed. In fact, if it was the case that they had to continue cycling around the aircraft, it would make it much harder for them to recognize, especially given all the conditions, whether somebody jumped out. That said, it is in fact entirely possible that the fighter jets were able to maintain the same speed as the Boeing 727. And so that's just my personal conjecture. Knowing aircraft a little bit better, it's something that I thought was kind of interesting. And it seems to lend credence to
I hope
Dan
everyone's
Cooper's
having
knowledge
good time.
of aircraft.
At least the chill time.
Yeah, I have complete confidence that this is someone that knew what they were doing, even to the point where they had past experience with aircrafts, whether it be like military or commercial. Wild, man. He got away with it. That's crazy.
Right.
I think the interesting thing
Tree go yeet.
that I would want to know from this is like, what have the authorities and airlines done to kind of prevent something like this from happening? Right? You have to think that they've changed up some of the ways
Game go yeet.
they do things or run things to prevent this from going down.
Well, you haven't seen an aircraft with a staircase in the back since. Very specific
Yeah,
to
got
this
it to
instance,
work.
but of course there's always the increasing of security. which
Wait,
would
Tree,
be
you can hear me
a
on stream, right?
preventing any sort of hijacking.
The radio. Oh, hell yeah.
Happen, but this is a very particular instance.
Does it only play one thing,
One of
or?
the earliest ones that I'm aware of.
It's funny you mentioned that, Alfredo. Specifically because of this case, in 1972, the FAA required that all Boeing 727
No touchy? I
airplanes,
won't.
which is the plane
I won't touch it.
with the heist on, or the
No
hijacking,
multiple. Ooh,
be
cool.
fitted with a device that was later called the Cooper vane, and it prevents
Nice.
lowering that aft air stairs during flight. That's how he got
But I
away
don't
with
care
it.
for the
I
others
gotta be
only
honest,
ones
that's a
over
good
there.
design
Hell yeah,
right
fair.
there. There's no reason why you need to be
Love
lowering the
that.
staircase in a flying plane.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, maybe if the plane was falling apart, you know, and falling from the sky would be an easy way to like get out, but there's not parachutes.
Right. That's at that point you have the emergency exit, pop those open, and fling out to your moon.
So not only did this guy like stump everybody, get away with it, whether he lived, spent the money or not, he got away with it. But they named the countermeasure after him.
Maybe that's all he wanted. He didn't want the money.
Man.
He's out here making the world a safer place.
That's crazy.
You know what? He's like the guy that hacks the FBI just to show that it could be done.
Yeah.
I'm showing you the weaknesses
Hello.
of the firewalls.
I just want to see the world
Yeah.
back.
How is everyone doing in chat? Is it entertaining? I hope it's not boring. I'm sorry.
Before that were available to him.
It's just vibes time.
He took the older
Podcast and
military
mining.
parachute rather than the technically superior
Podcast and
sport
digging, rather.
parachute. The military chute thought to withstand higher exit speeds better than the sport one, and the military chute was also unable to be steered. But it seems to lend credence to the fact that Dan Cooper was a veteran, because there was a familiarity to the military chute. So it seems that the knowledge leaned on the veteran side, the military experience side, rather than the skydiving and parachute
Such a
experience side.
steep area.
And to lend
I
further
don't
credence
like
to
it.
that, even, of the 2 reserve parachutes that were available to him, he took a dummy parachute, which was purely intended for class demonstrations. And a dummy chute is, well, simply, it's a chute that doesn't open. It's a chute that's sewn shut.
How far out
So
does this go?
yeah, I mean, again, like another demonstration of knowledge, right? Being familiar with everything, his surroundings and whatnot.
This is
But also, nice
64.
guy. Like, what? He's like, oh, this one, that's a trick one. I'm gonna take this one in
Nice.
case they need
Wait,
to
this
use
is a
it.
64.
I don't know if he left that for the crew or if he left that.
It's so
for
relaxing and I
don't know
love
what he was
that.
looking for, 'cause he
Hell
left it
yeah, I
alone.
love that for
He
you.
took a
Awesome.
military chute that was technically
Hell
inferior
yeah.
to the other primary chute that was provided, and then of the 2 reserve chutes,
I'm glad it's fun and enjoyable.
Which I think I should clarify here. The FBI said that the inclusion of that chute was accidental. I don't think they tried to give the man essentially a rock to jump out of a plane with.
God. Yeah, right. Because in any case, they don't want him to die. You
Right.
know, and if he was to, force
I love comfy
the,
cozy streams.
the
Yay,
others
I'm
on the
glad.
plane, right, to use those parachutes, like, my goodness, that's wild.
Over here
that could have
is
been a
with
big mess up on
64.
the
Yes, good.
FBI's point of view.
What a very
Flat,
awkward experience that
so.
would be, flying down and only to pull the chute and whoops, nothing's happening.
I didn't make that kind of
I'll
mistake.
level it
That's
off.
crazy.
Yeah, and that's something that an experienced skydiver
Like, taper
would
it.
have recognized by looking at the chute. So I think we've kind of isolated a couple of pieces that Dan is clearly familiar with, that being aircraft and perhaps a light military knowledge. And on the subject, Special Agent Larry Carr actually had this to say, quote, no experience
I got so
parachutist
overstimulated
would
earlier
jump
and you
in the
streaming
pitch black
Minecraft helped
night
chill my brain.
in the
Oh
rain
yay, I'm
with
so
172
happy.
mile-per-hour
Not happy that you had
winds space
overstimulation, but I'm glad
operating
I can help.
It's simply too risky.
So,
He
yay.
also missed that his
I'm glad
reserve
for the
chute was
chill
only for
times. Oh
training
yeah, it goes right
and
to the
sewn
water.
shut. Something a skilled
I'm
skydiver
glad chill
would have
time
checked.
helps.
And also, yeah, that's a good point there, Special Agent Larry Carr. It's approaching winter, and this guy jumps out with an overcoat and loafers on. He doesn't really have anything to help himself out if he lands in the middle of the wilderness in the near winter in the Pacific Northwest.
That's just wild to me. That's the part that, like,
I might take a quick
really
pause
confuses me
soon just to go
because
make some
everything
ramen,
seems so
but I
well
will
thought out,
leave
and
the podcast playing and just
I
like
mean, maybe it
put
was just
my
like,
character
this is
somewhere
how I'm gonna get
interesting
away with it,
looking.
This is the only way, like under extreme conditions where the other planes can't see me, and then he took that risk, and the risk was worth it to him. But like,
I'm
everything
just gonna
seems
do
so
this
well
so I
thought
can
out.
make some food.
But
and then
that little point
skedaddle
right there
back.
was just like a very low odds, you know. What people
Yeah.
are saying.
It's,
I don't know
it's
where
like
an interesting
everything
place to
within
park
his
myself would be,
control
though.
was done with sophistication and suave, if I might add. But everything else that
Sorry,
had
there's a
variables
car
of
light
interest,
outside and I'm like, what the fuck was that?
from who was on the plane to what types of parachutes he was given, it seems to indicate that's where his plan kind of came apart.
Oh,
And
hell
he
yeah.
did
What kind of
obviously
ramen
plan
is it?
for a refueling stop, which is another piece of the plan that kind of went awry. And so from all of this, as I mentioned, Larry Carr here, Carr seems to
yummy.
think that Cooper never even got his chute open, and again, if it did, surviving the mountainous terrain near the beginning of winter would make survival very difficult, even with an accomplice. But
Ooh,
there was
shrimp
no evidence
ramen.
of
I
any
love shrimp
assistance,
ramen.
and
Is
even
it the
further,
mama
there's no evidence
brand
that
shrimp
even being
ramen?
there
That one's my
was.
favorite.
And so again, it seems like the back end of this plan was kind of just, I guess I'll wing it. I got the idea going on. I'll get the money and then
Yeah.
I'll wing it.
So weird, man. That's the weirdest part. But I mean,
I'm
maybe
gonna
that
have
was the only thing that
Indomie
happened.
ramen. I think
We could speculate all we want
it's
to try and
chicken.
get this guy's head,
I
but
don't know.
at the
It's
end of
like
the day,
a spicy like stir fry esque noodle. So like this kind of sauce one, not the soup one.
Who Dan Cooper is, what this guy might know about the situation.
Best one I've had was
and
Korean
that
barbecue
kind of
ramen.
leads us
Oh my
to our
god,
top three
that
suspects.
sounds so
Again,
yummy.
There were 800 suspects.
I'd love to try that
just from
one
the
day.
first 5 years
Damn.
alone. So there's a lot of people to go through, and there's no hard evidence connecting any of these suspects to Dan Cooper himself, but the physical description has been corroborated by multiple eyewitnesses, and it's the strongest piece of evidence directly relating to him.
Where did you get the Korean barbecue one? That sounds so good.
5'10" and 5'11", between 170 and 180 pounds, probably in his mid-40s, with a close set of piercing brown eyes and
This
tan
is
skin,
64.
which honestly could be just about anything.
Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, was there no like cans or anything like that? Like
1971.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I was like 71. Who knows? It might have been just been. That's the thing too. It might have just been like the right time to do it, right? Where technology was just good enough for him to pull it off, but not good enough to be able to track him down. Like that's crazy.
Just in that awkward period of technical advancement. Yeah.
Yeah. Nowadays everything will get you.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't be jumping out of a plane these days.
Oops, that's
You're gonna have some sort of tracker in there. You're gonna get,
Oh yeah.
you're gonna get spotted by an F-35 in a microsecond. Definitely not the type of heist you're gonna try to tackle in 2020. Again, a lot of these suspects
I found it at Asian
built on the
markets
foundation
and
of what we just laid.
once a Walmart, but I never saw it again. There, that.
Oh
damn.
Skydiving, air
Sounds
transport,
really good though.
That leads us to suspect
Damn.
number 1, Richard McCoy Jr. He's the most popular suspect, and
Forgot
he's
the
actually
name.
an Army veteran.
It says
with
in
skydiving
Korean, but I
experience.
think it said
On
it
April
in
7th,
English somewhere too.
1972,
Fair.
McCoy conducted a
I
very similar
will find
hijacking
it one
in
day.
Denver. He was arrested and
Sounds
convicted
yummy.
several months later.
64.
After that point, he escaped from prison and died in a shootout with FBI agents. So it's really interesting that he did a very similar hijacking, and if I recall, Christian, correct me if I'm wrong, it was for nearly double the money, if not more. I think it was for $500,000.
Yeah, $500,000. He also made the same demand of requesting 4 parachutes.
Interesting. So this guy's either a copycat,
Yeah.
Oh wait, I'm
he's
going
back
to
on the
go
market, baby, and he's got
to
an ego.
home.
So he's going up.
Then
I just don't buy it. I don't. It's just so.
It's too on the nose, right?
It's too on the nose to run it
I
back
have
like
dark.
that same way, and then it just seems so radically different in terms of behavior.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess being caught this time kind of elicited a new response from him.
Hello?
Whereas before, if it was Richard McCoy Jr., the escape maybe filled him with some sort of confidence to come for more at this point than getting caught. But what's interesting here is that McCoy's family claimed that Cooper's tie and the tie clip were McCoy's. And McCoy refused to
tree
admit
for
or
the
deny
dirt. I put it
he
above
wasn't
my
from
door.
Cooper. So now you got the family coming in play
In
saying, hey,
my room. My
what's
house
his
room.
tie over there? And then the investigator's saying, well, that's Cooper's tie. And so you're saying, so why
I
would
know.
his
I
family
put
wanna
dirt
say,
over there.
well, I think he's Cooper.
Above my door.
But also, like, it's
Yeah.
a tie.
I'm gonna
Like,
go
how would you,
stare at the pond.
Like,
Right.
Nah, that's
Ah,
his tie.
yes.
That black
Tree
tie,
built
that's his
these.
tie.
No, man, that's
Tree
Cooper's
built these
tie.
houses.
No one wears a
That
Cooper
one's
tie.
mine, and oops,
Like,
wrong one.
unless it's like,
bleh.
handmade
That's
or
mine, and that's
custom
trees.
made,
They're
like,
still under
I
construction,
don't
but
know.
Tree
Right.
built them.
It's a random tie.
And I think it was a J.C. Penney tie. So
And
it's
then
like a department store tie
some pretty
God,
you might be able to
trees.
find anywhere in the
And
country.
our other
Everyone
little
shot that JC
area
Penney
over
at
here.
some point.
Little
Like,
storage area currently.
I would also guess that a
And
black tie, especially a black clip-on
The
tie, is
little
probably
starter
the
house we
most
have.
common tie
It's currently a
pattern
kitchen.
out
Yeah.
there. It's used for all sorts of jobs and from
And
top to
in
bottom.
here,
You know, from
this
CEOs
is
to
our current little kitchen.
to non-CEOs. You know, the whole range of
It's
people.
very cute.
Yeah, I don't know. Throw that one out the window.
And then down
And
here
the
is
FBI
there was
agent
some
who killed McCoy in the shootout was quoted to have said, "When I shot
enchanting
Richard
stuff,
McCoy,
but it's been
I
moved.
shot DB Cooper at the same time."
FBI
FBI cleared him
houses.
because of
That a pink.
mismatches in
That's the
identity,
inspiration.
description,
That's really
or
the
skills
inspiration for this.
skydiving
The
that
the photo of the one
credible
pink, one
evidence
black
that McCoy
house.
was in Vegas the day of the
This is what
hijacking,
Tree
so there's a
took for
couple other
inspiration
pieces of
for it.
evidence that do lend credence to the fact that these are two different individuals.
Yeah,
And then also
Yeah.
the pond area Tree made.
Right. I tend to think that
The
this
very
is
pretty
a
pond.
copycat that was maybe given the idea or
With
given
some nice
the
trees.
confidence to pull this off after maybe reading about this. In fact, this
They
was
changed
only
colors like
6,
oh, it's a
7
modded
months
block
after
of
the
that.
fact,
It's
so
like cherry wood, I
don't
think.
know if DB Cooper himself or Dan Cooper is turning around and immediately doing the same job. Not with
Yeah.
$200,000.
Right,
it just doesn't fit the style that we've crafted here.
So that leads us to suspect
can I
2,
click on that one?
Robert Rackstraw.
Yeah.
Rackstraw was a Army
The
veteran
pretty-
with explosives knowledge, piloting experience,
Um,
and military parachuting
It's
training.
just a type of
He had a
wood,
very
I think.
strong
I
resemblance to
think
Cooper's
if I
composite
could.
sketches
Oh, Sakura and
and
Redwood.
had 9 points of match.
Thank you, Tree.
It's very interesting.
Watch the video on him,
But he was
but
eliminated
change
as a
it from
suspect in
spruce and added her own
1979
touch.
after having no direct evidence that could be
So,
found.
what Tree
But
said
again,
for
there wasn't
their
a lot of evidence
build.
we had in the
Yeah.
first place. What's interesting here
Yeah.
is that in 2016,
Are
a man
orange
named
blocks
Thomas
possible?
Colbert reignited the suspicion
Orange
after launching his own
blocks?
investigation
Like,
into Rackstraw.
for wood?
Colbert claimed to obtain a letter
There's
originally written by
all
Cooper
these
in
just for
December
some
of
orange things
1971,
if you type in
claiming
orange.
that codes it contained were
Um,
deciphered and matched to 3 separate
So orange
Army
cloths.
units that
There's
Rackstraw was a member
orange
of.
spruce out
One of the
there?
flight attendants didn't in fact think that Rackstraw and Cooper looked alike, but that didn't stop
Where's the
investigators
wood
from
of
finding
that
9 points of
thing?
match in the composite sketches. So you have the first-hand accounts, and then you have the composite sketches from those accounts.
Orange oak, orange
And so there
birch.
might be
Oh,
a
those are
disconnect
just
here,
autumnal
but what's even more
areas.
interesting here is that in June of 2018, an article circulated claiming
Yeah.
private investigators,
Right.
quote, decoded a previously
Log.
publicly unknown letter from 1972
There's acacia
on
that
file
kind
with
of
the
looks a
FBI,
bit
which
orange,
supposedly contained
but
a disguised
there's
confession.
maybe
That's
more.
as far as we know with Rackstraw, but it seems very
Currently, I
very
think
interesting.
Acacia, which is
So
my
you check a couple of
base
boxes here
game one,
that
is
perhaps the
kind of
previous
orange.
gentleman
It's
didn't,
fairly
right?
orange.
Piloting and military experience,
But
the fact that somebody
there's
here as recently
first one
as
looks orange.
2016 is saying, hey, I have a letter from this supposed Dan Cooper a month
There's
after the event
orange terracotta
that
also, which
deciphers
is
into
slightly
Army
like a
units
brown
that match
orange.
with Rackstraw's
There's also orange
track
glazed
record.
terracotta, which has blue in it
And then you
and
also
makes like a
have,
flower
these
pattern.
9 points of match on the composite sketches saying he looks similar. You have private investigators decoding a letter that was once with the FBI but is now public. And
There's
in that
orange
letter, they're saying
wool,
that there's a disguised confession.
orange
It's
concrete.
very
Concrete
interesting
makes
that
a
that's what we
very
have
bright
with Rackstraw.
orange.
Yeah. It just seems like
Also
just
some
close
cute
enough to
stools
kind
and
of like
stuff.
lead us down a path where we could blow it right open, but then it just
Yeah. So there's all
fades away.
these.
What's difficult is that it sounds real enough that Rackstraw claimed to have lost his job in 2016 over those investigations.
I
But
assume
it's
this
not
is it. I'm going to
enough
take a quick
to
eep in
connect
the
him
game
officially
and then go
and
park myself at
pinpoint
the
him sort of
pond
time.
to
So
go
that then
quickly
leads
make
us
myself
to
some
the
food.
third most popular suspect,
But
Kenneth
so everyone can
Christensen.
look at the pretty
He was an
pond and
Army
listen to
paratrooper,
RedWeb.
And he worked as a flight attendant and purser in Seattle. He smoked, he drank bourbon, and was left-handed, which were all traits that Cooper showed while in the plane. And Schaffner, the flight attendant who sat next to Cooper in the event,
I
said
love
that
the
he
bright
fit her
oranges.
memory of
Yeah,
Cooper's
it's so
appearance
pretty.
more closely
Also,
than
this is
any
one of the
other
flowers that are
suspects,
orange.
but not conclusively.
So,
On his deathbed,
these
Kenneth
ones
told
you
his
can
brother
get.
Lyle, "There is something you should know, but I cannot tell you." That's it. Furthermore, he worked for the Northwest Orient, an
Okay, if I
airline
do
that
this
owned
and then
Flight
go
305, and he bought a house with cash a few months after the hijacking.
Here
Which is
to
interesting,
view the pretty
because you might
pond,
be able to track down those
and
serial
I will
numbers, or
be back
perhaps
in a
the
few minutes
individuals
just
he
to
bought the
make,
house from
making some
didn't
ramen
care.
and stuff.
Maybe it was
So
hey,
enjoy
let's sign these
RedWeb
papers
and the
move
pond
along.
as
But again,
images.
if you introduce those bills into somebody else's hands,
Yep.
those individuals are likely going to spend it. And again, that money never wound up anywhere.
Damn, again, like, things start to add up, and then it just kind of falls apart.
Right. And one last piece of very interesting evidence here on Christensen is that he used to clip Northwest Orient news clippings starting in the 1950s and did this continuously all the way up to right before the hijacking, never to clip another article again. So it's very interesting timing, I'd say convenient timing, that one of his almost 20-year-long habits of collecting news clippings stopped right before the hijacking. I don't know why that would happen, but it sounds convenient. He was then dismissed later on as a suspect due to being a poor match compared to the eyewitness descriptions. The skydiving skill that he had was seemingly better than Cooper's. Obviously, when he picked up the dummy chute, it seemed to indicate somebody that was a little bit less knowledgeable in that space. And other than that, there was no real incriminating evidence. And those are the three most popular suspects because there's a lot of things that connect him to what we know about Dan Cooper, but what really makes this difficult is what we don't know. All the evidence that's still out there, all the evidence that hasn't been found, and all the variables that make this just a very strange case in general.
Dude, I mean, this just sounds like something we'll never know the answer to.
Mm-hmm. And we probably never will. Like you said, the FBI stopped investigating this actively on July of 2016. Though they do encourage submissions of evidence, and if anything comes out about this case, they will always ingest it, but they're not actively pursuing any further leads or evidence. And unless any of those very old dollar bills, those 1971 $20 bills, crop up anywhere else, it's likely that those bills just got ingested into the system and never earmarked, and they're probably all destroyed and replaced with modern currency.
Oh, we'll never know.
Never know.
We'll never know, man. Damn.
So the next time you're on a plane and you see a suave debonair man with a
Just remember what clip he's got it from and where he got it from.
Take a close look at that tie.
The tie, it'll give away everything. Is that your dad's tie? It could be your dad.
Could be you.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? You got away with it, and I don't think anyone else is gonna get away with something similar to this.
Mm-hmm.
Things have changed, times have changed. It just seems like he did it at the right time and place.
Yeah, he certainly knew what he was getting into and then kind of fired from the hip. And I think that all of those nebulous facts and the lack of evidence really helped. I don't know if he's alive or not, but it certainly helped him get away, whether he is or not. And I would certainly hate to be a man that looked like anybody else during this time period, because if somebody pulls off a really strange crime and there's not a lot of evidence to go off of, you're going to be wrapped up in some sort of case that you have no idea what's going on about. And I can only imagine having 800 suspects to go through must have been a huge endeavor for the FBI to have to deal with.
Yeah.
But imagine them coming to your door one day and saying, "Hey, we need to talk. You look like the guy that jumped out of a plane. Can I see your ties?"
This many years ago. Yeah. Crazy how they didn't really stop. I mean, of course, they're lightly investigating for a long time, but they didn't really fully stop the investigation until 2016. So they stuck with it for a pretty good chunk of time.
Right. And I mean, to echo the earlier facts, I mean, this is the only unsolved case of commercial airline piracy to date. That's why the search was so extensive. That's why a lot of effort's gone into this. In fact, I think there are laws around piracy, and there's a statute of limitations of 5 years. And so investigators actually pivoted this, to my understanding, away from a piracy act to more of an extortion act, because obviously he's holding a plane theoretically hostage over a bomb and asking for this money. And so that's why the case ended up going on at least until 2016, because that's a dangerous man. No matter how you cut it, eventually just a man saying they've got a bomb in a plane, not a good guy, not a good character.
Yeah.
Don't want them lingering about. You don't want some sort of, there was already a potential copycat. You don't want this guy inspiring anybody else or maybe doing it again. But that's the case of D.B. Cooper, or otherwise known as Dan Cooper. I hope you all enjoyed that. That's a very popular one, and I'm so excited to have addressed it, because It's a really fascinating one, and there's more facts to it than I initially knew. I had heard about this a long, long time ago, and upon Christian and I researching this and looking into it, there's just a lot of extra information and details that really made this even more intriguing than the first time I heard, the more basic facts surrounding this case. But I hope you all enjoyed that. If you did, we would really appreciate you reviewing this podcast with a
Hello,
5-star.
I'm
and
just
letting us
clicking
know
in
what
to
you
mute
thought
my
about it.
microphone and
If you have
then
any cases that
tap
you'd like
back
us
in
to
for the view.
investigate ourselves, obviously we're not investigative journalists. We're not necessarily going to crack the case, but our ears and our eyes are always open, and you can hit us up on social media at RedWeb Pod, and we'll be checking out every suggestion and all the pieces of feedback there, as well as posting images and other ancillary content to help build out these cases if you guys like to look into these things further, if you want to see any images. But otherwise, we really appreciate it, and we'll see you guys for another mystery next Monday. Have you been having strange dreams lately? Well, you wouldn't be alone. In April of 2020, weird signs began showing up all over Utah asking individuals to share their strange dreams. No one knows who's posted these signs or who's on the other end of the listed phone number. Even more, this isn't the first time these signs have been seen. So why don't we put on our smiles, tuck ourselves into bed, and call the number for the Happy Valley Dream Survey. Welcome to RedWeb. Another week, another mystery. I'm Trevor Collins. Alfredo Diaz, how you doing?
This one sounds, I'm not gonna lie to you, this one sounds a little freaky.
It's a freaky one, for sure, and very recent.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, April this year.
Wait, what?
Yup. This
Wait,
was a
just
hot
in
one, hot off the
April?
presses. Signs all over Utah.
Okay, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just me, but something that just like, oh, it happened 10 years ago, and here's, a couple updates over the years. But something that's like just happened in April.
There's some comfort to come from old mysteries that you feel some distance from. But when it's just yesterday, essentially, it feels like it's too close for comfort, right?
Yeah, I don't like that, like at all, actually. And I don't know, we're getting into dreams and stuff.
We're getting into dreams.
Like every single, like, horror, suspense, like movie with like hospitals and like scientists and about dreams is all flooding back into my mind right now. But I'm ready, reluctant, but ready to dive into
Let's dive in. Let's take it back to the original. Like I said, this isn't the first time that we have seen these signs popping up in places across the U.S. So let's dive in all about the dream surveys. We're going back to April 30th, 2015, the Willamette Valley Dream Survey in Portland, Oregon. So these signs started to be posted all over the town, and they've been posted ever since, all the way up until as recent as last year. On the sign, it gives a phone number that is still active, and you can call that phone number, but I would like to read the sign for you verbatim.
Okay.
So these signs, they're just paper signs. They just seem like normal printer sheets posted around town, and it says, "Have you been having strange dreams? The Willamette Valley Dream Survey is investigating a recent spike in bizarre, unexplainable dreams. If you have been experiencing any unusual dream activity, you can help by reporting a summary," and then it says, "Please call the phone number with a description of your dream," and it lists a phone number. Again, they look even creepier than they sound, if you can imagine that. And we'll post some pictures of what these signs look like on our Twitter and Instagram page at RedWebPod. You can follow us there, see some visual assets, things that we talk about. So like I said, this phone number is still active, and using Google Voice so I can hide my number, I'm actually going to call it right now so you can hear what the voice message sounds like.
Thank you for calling the Willamette Valley Dream Survey. Please leave a detailed account of your dream after the tone. Transcripts or audio from your report may be duplicated in other media.
Now, I'm not going to leave any messages about any dreams. I've done that already. I've reached out to these numbers to, and I made up a bit of a dream to see what I can fish out of this network.
Yeah, to see if you get a response.
Yeah, of course. And what strikes me interesting right out of the gate on that message is that it sounds like she's saying Willem, not Willamette, which is what the name of the dream survey is, Willamette Valley, not Willem. I don't know if that's just a vocal flub or if some little prankster decided, Grandma, could you just read this script and record it for me? And she sounded very confused.
What if this is just like, Charles Xavier's like secretary or something like that, trying to see if there's mutants, any other mutants out there?
I've been casting out dreams to all the mutants.
Yeah.
Call this phone number. Don't respond psychically. Just call the phone number.
Just call the number. Not all of you guys have the psychic mutant powers, and let's figure this out. Oh,
man.
That's weird, man.
It's very weird.
It's weird that it's just so public too.
Right.
Like
it's
so outward
strange.
facing.
Yeah. So what's also interesting is that people looked up this number to figure out, is there a history here? And people found out that there's a school in Portland, a German language immersion program at the Sophie School that had this number once upon a time. But they are no longer associated with it. They no longer use it. They've been talked to about it, and they said, nope, that's not us. So people kept researching this number, and they also found that it was linked to FUTEL, FUTL, which is a nonprofit organization based in Portland that promotes the use of public telephones. It's essentially free payphones around the city. And on these phones, there's a directory of numbers that you can call. Say, hey, I'm at this telephone. I don't know who to call, but I want to call somebody. There's a list of numbers on there, and one of those numbers is the Willamette Valley Dream Survey number, which is really weird. And then on top of that, Fudel is a German word. Not that this really matters. It's a German word for pouch. But now this number's linked to a German school with a German phone booth. Who's to say that this number isn't German related in some way?
Yeah, I'll toss something in my foodle.
In my foodle? That's a nice foodle for your foodle.
Quite a lovely foodle you have there. It's a fun
But
word.
anyway, to kind of close out the Willamette Valley survey here, the way that people found out about this is that a post was made on Reddit the same day, April 30th, 2015. Coincidentally, there was also an article published in the Oregonian that day highlighting these survey posters. That kind of concludes this little arc before we get into the Happy Valley Dream Survey 5 years later.
I don't like it.
It's super surface level right now. Just a little bit of intrigue. Like, what's going on here? What are they after?
I just don't like how tangible it is already. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just off the bat. There's ways to connect to it.
Yeah.
Right now, today.
You go to Portland, pick up one of these Foodle phones, start dialing away.
That's just a little. All right.
I wonder what would happen if you called that number on a Foodle phone. If it would be different. Maybe that's how you get into the Ministry of Magic.
Oh, it's like a Hogwarts thing.
Who's to say?
See how many ways we can connect this to other shows and movies.
But anyway, like I said, April 30th, we're fast forwarding 5 years. April 30th, 2020, Happy Valley Dream Survey. Now we're in Utah, a couple states over. The same exact message on the poster, save for a different name, obviously, and also the addition of an email address. So you can now call a new number, and you can also email if you prefer. But many people have reported that after calling, as soon as they hung up, after giving their story of their dream, they were immediately texted that said something along the lines of, thank you for your dream, and thank you for submitting the dream to Happy Valley Dream Survey. Some also were really looking into it, maybe too far, and they would hear the static. And maybe this is a little different than the other phone number, but there's a little bit of feedback happening when you call. And some people think that that means that you're being recorded or listened to. I think people just aren't used to landlines. That this is an old phone feature that if you're quiet, you don't get a dead silent phone. It actually has a little bit of static in the background.
Yeah.
So it's a little hit or miss there, but it's intriguing nonetheless. Beyond that, a few people have actually gotten calls back.
What?
You could see in their call logs, they posted them online to show proof. Some of them have gotten text messages back, but most of those posts and most of those screenshots, a lot of the evidence has since been deleted. And two Reddit users in particular, one Regit and Aliens Did 9LL, a little bit of an inappropriate name, but that's his username.
Yeah.
They were the most active in investigating and digging up clues and trying to contact these people and figuring out what was going on. But suddenly, almost as if overnight, both of them disappeared.
No.
They delete all of their posts, all of their images, all of their video calls and video proof. All of them disappeared, and their Reddit accounts were also deleted.
As you were saying that, I was like, worst thing possible, they disappeared. Wait, so do we know what their dreams were?
Some people were responding in these threads on Reddit about what their dreams were. They're kind of all over the place. Most people were just saying, you know what, I have been having strange dreams.
But did the people that actually got responses back, do we know what their dreams were?
I don't think we really looked into the specific comments to see what their stories were based on, or like trying to connect, okay, your story was like this, and this is why you got a response. So far, it seems kind of hit or miss. It seems a bit randomized as to who's getting call back and who's getting texts back.
Yeah.
Again, I could call this number and you could listen to the voicemail. This voicemail is much shorter, and I want to say that it is a text-to-speech bot.
Please leave a detailed description of your dream at the tone.
Says nothing about putting your dreams into other formats like the first phone number does, but it does text you back, and I did get a text back immediately, because I did also call this number prior. And I played along. It said, and once again, on our social pages, I will post a screenshot of my text conversation with this number. But the immediate text says, quote, "Thank you for leaving a voicemail and participating in the Happy Valley Dream Survey," end quote. And I replied, "You're welcome. May I ask what this is used for?" A couple days later, I repeat, "Hello?" And then a few days later yet, I said, "If it's possible, it'd mean a great deal to me if you could respond." And I basically said that I was having concerns over my dreams.
Oh man, you're really trying to lure them in, but what you don't know is that they've already got you, Trevor.
They got me, man. I might, I don't. Is this real life right now, or maybe maybe I'm dreaming this now?
This reminds me of a TikTok I saw the other day, and it was a guy. It was just one dude doing the TikTok, and it was about time traveling, and he's sitting there, and a version of him from the future pops up, and he goes, "What part of 2020 is this? Is it the part of quarantine or the part of the aliens?" And he goes, "Wait, what, aliens?"
I just imagine a guy just like drinking a milkshake, enjoying his day. Himself walks up. "Is this the aliens or is this quarantine? Milkshake everywhere." "What are you talking about? Aliens?"
Dude, that's the vibes I'm getting right now, man. Holy
it's
hell.
interesting that you say that. We're not going to get maybe into aliens, but we're going to get into something potentially later this year. Definitely part of the theorizing part of this.
God, I'm like so excited yet slightly terrified right now.
Yeah. So anyway, my text messages aside, let's dive into some of the other people who had responses. So many people had different responses when it came to text. One person in particular, a Reddit user named Systems11, received a text message saying that they were not in the appropriate region in which to join the survey, which is interesting. And then other people got responses back. They actually texted back to this number, maybe some of them repeatedly, to just try to goad them into a response, some of them with just a single response. And typically what was responded to those individuals was, "I'm sorry, my responses are limited. You must ask the right questions."
No.
Which is very intriguing.
That is some
And I didn't know this part. I knew about some of those texts, but I didn't know about this part. It's actually a quote from iRobot. I don't know if that makes this weirder or more mundane.
Or, yeah, right? Like, that could just make that mundane in the sense of just like, oh, this person's just piecing, it's just messing with people. Piecing stuff they've seen in, like, movies or in cinema.
Right. And so people continued to investigate, a lot of people saying, "Hey, I'm getting calls." But oddly enough, they're all happening between midnight and 3:30 a.m.
Of course.
Which is very strange.
Of course, right? Because it's the creep hour is what it is.
It can't just be during the regular ass day when the sun is nice and high. It's a nice bright day, friends around. It has to happen in the dead of night when everyone's gone.
The
you can't see
devil's
around
hour.
the corner.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's not going to happen during brunch, the holiest of times. Like, come on, dude.
Hey, don't mess with my sacred brunch, man. Don't be fooling around with those phone calls right now. I'm eating my eggs.
God, I just really hope it's just someone with this whole elaborate scheme or just prank to mess with the people, because
I'm hoping so too. It's because this is unsettling at best.
Yeah.
So I'll get into some of the more texts here. One person managed to get the claim that it was 5 p.m. out of these individuals, or this person, whoever it is that they're texting. They managed to get the claim that it was 5 p.m., which is interesting because obviously on your texts you can see when these texts come in and you can see what time it is. And so they were able to then figure out what time zone they were in based on that claim, which put them somewhere near Beijing, Singapore, or Taiwan. So it's interesting, essentially, that we don't know where these calls are actually coming from. We just know the number is being located to Las Vegas. That's all we know.
Yep, City of Sin.
Which is strange too, considering these posters are in Utah. So we started in Oregon with the Willamette Valley Survey posters. Now we're in Utah with the Happy Valley Dream posters. And now we have this number on the Happy Valley that is originating from Las Vegas in Nevada.
Yeah. And like you were saying earlier, something that was really weird is that people would try to call and contact and talk about their dreams, and they would just kind of toss them aside, saying like, "Hey, you weren't in the right area." Like, why does that matter?
Right. Like, we're all people, right? Unless, like, are you trying to do a localized survey? What are they actually after? That's what I just don't understand. Like, if you want to understand dreams and weird dreams, everybody's dreaming around the world.
Yeah, but there was a science experiment that went wrong. You know what I'm saying? And had like a 8-mile radius. They're trying to figure that. Oh God.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's true. All right. So the last text message I wanted to get to, I was kind of building up to, is once again they're saying you need to ask the right questions, and 2 individuals finally did get a response. However, they did not ask the same question. One individual asked a slurry of questions all in a row, just trying to say which of these is the right question. And another individual literally just asked, well, what is the right question? Both of these individuals got a text response back at some point after that, saying that is the right question. And then it followed up with, and I'm going to try to pronounce this because I don't think it's English, but I also don't think it's gibberish. It says 9 go a 5 jeet. Now, if you were to Google that, and I'm going to spell it out for you if you want to Google this yourself, it's the number 9, GOEH, the number 5, JIT. There's some accents in there, to be fair. But if you Google that with regular letters, you will find on Google that it says September 5th. And people actually had found this out prior, that this 9 goe portion of this phrase was translated into Septanum, which is Haitian Creole for September. So now we have a random date that essentially says September 5 in response to what is the right question? That's the right question, September 5.
Yeah. That's random.
Very confusing.
There's so many little things that are piling onto this.
And so that's pretty much as far as people got, as far as callbacks, as far as texts, all of that. And both numbers were then put through reverse phone number lookups, at which point you can see potentially where they're located, maybe who they are, and just as importantly, what the carrier is, which is actually where we found some information out for both of these numbers. They both appear to be from a VoIP, which is a voice over IP, essentially a bandwidth carrier, something like Google Voice that I just used, or Skype, or something called Pinger, a more obscure company that does something similar. Now, when you look up the Willamette Valley number, it actually is registered under the name Dream Survey, and it is actually a Google Voice number. And that's what I was kind of getting at with the Beijing, Singapore location and the spoofing of the numbers, is that anybody anywhere can get a Google Voice number, and it doesn't have to be in your immediate area.
Yeah.
And I actually looked up the Happy Valley Survey
Hello,
number as well,
I'm back.
and it was
Hi, Google.
also a VoIP from a company called Pinger. I looked that up.
I hope
It's a company from
everyone
2005,
has
essentially doing very similar
enjoyed the
things
little
that
chill
service like Skype and
scenery
Google Voice do.
currently.
Yeah.
I
So
am
we have
back
all
with
this
nummies.
information, and just
XM.
for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to distill it all the way down,
everyone.
because there's a lot of details, a lot of
I
getting
love you
lost
too,
in the weeds.
Google.
Essentially, 2 times in history, 5 years
This is your
apart,
favorite food.
signs started appearing around a city. And these signs had numbers, potentially an email, that were saying, hey, reach out to us, give us
quieter
your
than
dreams.
others for me too.
And that's
For us
that.
to have shitty.
That's the intrigue.
Oh, should I
And then
turn
people
the
started
volumes up?
reaching out to these numbers and trying to call them back, trying to text them back.
I always thought
Very
things might have
few
been too loud,
individuals
so I didn't
from
know.
Reddit
If it needs to be
managed
turned
get
up, I
some
can.
information, such as September 5, and the fact that these are both VoIP or voice over IP numbers, aka phone numbers sent through the internet rather than a normal carrier. And so that's where we're at. That's the meat and potatoes of where we're at in this mystery. There's a lot of
Got
loose
some
ends,
ramen,
a lot
it's
of
yummy.
unknowns, a lot of what are the,
I
essentially
assume I'm able to be
Wi-Fi
heard
knows
again.
exactly
My microphone's picking
what
stuff
are
up, so.
these studies all about? Like, what are they looking for? What is the right question that this number is saying? You're not
Is it
asking the right
spacey?
question. So what is that? And
Spacey now.
ultimately, what do these people want? why should I call this number? Why should I unload my personal dreams to the ether, to anonymous, right?
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. It's freaky. A part of me just wants to chalk this up to being an elaborate prank.
Sounds like an elaborate prank, right? Well,
Don't tell me well.
people started to align two different things. There is a small mystery cropping up also this year around the date of September 5th. It also has to do with dreams. And so now people have really started to meld these two mysteries together to say, hey, is there something more here? Is there something else going
How
on?
is friends in the
And so
chat?
that's where we enter September 5 Survivor, which is a Reddit user.
Two things
of that
sound
name,
good, sound fine.
registered on October 30th, 2019. The account is actually now suspended, and most of their posts have been deleted. But the intrigue that this individual has caused
Good
through
show,
Reddit,
guys. Nice.
and the messaging that they have shared across Reddit,
I mean, me
has
too,
led
with a
to
quick
the
few bites of
development
ramen.
a subreddit
I forgot it was
called
fairly
5
spicy, and I'm like,
all
eh.
about this September 5th. And
Is
that
the
seems
stream
to
too
line
quiet?
up
Should
with
I
this
turn volumes up?
Haitian Creole translation from that text.
Because I never
Simply
know,
just said,
like, what's a good volume.
but
Like,
let's
because
blast
before
through
I
this
had a shit
individual.
mic and it
I
was
wanna paint a
fast.
picture of
And
who this
then it was
person
way
is,
too quiet,
because
and then
they
it was
are
way too loud.
very
I'm like, I don't
interesting,
know what people
and it
want.
might give you a
I
little
don't know
bit
what
of
my
an
sister
idea
wants.
as to why they really captured Reddit's attention. So they made posts and comments across all these different subreddits, all claiming to be afraid of the day September 5th, 2020. Their claims said things like, bad things would happen on that day, said that people would need to stay safe and stay inside on that day, that the day would last a full 24 hours and not the normal 23 hours and 56 minutes. They claimed that a secret organization is behind everything. They referenced, quote, the sixth realm, or aka the dream realm, saying that this organization, or they called it the organization, has access to it, or that they have control over this realm, and that on September 5th, the Earth will move closer to the sun, and electrical systems will begin to shut down, and overall good luck
Is this
of the
Happy
global
Valley Dream
population will
Survey
decrease.
still?
And honestly, Alfredo, I have
is.
to say, I don't believe that we are in a good luck streak right now.
No,
We don't have a whole lot of good luck to give. But they like to reference the number 24. It could be the fact that this day's gonna last a full 24 hours, or whatever that means. Or it could be, they said that if it doesn't happen this September 5th, 2020, that it will in fact happen on 2024. Those are the two claims. And my problem is,
throwing themselves a safety net.
they're already casting a safety net. And I don't mean to treat this individual flippantly. It's that they're making so many vague and wild
I
claims.
love digging in Minecraft. It
and not
seems
really
boring as hell to people, but
around their
yeah,
story.
you go burr.
They're just kind of all over the place. And I want to describe this image to you as well.
Okay.
There's a picture that they like to post as well. They frequently link to a photo, and it has a girl kind of curled up into a ball.
It's
She looks a
wrong.
little sad. She's kind of just curled up. You can't see her face. But what's weird is everything that's around her. It's so strange that it's almost comical. It almost comes back around the sphere of from odd all the way back to comedy.
Right.
Where she's sitting on what looks like a blanket on the floor. There's a bunch of different textiles around, different cloth materials folded up. There are a couple jewelry displays that you might see at a jewelry store with earrings and bracelets and necklaces. And then behind that is a fresh pepper grinder, some red wine, a bunch of, it's hard to see, it's hard to tell here, but it looks like a bunch of VCR players, some
What the
pasta,
fuck?
pasta strainer, some pasta sauce, and then a dead deer underneath a blanket.
A lot going on.
It's a lot going on. And honestly, it feels a lot like my quarantine.
Yeah. Just like pure chaos.
In addition to the photo, this user also linked a very strange YouTube video. So it's essentially somebody in a feminine mask with a long, curly black hair wig.
With baby hands?
And baby hands, like doll's
It's
hands.
creepy as hell.
And there's a mouse scurrying around the kitchen in and out of cabinets, and the voice is like really happy. It's almost like an old school indie film, you know, from like the 80s or 70s or something.
Yeah. Like a really, like a C tier, D tier movie.
Right. It like if YouTube existed in the 70s, that's what would have come out. And I don't know what's going on. I just have to say it's very strange, it's very bizarre. We'll link this again on social. We'll all these visual things we'll link on social at RedWeb Pod, so you can check them out yourself if you you guys are curious to see what we're talking about. I know this is an audio podcast. I don't mean to frustrate you. They'll be there. But yeah, very bizarre. So obviously we have somebody who has a very bizarre pattern of commenting, imagery, and the like. And they're talking about September 5th. And a lot of strange dream talk too. Often featuring, quote, the man in blue flames, or the boy in orange, or the old man in purple, or a long green hallway. These are the common factors that this individual has talked about, and people on the 5 September 2020 subreddit have actually been discussing this, trying to expand. They've been saying they've had similar dreams with similar imagery in those dreams, and they're trying to connect meaning. They're sharing these stories with other individuals, so a lot of people have actually found solace in their strange dreams with other individuals, saying, oh my god, have you had dreams about the man in blue flames like I have? And that seems to be what the subreddit is all about.
Just
they have
closer.
the tag on their name that says survivor, and then there's another tag implicating other users that doubt the truth of September 5th and the fact that that's the end of days. Anybody that comes up saying like, no, this isn't what's going on at all, they get the tag of the organization essentially, saying that you are part of the system, right?
Yeah.
Or that this organization that has control over everything has control over you as well.
It's getting into a lot of just like cult territory now.
Yeah, it definitely starts to feel that way. And we'll get more into the theories as well, but that is one of the more prominent theories that I believe is really what's going on here. But they also, just to wrap up kind of their intriguing posting history, they also like to post a lot of various numbers. I'll read out a couple of these for you now to see if you might glean some insight. 583-348-91 is one of them. And what's interesting about this next one is that it starts with an international telephone code. In America and Canada, it's +1. In the United Kingdom, it's this one. So +44-565-3764, which could be someone's phone number, but isn't, because UK phone numbers aren't the same as American. There aren't 7 digits, and you also don't have an area code with it. So so these numbers could be coordinates, they could be anything, but it's just like a bunch of otherwise unconnected, meaningless, cryptic comments around the various subjects.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards like this is just someone trying to start kind of like an internet cult.
Yeah.
You know, and it's attracting like-minded people, and they're really just digging into it and letting it take over their kind of mental state.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, and I think the two different factors here. So once again, we have the Dream Valley surveys, and then we have this September 5th, end of days, almost cult mystery going on. Some people trying to decode what's going on there and figure out a deeper meaning. Some people believing that it will then be the end of days. Other people kind of basking in the mystery and just kind of enjoying it as almost as an ARG, essentially. As if it was a role-playing game or something.
Yeah.
But that leaves us with a couple questions, like, are these two connected? Because both are heavily involved in dreams. The one text back from Happy Valley Dream Survey seemed to indicate September 5th was important, but other than all that, there's no real evidence connecting everything.
Yeah, man, it's weird.
Welcome
I'm
back,
sure,
Tree.
you know, September 5th will roll around and nothing will happen, and they'll say, well, it definitely will happen in what, 2024?
Right. That's that safety net. They're like, okay, if it doesn't happen now, it'll happen then. And I'm sure there will be another. Okay, well, it's delayed the end of days again. Much like every time somebody predicts the end of the world, it seems to get kicked down the road a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, also there's nothing that I'm hearing that makes this kind of over the top in the sense of, you know, the everyday person can't, you know, put this together.
Mm-hmm.
It seems very much like, okay, they're setting up like maybe like spoof numbers and VoIPs and all that kind of stuff, but nothing that's like super crazy in terms of like, oh, you know, the average person can't set that up, can't piece that together.
Right. For example, like you can just download the app, Google Voice, boom, you have yourself an anonymous message, and you can also get yourself another number, so people can call that, still reach you, and not know it's you. You could be halfway around the globe, you could be a company, you could be an individual, you don't know. So anybody can decode this as well as start it.
Are you crushing your bills? Defeating your monthly
Hi,
payments?
ad.
Sounds like you're at the top of your
Random ass
financial
built-in
game.
ad.
Rise to it with the BMO Eclipse Rise Visa Card, the credit card that rewards your good financial habits. Earn points for paying your credit card bill in full and on time every month. Level up from bill pay
Why are they
to
making game
rewards
ads
slayer.
again now?
Terms and conditions
Like
apply.
banking.
Visa and OpenTable are dishing up something new. Get access to
What's up
primetime
with the
dining
ads?
reservations
I've
by
got
adding your
premium.
Visa Infinite Privilege card to your OpenTable account. From there, you'll unlock first come, first serve spots at select top restaurants when booking through OpenTable. Learn more at opentable.ca/Visa Dining.
Alright, so we know about both the surveys that happened 5 years apart, and now we're starting to introduce this idea of September 5th. Maybe that's in play. Once again, not too sure if it's a separate entity or if it is fully combined with this. But there's a lot of connected tissue there. Dreams, September 5, etc. So now, without further ado, why don't we dive into some of the popular theories about what's going on here.
Yeah, I like this segment. I like this part because, you know, I have my own thoughts, but there's a lot of people who have come together and kind of, you know, bounce ideas off of each other, and they're in this little like echo chamber trying to figure things out. And they're living and eating and breathing it. So,
well, it's also nice to try to put to rest something that sounds mysterious and evil, right? Like if somebody's calling me at 3:30 in the morning all the time, I'm gonna want to put that mystery to rest and say, just a, you know, it's just a prank call from China or something.
yeah,
You know, like
a really elaborate telemarketing scheme.
yeah, right. So, as with many mysteries based on the internet, one of the popular ones is that it's an ARG, an alternate reality game,
Excuse me for space.
and that September 5th is trying to establish an overarching mysterious narrative. That this is some sort of role-playing game that people are diving into and indulging in, and that there are certain actors, such as the Reddit user September 5 Survivor, who are out there kind of painting their own story and doing it in an atypical way, right? Not a book, not a movie, but instead taking advantage of new medium to say, hey,
No,
maybe
then
I can
why
tell
did
a
my chat
story
not
that
say anything?
you are then the subject of, rather than
Hello, did my
came
chat
from
freeze?
whoever, right? Which I think is a really interesting and creative way to go about telling a story. But it could either be
Why'd I
that
get a
this person
notification
is
that
just
chat said something, but
very
it didn't?
interesting with their interest, and that's where some of these posts are, like
Fuck.
the video that we watched, or some of their mysterious cryptic imagery that they posted. Maybe that's where that's coming from. You know, like they're trying to get you to read into stuff, or maybe it's just to fully just unsettle you.
Well, I
That's
saw
their goal,
nothing
and
there,
that's
but
it.
it says it's banned now.
Could be someone or a group of people
Damn.
just trying to make
Okay.
or some really weird
Fair.
social experiment.
Yeah, honestly, it could be.
I saw nothing. Damn.
You wanna
Thank you,
about
Tree. That was
general
quicker than I even
zeitgeist
saw
of
it.
Society, you might call people and say, "Tell me about your dreams."
Damn.
And this is actually
That
something
was.
that has been in
It gave me the sound I saw nothing, and it was gone before I even processed.
you have less stimulus than usual. You know,
Damn.
We can't go out and achieve dreams in a normal way. We can't
Damn,
socialize.
thank you, Tree.
A lot of people are seeing that come out in the way of very odd dreams. And I can actually vouch for that myself. I've had, like, every day I wake up, I feel like I'm waking up from a whole different life.
Because I get the sound and then it loads to show it to me, then it just wasn't even.
No,
I'm
not
like,
at all.
oh.
Really? You're not dreaming any different?
God damn, Tree, thank you.
You're the target for this.
Just out of nowhere, a sniper shot. It's just Tree taking out the bots and spam.
They're exactly who you want. They're exactly who they want. Let me tell you.
I'm falling down in the rabbit hole.
Dude, it's gonna be. We're gonna shoot a bunch of episodes of this podcast.
Yeah.
Right? Release them all throughout the year.
And then I'm gonna
Next year
disappear.
is gonna be the spin-off podcast that is just all the interactions that end up popping up because you've been like so entangled and entranced in all this stuff.
That's true. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I want to be as involved in these mysteries as possible. Obviously, you know, we've said it in the past. You know, we enjoy mysteries. We're enthusiasts. We won't necessarily break a story or find the solution. We want to kind of just discuss what has been figured out and align as much as we can. But what's really nice about this one, to me, is that you can actually try to engage with it. You can go to these subreddits. You can talk about it. You can reach out to these phone numbers. You could try to text them, and that actually leads me to my next theory
Just checking
that
my
I'm really
phone.
pushing forward myself, and it's not as exciting, unfortunately, but it does. What is interesting about it is that I haven't seen this anywhere else, and so the theory, simply enough, is
By the
that
way,
this
if I
is a
need to
scam,
turn up
is
stream
that
volume
this is
or the
trying to prey
like
on people
game
that are a
volume,
little bit more gullible,
my mic,
because imagine
or
somebody walking down the
the
street and they see a sign like
podcast, I
this,
can
and they
just tell
fall
me. Mabel.
and they fall down the rabbit hole of somebody getting a text to them saying thanks for your dream, and then they start to overthink their dreams, and then they start to say like, well, this number might be the solution. Hey, can you help me out? Can you help me out? And that was what I was trying to embody in my text, was somebody that was having concerning dreams that were vivid, and they wanted help because that's what this poster seems to offer. At least it's implied, like we're analyzing dreams. So what I didn't mention earlier when I mentioned that I was texting is that I did actually get a follow-up. And this is a follow-up I haven't seen anybody else get.
Wait, your follow-up?
My follow-up. And this is what kind of goes to support this theory, in my opinion. It says, please call either of the following numbers for further instruction, which sounds very ominous. And it lists 2 telephone numbers that I could then call at my leisure if I was so inclined. I instead looked up these numbers and found out that both of these numbers were connected to the same individual or to the same company, and that they were both connected to DVO Enterprises, which is a tech company popular for releasing a recipe organizer app. It's a very big twist. I didn't really know what to. I was like, okay, this can't be right. But these numbers are active, and if you call them, yeah, that's what you'll hear. You'll hear a voice message specifically about this app or this individual that owns this company. And I don't know if they're personal phone numbers or business numbers, but I didn't want to bother with calling them back or anything like that. I don't want to bother anybody who's actually doing business, but it made me wonder, are they trying to see who is gullible enough to fall all the way down the rabbit hole and then to propose a very non sequitur solution of a, I don't know, like an app or a business? Because then, if I'm like, well, I don't know, maybe this chef thing is some sort of coded solution, and I'll download the app, and now I'm in their business.
Yeah, that's true. Like it's rabbit hole that leads to a scam.
Yeah.
Or it's a front.
Or it's a front. It could be a front. I haven't looked too closely into this company. If it's a front, it is a very solid front. I really don't want to call those numbers and say, hey, I gave my dreams to somebody random and they told me to call you. And then his voice goes, hi, welcome to... Come this way. I don't want him to change his demeanor and be like, hi, welcome.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, follow me.
But yeah, so what was intriguing to me is that I saw nobody else get these numbers or get that response. As I had mentioned before, they were all about either September 5th or you're not asking the right questions. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much what people get. Unless they get a repetition of the idea of
ask the right question.
Engaging with Happy Valley
The fuck's
Dream
the right
over
question?
and over. They're very generic texts. So that is another theory, and it doesn't involve September 5th at all. And I think this next one here is probably the strongest, outside of my personal experience, the strongest theory that kind of loops in everything.
Okay.
And that is that, once again, we kind of touched on this, that it's a doomsday cult. We've all seen them in our favorite sitcoms being made fun of. We've heard about them on the news, people saying that any given date might be the end of the world. And ultimately, the goal of a cult is to accrue a following of like-minded individuals and generally have a community. They might not be actually rooting for the end of the world, but they might be looking for individuals who are similar to them and have similar interests. I think that's a human condition. If we start combining the dream survey with the September 5th idea, which it does have 2 strong pieces of evidence with the date and the dreams, kind of correlating them together.
Right. Hand in hand.
And they're obviously talking about the end of the world. But again, it's with the same line of thinking, I can kind of see it, where if you're gullible enough to believe that this survey might help you in some way, you might believe that this cult is home for you. In fact, if I were to try to derive a cult based on the idea of dreams, I might actually put out a survey into the local area and try to see if there's any commonalities across big swaths of sample sizes. Like if a bunch of people are dreaming about a man in a green hallway, you best believe my cult and its ideology is going to include that, so that way more people stumble into that and they all start to see each other and they all start to go, oh, I'm also dreaming about the man in the blue flames.
Yeah.
And then they all start to substantiate their own belief in the next step.
Yeah, it starts to snowball.
Right. You all get them to believe the dream, then you get them to agree with each other, and the next step is you say, bam, end of the world. And they go, well, everything else has been lined up so far, so why not the end of the world? And then they join your movement. And I'm going to blow this open even further. So not only do we have April 30th, 2020 trying very hard to link up to the idea of September 5, but 5 years ago, we had April 30th, 2015, the first survey came out, and that has the same date is linked to a very similar doomsday subreddit of the same date, April 30th, 2015. So you look at two separate instances 5 years apart, and they have the same poster going around town, and they have the same or very similar doomsday subreddits linked to them.
Right. I mean, it could just be people playing off of each other.
It's true. It could be like a remix. It essentially could be the same entity, the same person, the same group, with a failed cult movement back in 2015 trying to reprise their dream survey cult again here in 2020. It could be some other group of individuals that were inspired by the 2015 situation to try to say, hey, this is what we learned from that interesting mystery. Like, why don't we just do it again? Or, the last theory in general is just that this is a troll. This is a troll who was interested in a mystery that happened 5 years ago, and for the sake of laughs and entertainment, they just wanted to try it again. Because, like, who's to say on April 30th, 2030, you and I don't just start a very similar dream survey here in Austin.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be anybody that starts this. They're all hidden behind a voice over IP phone address. Right? There's no way to track it back to anybody in particular.
Yeah, you see it in in real life and obviously in cinema, but with serial killers and stuff like that, you have copycats, right? People who admire someone's word or admire something and try to duplicate it. So it could simply be just someone messing with people. It is quarantine time. It has been quarantine time for a while. People get bored.
This was around 2020, 2021, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that really could be how this came back up again. A troll maybe got this idea from these articles discussing that, hey, we're in quarantine, people are starting to experience weird dreams. That was something that was spreading through, I read the article on National Geographic, for example, but it was pretty widespread, that topic. It was all over the news. And so someone might have been like, oh, I remember this thing that happened about a dream survey a while back, because April 30th was pretty deep into quarantine across the world.
Yeah, it's pretty far in there. And again, there's not anything that I really heard that seems so far-fetched for like the common person to put together.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. At this point, we can't truly know what's going on. Maybe I'll get another text back from this number. Maybe this DVO Enterprises is a booming business, all thanks to our weird dreams.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens on September 5. We'll see if the world ends. This podcast will have to end. Damn.
Yeah, I mean this episode started off with some big chills for me. It just seemed so tangible. Something that you can just reach out right now if I wanted to. I could hit stop on recording and go reach out and just grab it.
You gonna do it?
No, hell no.
You gonna go grab it? You gonna make it your thing?
No. And
Well,
every
what's
time
wrong?
you do for every episode ever that we film, you leave my name and me out of it.
I'm gonna text back and say my best friend
Yeah.
and mystery hunter Alfredo Diaz demands that you respond. And hey, you know what? You can call him back personally.
Yeah.
Here's his number.
Here's his number. Here's his social.
And you know what? Here's where he lives, because I know you want to know it.
Go on and visit him.
Send him a card on September 5th. Happy end of the world day. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that is what really sparked the interest of the internet, is that it is so tangible. It is right there. You can call it. You will get that text back as soon as you hang up. At least from the Happy Valley Dream survey. The Willamette one seems like it's still active, but there's not much information there. There's no connective tissue between that and anything else. There was no other interactions. Happy Valley was where everything started to spiral out and have other connections. But yeah, I mean, there's subreddits actively talking about this, and that's why I wanted to bring it up, because it is so intriguing. Despite the fact that I feel a little bit more confident on this than the other episodes so far, that we kind of have an idea of what is actually going on here, and that we're as close to solving this potential mystery as we might be. But I'm just really conflicted ultimately between the scam angle and this doomsday cult angle, because they both feel so strong in their possibilities, but I don't think that there's an overlap where you could maybe scam somebody with your company with a doomsday cult mentality. I don't know.
Yeah, it kind of gets a little like crazy and complicated with it, right? But
yeah,
I don't know, man. We'll see as it unfolds. Maybe something will pop up years down the line. That seems like something that's somewhat common, you know? Where
I was supposed to make shovels.
Something happens here,
Whoops.
a couple months later, you get another little.
I made too many pickaxes.
We'll just
Shit.
keep our ears to the ground on this one, and have to come back with an update if anything else happens.
Dude, what if Trevor?
Hit me with it.
What if you call and they give you coordinates?
I don't know, man. I don't like it, especially if they put. What if they texted me coordinates to like my house?
God.
And then said, "This is where we're meeting."
I'd be like, "This is a hacker. This is a hacker with way too much time on their hands, and they just want to prank you by scaring the hell out of you."
I don't like it. I don't like that. That's
nope,
real.
Not one bit.
The real stuff is what I don't like. When we start talking about ghouls and monsters, a little bit easier because there's room for interpretation there. When we start talking about hackers, I'm out. But if you guys have been having interesting dreams and you want to participate in this in any way, I have to say,
do it.
Don't.
Run away now.
Or simply use Google Voice or anything like that. Once again, Google's not a sponsor or anything. That's what comes to mind. You could use Skype or whatever other service you want to make sure that your data is protected and you're not getting yourself doxxed or something. But I'd love to hear what you guys think about this. Do you think it's a doomsday cult? Do you think it's a scam? Do you think it's something that we entirely missed? You can let us know by either leaving a review or hitting us up on social media at RedWebPod. And that's, once again, where you're going to see all of our visual elements, pictures that we reference, stuff like that. You can follow us there and even make recommendations. Maybe you stumble into a mystery while you're going about your daily life in the world, or you click on a mysterious website and you don't know what it actually means. But other than that,
to collect
we will
some of
see you
the
next week for another intriguing mystery.
Bye-bye.
I like the Happy Valley Dream survey one. I watched it when it came out and I'm like, this is fucking weird. And I hadn't heard about it prior in other podcasts. Well, YouTube ones.
In 1966, a young boy discovers the body of two men lying dead on a hillside. Items found at the scene include a notebook containing cryptic instructions and two lead masks. The cause of death was never determined, and experts still struggle to understand what happened to them over 50 years later. Today, we will take a look at what we know about the lead masks case. This is the RedWeb.
Lead mask case is so fucking weird, but it's cool.
It's another Monday. I'm Trevor Collins. Welcome back to the RedWeb. Fredo.
This one is a much more true crime where it has violence in it.
It is traumatizing.
Like,
you know what's exciting about this one too, though? And the audience, you guys have been asking for this type of stuff for a while now, since we launched, and it's a supernatural theme on this one, or at least that's one of the stronger mysteries. I don't want to get too deep into that, but I want to tease you a little bit. There's some supernatural things happening here, potentially, and I can't wait to outline it for you.
Now, you know my stance on that. Like, dude, it's like, hey, Freya, you believe in supernatural stuff, or you're superstitious. Like, no, I don't believe in it, but I'm not going to go around messing with it.
You don't adapt.
Smart.
I'm not going to
recognize it. You'll see it from afar. You know, like an herbivore at the carnivore. I see you, but I'm gonna keep my distance. I'm gonna stay over here.
Oh God! So this
Oh,
boy
shit.
runs across two dead bodies. There's a note, and there's some like superstitious stuff involved.
Yeah, some supernatural stuff. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, people are gonna be superstitious is what I'm trying.
That's true. There's always a little trickling of superstition to be held here, but there's some really interesting facts in this case that I think lend themselves to some pretty interesting theories down the way. And I want to thank everybody actually here for this case. You guys have all recommended this case since we launched the podcast, both on iTunes with reviews, which we're actually, as of recording this, crossing 1,000 reviews. So thank you so much for reviewing and sharing the podcast in that way, but also via Twitter. You guys might know that @RedWebPod is our Twitter handle, and you can see visual elements, pictures we talk about, and other ancillary content that will help kind of portray the broader case at hand and everything we talk about. So if you want to follow us there and talk to us and recommend cases by that direction, you can do so on Twitter, and we really appreciate it. But without any further ado, any housekeeping notes, all those aside, why don't we jump into the timeline of the lead masks case?
Oh God.
Is
Okay.
it melons? I have melon pouch.
So August 17th, 1966, 9 a.m., Manuel Pereira de Cruz and Miguel Jose Viana, two electronic technicians, left their hometown in Brazil and took a bus to the town of Niterói, about 162 miles away, or if you prefer, 262 kilometers. Some reports say that Niterói was their final destination. However, some other reports say that their true destination was actually that of Sao Paulo. They left under the pretense of needing to buy a car and some work equipment, having around $3 million in cruzeiros, which is hard to say in American dollars today what that amount is. But remember, this is in 1966. The cruzeiros is an obsolete currency of Brazil. They actually have the real now. It is also a historical value that is extraordinarily inflated from the beginning. So it's really hard to say how much money this is, but in just a moment I'll give you some context to that number. So later that day, around 2 p.m., they reached the town of Niterói, where they visited a store and purchased identical raincoats for the price of 9,400 cruzeiros. So that gives you a little bit of understanding of what $3 million looks like. If you want to convert this amount to what your local raincoats cost, there you go. Afterwards, they went to a bar and bought a bottle of water. A waitress later claimed that Viana seemed very nervous and frequently checked his watch. This is the last time that they were ever seen alive.
Okay. Last known, right? Okay.
Last known, at least last confirmed, if you want to say it that way. You know, someone spoke with them, they were up close and personal. That's the last time.
Yeah, dude checking his watch. He's got an agenda.
Yeah, he's nervous. He's got
Like
places
last
to be.
time I've ever seen alive. Yeah, and I'm
So
like,
later in the day, around 3:15, the two set off on foot to the top of Vintim Hill. Some other accounts actually say that they hitched a ride in a Jeep, but many say that they walked off on foot. Again, later, further in the day, 5 p.m., a boy saw them sitting high on the hill. Now, the next day, August 18th, the same boy saw them again. However, this time, they were lying down. He thought they were sleeping and simply left it as it was. Left the scene, went about his life. Fast forward again to August 20th, man, this boy frequents this hill.
Yeah.
The same boy, yet again, was on the hill. He was either hunting birds, flying a kite. There's varying reports here, but, you know, it's Brazil, it's a young kid. He's got a lot of things to do. Now, upon getting to the hill, he was then nauseated by a very strong stench. He told his friends, who then later on told the police. That day, the bodies were discovered. So again, this is August 20th.
Kid.
Days after we started. And each man was found dead on the hill, having dressed in a formal suit underneath their previously bought raincoats. And next to the bodies, there were a couple items. An empty water bottle, presumably from the bar that they visited a few days earlier, 2 wet towels, 1 strange lead mask next to each person's head, and a notebook. So these masks, I think, this is the whole crux of the case.
I think
here.
I've
So
seen
I
the
wanna
photo for this.
vividly
It's
paint a
fucking
picture
weird.
of what we're looking at. Now,
Yeah.
you might envision Dr. Doom style mask, right? A metal mask that covers your whole face. You look real cool in it. No one's gonna want to
Pretty
approach someone
dope.
with that on. Huh?
Big villain in the MCU. I can see it.
It's coming. However, now this is gonna be like a knockoff Dr. Doom. These lead masks looked more like grandma's sunglasses, right? Those real big bulky guys, square shape. However, they look like that without the arms, so it's essentially just the eyes portion of the mask. Again, you can head to Twitter where
Yeah,
we'll
it's like
post
little
a couple
sun tanning
images, videos,
glasses.
and a couple other things if you want to check them out. Again, at RedWeb Pod. Very intriguing. Essentially a rectangular shape with a small notch cut out for where the nose would go that one would have to hold up to their face in order for it to stay there. And then also that notebook. I want to dive into that a little bit too, because again, that notebook contains some interesting, if not cryptic, details or instructions for the two individuals. They contain a lot of notes, obviously, electrical formulas and other things, but two notes stand out in particular. The first one being, quote, Sunday, 1 capsule after lunch, Wednesday, 1 capsule at bedtime. Now, I think it's worth noting that Wednesday is the day all of this kicked off. The day that they left their hometown on the bus, the day they went to the bar and got the water, the day they went to the hill and the boys saw them in the distance off on the hill. And so that kind of gives a little bit of context here for what day we're talking about. So when they said Wednesday, 1 capsule at bedtime, you know, that might be that day, because later on, the next day is when they were seen from afar laying down. The other note, or the other instruction I should say, said 4:30, be at the specified location. 6:30, ingest capsules. After the effect, protect metals, await signal mask.
Oh, weird. Okay. Because I was thinking, I was just like, lol, there's just their vitamins. But then I was really thinking, like,
Just
some
vitamins.
kind of like suicide pact or something.
Right. It's very suspicious at best.
Yeah, then you spiraled into some whole, like, they're expected to still be alive and doing other things.
Right. It says, like, take these capsules and then yada, 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 right? Do these other things.
What would even be in the capsules?
Ow.
Something that would make them
What's up,
poison?
tree?
Who's to say, man?
Right,
That is the
What
crux of
bit ya?
this issue, and I'm going to get into something that's
Oh
a
no,
little
what plant
frustrating,
bit
but
you?
also, like, mind-blowing in just a minute here. But I think what's worth noting is that these instructions obviously started in Portuguese. We're in Brazil, right? And various people have taken their stab at translating these instructions. And so there is the very simple instruction, the 4:30 be at the specified location, etc. There's that version, seems to be the most popular. However, there is another potentially more grammatically correct translation that says as follows, quote, be at the place arranged at 16:30. So this is military time now. Take the capsules at 18:30. After feeling effects, protect half the face with lead masks. Await the agreed signal.
What?
So that seems to add a little bit more detail now, right?
Okay, so with that added detail, it makes it, okay, so there's a capsule. Take it, you wait a little bit, it might have some effects on your face, and the lead mask is supposed to help.
Yeah.
That sounds so not like anything I've ever heard of.
Right. Like, I don't know if it's...
Go
I
away.
literally can't even fathom
Our golem fuck
Yeah, I
off.
can't think of...
what
Do
protecting
not
your
fall for
eyes
plants.
specifically
I
would
know.
have to do with the capsules. It's
Is it
very...
like an intense skincare routine? Like, what are we talking
Hey,
about?
listen, maybe they got some, they're working on their crow's feet here, and they're saying, like, I want to go on the hill, take my
Shit.
multivitamin, get a little bit of vitamin D from the sun, but I'm going to protect my eyes because that's where age
Yeah.
shows, baby.
Yeah, you take the vitamin, your skin gets really sensitive.
Please don't
protect
all
from
of them
sun.
fight me.
You also want to bake it a little bit. You know what I
Just a
mean?
little. You know what? Maybe these were just, and I hate to say it, maybe these guys were out there tanning. Made.
I didn't mean to. I smacked him trying to hit the plant, and now he's
Well,
pissed at me.
That wasn't the case, considering they were in a formal suit with their raincoat draped over.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Bizarre detail.
Stop it.
After bizarre detail.
Right, and remember, this is
Little
also the
bitch.
winter. We're in the southern hemisphere, so these are the
Come here, you
colder
fuck.
months too. Obviously, it's Brazil, so it's a little warmer anyway. But so that gives a little bit more context as to perhaps why it was rainy weather,
Bitch.
or why they were wearing raincoats.
Oh my
Maybe it
god.
doesn't. I don't know.
Doesn't
There's
give
a
him
lot
flowers,
of
making
intrigue
it-
still
Oh,
left to be
I don't
uncovered,
know.
But
I didn't know that.
it's determined that the
But free
handwriting
iron.
and the instructions in this
Fuck.
notebook did not belong to either of the
Ugh.
gentlemen, and they were able to figure this out by way of looking at
Go
known
back to mining,
writings
it
from
fucks.
them.
To
As I
gardening.
mentioned, they were electronic technicians, and so they had other journals
Okay, which
and other writings
garden
elsewhere
section
in
was
other
it? Yes, shits.
workspaces to kind of corroborate this fact.
Where did it was over
Okay,
here,
yeah,
I
that
think.
makes sense.
So now we have, let's like lay the scene out just a little bit more. A couple of gentlemen passed away of mysterious circumstances with homemade, strange
Where did my-
lead eyewear protection or lead masks.
Fuck
with a notebook
off.
filled with interesting instructions.
What happened with the
written by
Iron
somebody
Golem
else.
the first one?
And upon looking at
The
bodies
goal.
of the
I
corpses,
tried to
Donna
plant
was found
to
have
break
had
a plant, and then the golem
157,000
walked in
cruceros
front
in a
of it,
plastic
and
bag
then I'm
in
like,
his
then he's like,
clothes.
I have beef with you, and I'm like,
Cruz
okay.
had only 4,000 cruceros
like,
in
okay,
his
fine.
pockets. So there's a lot of money now. It seems up in the air. You know, if they set out with 3 million, is that
Wait, are these-
somewhere else?
these
Is it
pumpkins?
stolen off
Fuck.
them? Who's to say?
Little shit,
I
go
mean,
away,
that's-
you
that's a
Iron
big
Golem.
part of this
Fuck
mystery
off.
still.
Yeah, why do they have this money in the first place?
Well, they said that their initial intent when they left home with that $3 million was to buy a car and to buy some work equipment. And when we know that a raincoat costs $9,400 in local currency, you can imagine that some technology, and in fact a car, would be probably in the six-figure, if not higher realm.
Yeah.
And so $3 million under these pretenses seem to make some sense. However, they're at this hill at this point, and we only know a few factors up until this point in the timeline. You know, going to the bar, potentially jumping in a Jeep, if not walking, this boy in the distance. You know, there's only a few factors here that, you know, obviously they also bought the raincoat.
Yeah.
But where in this timeline, other than those spots, could they have lost or spent or hidden or done anything with
Chaos,
this money?
okay.
You know, this money
Sorry.
is up in the air at this point.
Yeah.
And what's even
Hello.
stranger
Hi,
is
Ninja.
that there are no signs of physical trauma, burns, or poisoning on the body.
Sorry
But
for the
this is the frustrating part.
sudden quiet. I'm just like, chaos, and I'm like, okay, just plant
were
this.
not
It's done.
done
It's done.
until the bodies had
What?
deteriorated
Hey,
enough
Ninja.
naturally
What's up?
to be unreliable for accurate
Here,
testing.
these
Why?
Well,
actually.
it seems
Why do I
that
have
the
another
coroner
seed? What
was
did y'all
too
do?
busy to quickly handle these
What'd you
autopsies
do,
in a
you little
timely
shit?
manner, to the point where they were unable to do a toxicology report on these bodies.
Fuck off.
So now, not only have these
Well, the
individuals
chaos is always
clearly
suspected of
ingested
being
something,
trigger around. Yeah,
we
fair.
don't know what it is. We will never be able to find out because their bodies deteriorated
Yeah.
past the point of being able to know. And even when they did look at the bodies at that point, they didn't do the toxicology
We're listening
report
to
because,
some
quote,
RedWeb,
too
so
busy to quickly
spooky
report.
podcast.
That is unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
I mean, going back to this kid though, real quick. I mean,
Yeah.
I talked about how that must be traumatizing, and maybe it's because I spook easily, but I
Okay.
can't imagine going on my little like trail, seeing two guys, on the top of a mountain, maybe a little cliffside,
Yeah, those
coming,
hillsides.
yeah, and a little, you know, on a hillside, then coming back the next day, and they're still there.
Right.
Weird, dude.
Your little helicopter spinner hat, you know, you're kicking up stones with your big wheel, riding up and down those hills, and you see two gentlemen, one day, busy as can be,
We
staring
just
at the
want
sun or whatever they're doing,
our hat.
and the next day, yeah, lying down.
Not
I
your
can't imagine that
skeleton
either,
near a
as a
sunken
child
ship.
stumbling across something
Whoa.
so otherworldly. Like, that is
Yeah.
What did you
like
find?
anybody
make any
coming
sense.
across that. It's very,
I would
very strange.
run so fast in the other direction.
Right. Well, that concludes the known timeline and the facts behind the event. Hey, everybody, this is Trevor and Fredo taking a small break here at this juncture in the podcast to talk to you guys one-on-one about a few things, a few housekeeping notes, and a few thank yous, as well as our first sponsor that we're very, very grateful to have. So Rooster Teeth, essentially our company, is joining forces with AT&T, 5G, and Samsung to create a pre-RTX Ruby mural activation in Dallas. So if you're in Dallas, I encourage you to check this out. We're going to kick things off prior to the RTX at-home virtual event. I'm really excited about it.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And at the AT&T Discovery District in Dallas, we will create a Ruby mural that will be live from September 5th through the 7th. Guests can make their mark on the Ruby mural on site using 5G on the new Samsung Galaxy Note 20 Ultra 5G and augmented reality to draw on this collaborative work. You'll also have access to exclusive Ruby content on the site.
And if you don't live in Dallas, it's not a huge deal. You can still create art at home using the Mark AR app. So you just need to download that app and start creating your own Ruby art. Because I know a lot of you out there are fantastic artists, and I would love to see it. But you can start creating that art on September 5th. Each night, fans' designs will be projected onto that wall so you can check it out. If you're in Dallas, you can see your own art projected up there. And you can look out for giveaways and more details like that coming on the Labor Day weekend.
Those in attendance can also game right at the activation on the new Samsung Galaxy Note 20 using Ultra 5G through the power of 5G. Fans can
Damn,
game
the
with
ads.
low lag times, that's fantastic, fast speeds, and amazing graphics that will level up their gaming experience as they battle it out.
And I don't want you to be concerned. Everything is being done very responsibly. I know a lot of you are either quarantining at home, wearing masks, etc. There will be COVID precautions on site, social distancing and everything. I've looked at the murals and all the mock-ups, and they're taking it very, very seriously. So if you do live in Dallas, I do encourage you to check it out. And I also encourage you to come check us out. Come see us live at RTX, our virtual event, at roosterteeth.com. But if you want to check out Samsung and AT&T's new 5G, you can head over to the website, get a pen and paper out, att.com/Galaxy Note 20 Ultra 5G. For additional details, they'll all be there. They're about the new Samsung phone, which launched back on August 21st. So if you haven't heard about it, here it is. It's a fantastic phone, and you can learn more about it there and the current offers in order to buy it. You can either buy it new or from existing customers if you like it that way to save a little penny. The Galaxy Note 20 Ultra 5G is great for gaming, as Fredo said, and my favorite part is that it has 120 hertz adaptive display, so it automatically adjusts your refresh rate as you're looking at it, as you're gaming on it, depending on the content that you're viewing. It also has an intelligent battery that optimizes for your gameplay, make sure you have that long battery life, and between the 5G support, the Wi-Fi optimization, the advanced processor, you get a very, very smooth gaming experience with virtually no lag. So check that out. Check out that website if you want to get that phone and if you want to start gaming on the go.
I have that many melon
Moving
seeds.
forward,
What did I
what I
do?
want to do is break down a few key factors that arose from the investigation that followed. And then after that, obviously, we'll go into the popular theories that attempt to stitch everything together and explain it all as neatly as possible. But I think that some very, very intriguing pieces of information came out throughout the investigation. And I'll break those down into sub-events, actually like other events that seem related very heavily to this event that we just uncovered.
Oh, okay.
So the first one, we're going to go back 4 years, to 1962. During the investigation, it was learned that a man named Hermes Luis Feitosa, another electrical technician, was found dead on a hill under very, very similar circumstances. He had a similar handmade lead mask. There was no concrete cause of death, and in fact, Hermes was largely believed to be found on Cruzeiro Hill, which is about 162 miles from Vintom Hill, which is the hill that the previous two gentlemen were found on. And another interesting piece on top of this is that if you were to draw a direct line between the hometown of Viana and Cruz, the two individuals that passed away with the lead masks, and this new individual, Hermes Luis Feitosa, where he was supposedly found, the almost exact midpoint is Vintom Hill. And so I don't know if that has something to do with geographical features or if there's some sort of scientific hypothesis in play here, or if it's just a strange coincidence. But the fact that they go from their hometown, they go 162 miles, they pass away on this hill, and then another 162 miles in the opposite direction past that hill is another hill where another man 4 years prior named Hermes Luis Feitosa was found under very, very similar circumstances.
Weird kind of sacrificial ritual going on here. So this is blood magic is what this is.
You know what? Like, I wouldn't put it past it. The dropping bodies on hills exactly, 162 miles away from each other. It seems almost too coincidental to be true. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It almost seems too good.
Yeah,
But,
it's the kind of coincidence that just makes you go back and forth in your head, to be honest.
Right. And so that's all we know about that case. And so that's just another situation where something very similar happened and it was uncovered during this investigation. The coincidence with its location and its distance might be related, but I think what's important here is that history has been uncovered now of people passing away on hillsides with lead masks and no concrete cause of death.
And the first two were, or at least the first two that we discussed, were 4 years apart.
So theoretically,
right. So
I need
Viana and Cruz,
something hot under
the
it.
two individuals we started with, that happened in 1966. Hermes Luis Feitosa, this third individual now, another electrical technician. Yes, his was 4 years prior.
Child stove
So that was
with
the first
storage.
major finding that was uncovered in the investigation. The next one, I think, kind of starts to stitch the story into other interesting, more supernatural events a little bit further. So flashback to the year 1966. It's August 17th, the same
So
day that
happy
Viana
last
and
night.
Cruz died. A woman by the name of Senora Gracinda Barbosa Coutinho da Sousa, or heretofore known as da
What the
Sousa,
hell do I get
a woman of
limestone?
high social status in the area, told her husband about a sighting she had. Da Sousa and her children were driving in the evening when they noticed an oval-shaped object of an
Let's
orangey
test
color
that here.
with a band of fire around its edges that hung over a hill and was, quote, sending out rays in all
Oh
directions.
god, the lag.
She stopped the car and they watched the object rise and fall for about 4 minutes.
Does
So it kind of
this
floated up and down in the air
work?
vertically.
Okay.
The hill she saw the object hang over, Ventum Hill, the same hill where Viana and Cruz's bodies were both found later that week. Her husband drove back to the spot after hearing her story, but he saw nothing. De Sousa had no idea about Viana and Cruz's death, as her husband had kept that news from her. But eventually, as you can imagine, after the news broke and she found out about those deaths, her husband reported the story to the police. And according to a local newspaper, De Sousa had given extra details to the police that was then withheld from public.
So there's like some details that are in like police records that we don't have access to, or the public doesn't know about.
That seems to be the case. So again, I quote her when I say it was an oval-sized object of an orangey color and a band of fire around its edges that sent rays out in all directions.
Oh, no,
That's
it
the
is doing
description
things. Okay.
that was publicized. That's the description that everybody familiar with this case knows. But apparently, there is more to that description that was withheld by the police. Yeah.
I mean, people see weird stuff all the time, or like think they see weird stuff, you know?
Sure. But when was the last time you saw something strange, and then 2 people wound up dead underneath, huh?
Yeah, the fact it's in that same spot. I mean, and
Figure out how to make leather.
And she had no idea.
Yeah,
Reports say she had no idea about the 2 individuals on that hill.
That's weird.
It is very weird. And after her sighting went public, several other individuals actually came forward to corroborate what they saw. So they also saw the same thing. They said that seeing De Sousa, again, a woman of high social status in her area, she was well regarded. When she came out with this story, it gave them the courage to come out and say something as well. Because, hey, if like the person that everybody knows that has a huge reputation to uphold, if she's coming forward saying something that sounds potentially ludicrous, but I saw it too, then like that gives me the strength to say, hey, no, this actually happened. I saw some big fiery orange object floating around that hill. So now we have a corroborated
I'm heading to
story
bed, so drink.
of
Good night, pumpkin.
unknown
I
object.
hope you have a good evening. I hope it's cozy.
You know, just to play the flip side of
Enjoy.
that, just people going, oh, yeah, I saw
Hey,
it too.
thank you.
Know, like I seen it.
Good night.
What was it? The whole ring.
I hope this was
yeah,
fun.
No, there was fire. I saw that fire. Yeah, it could be. You know, everyone just jumping on board.
It reminds me
Just
of that
checking.
leprechaun story, you know, where everyone was like, "Oh, I saw the leprechaun. He's up in the trees."
I seen it too.
Yeah, it could be that, you know, but it's just really interesting here that someone well respected, like, why would she come up with something so specific and so unrelated and also coincidental to an event that she had no information about? It's almost a very strange story to kind of
that we know
fake.
of.
That we know of. That we know of. She could maybe she saw 2 gentlemen and decided she wanted to.
Yeah, see that gets kind of sketch to me at that point. That's the like skeptic in me going, nah.
Sure.
She knew, and she's kind of like, I don't know, maybe wanting.
You think she's trying to boost her reputation even further with this story?
Good night, honey.
Everyone's like, oh yeah, I'm on board with this.
Have
like,
a good sleep.
I've seen that. You know what I mean? I'm a little kooky as well. I'll jump in on this crazy train. I don't know.
Well, I might put to rest a little bit of that skepticism because that piece is the second major finding in the investigation. There's another major finding here that actually seems to build on what De Sousa and her story seems to put down. So let's flash forward a week, August 27th, 1966. After making contradictory statements, authorities arrested a man named Elcio Gomez, who was a friend of Viana and Cruz. Gomez was initially sought because Cruz's wife had told the police that Gomez and Cruz had an argument not long before Cruz's death. He claimed that Viana, Cruz, and himself were all, quote, scientific spiritualists, and that they regularly attended seances, and that they were members of a secret society devoted to spiritism. And per Wikipedia, I want to define that for you. Spiritism postulates that humans, along with all other living beings, are essentially immortal spirits that temporarily inhabit physical bodies for several necessary incarnations to attain moral and intellectual improvement. So this seems to be their religion, their disposition on life.
Yeah, see, that's what I was kind of thinking, right? You know, like cultish type things, where they're just like, hey, you know, this is how we, this is our sacrifice, or this is how we connect with our spirits and whatnot.
Right.
This is the way to do it.
It definitely lays the groundwork for a theory that we'll touch on a little bit later that is a cult, right? You know, if you are under the belief of spiritism, or if you subscribe to spiritism, you might find that, well, this physical form is temporary, and that the essence of me, the soul within me, is immortal and will be reincarnated again, potentially. But the whole point is upward movement, intellectual improvement, moral improvement, etc. And so, yeah, you know, there might be an inclination to do away with your physical body.
How do you change the dirt?
What's interesting even more is that this isn't just a localized potential cult. This seems to be a prolific belief, and that almost all of the electronics specialists and enthusiasts in this area were all spiritualists as well. So this leads to a possible connection back to Hermes, who was uncovered 4 years prior in the investigation.
Wait, what the fuck? Why is it corpse?
He might have been in a very similar situation, whether it be, again, something more occult or something to do with this spiritualist movement or anything like that.
Means being a little shit like how Spruce do it.
Electronic specialists and technologists, you know, they might have been working on something, a gadget or some sort of technology that gave off some
dirt,
very
hot saw, grass.
True, right? Maybe it's something that they built within their
got a
like,
mismatch of dirt now
to help support their beliefs, and that's what they saw. Yeah, no, I could see that.
You know, maybe they were experimenting with ways to transcend, but I don't want to get too far away from Gomez here, because there's a couple more details that I want to outline. So Gomez claimed that he was collaborating with the other two individuals on many strange experiments. The police investigated Viana's workshop, where they found materials used to make the lead masks. They found, you know, thin lead sheets around the workshop that they had used to make these crude eye masks. They also found texts. Yeah, they also found texts on scientific spiritualism within the workshop, with the words, quote, intense luminosity highlighted. And there were passages about, quote, intense luminosity, and how it related to spirits and how it related to the masks. So maybe there's more to be known about in this text here found in his workshop, combining this idea of bright light or, quote, intense luminosity, stitching that over into the spiritual realm with spirits and entities of that matter, and then stitching it all the way over to the masks. So now we start to lay out a little bit more motive behind their appearance on the hill, the oddities behind the masks, maybe what was going on with the notebook and the instructions. Like, we're starting to paint a more vivid image behind what was going on here.
Yeah, we're cracking this case what's happening right here, or
we're gonna get in there. We're gonna get in there. We're gonna bust this Gomez guy, aren't we? I don't know.
Okay, don't pull the rug from under me now. I feel like I finally have some stable ground with this whole story.
I lay the rug and then I rip it. So the three of them had built a device in Cruz's garden, and this is where I come back to kind of De Sosa's story. Apparently the three of them had built this device in Cruz's garden, some sort of experimental device, in order to contact beings on Mars. And the device malfunctioned and exploded. And this was actually corroborated by Cruz's father. And so, okay, so we have a couple of pieces. We're teasing some of the theories a little bit here with the occult and with these experiments, but with also this idea of spirits. And they had a very specific experiment to contact entities on Mars that exploded. And that's not even that's not even it. You know, speaking of explosions, going a little further into Gomez, you know, he gave his account of another incident that happened 2 months prior that involved him and the two victims. So now, okay, I'm rubbing my hands together. We're going back.
Okay.
June 13th, 1966. We're building on this explosion. We're building on what D'Souza's story was saying with these bright lights. And now we are 2 months ahead of where we started. Cruz is alive, Viana's alive, and now they're together with Gomez. So Cruz and Viana supposedly invited Gomez to join them at the beach in Atafana, which is about 25 miles or 40 kilometers, if you prefer, from their hometown in Brazil. And upon arriving, they all witnessed a quote, intensely luminous object over the shore. It hung motionless for about 5 minutes, and then it began to rise. At that point, there was a blinding flash and an explosion that shook buildings as far as 15 kilometers away, or 9 miles for you.
Okay, hold on. So the thing is, this whole story feels like it's just two separate mysteries.
It feels like mysteries on mysteries.
Yeah, like the mysteries of their deaths, and then now it's just the mystery of this weird explosion, and I'm being pulled left and right, like in a good way. But yeah, it feels like there's just two big mysteries that you can dive into in their own right.
Yeah, you know, it's really interesting that you point that out, because I think that's why, you know, there's so much intrigue when it comes to the theories. I think there are two strong pieces that you can pull out. You can pull out those, like you're saying, the deaths, and then this, whatever this object is, this intensely luminous object that's been flying around, orangey, whatever. There's two theories that address either of those in particular. And I don't know, maybe there's something else that overlaps them that we're not seeing here? I don't know.
It's like listening to an audible that is just like,
there we go.
Like a story is being explained to me, and it's just off the rails.
Right. It's like at every other sentence in this podcast, Frank Reynolds shows up and says, "So, anyways, I started blasting."
Yeah, just
kick it off.
There was 2 deaths. And
Yeah.
now there's an explosion.
And then there was another guy who did the same death. And it's
there's another guy that experienced a black hole event. It's just, I don't know where I'm gonna be taken to next with this whole thing, because it is just it's all over the place, man.
Yeah. But what's interesting is that local fishermen then claimed to have seen an object fall into the ocean immediately afterward. And the Brazilian Navy and Air Force intelligence intercepted a very strange set of radio messages the day prior to the explosion, sent by stations using call signs that hadn't existed up until this point or never did exist. But there are no details to be found anywhere on what they heard, and none of those radio messages have ever been made public. And furthermore, Viana's sister claims that Viana actually told her days before the explosion that he would soon be carrying out an important mission, and that it was a secret he could share with nobody. And he supposedly said this again days before his death and days before the main incident that we're discussing here. So now just a real quick recap, because there's a lot that came in with Gomez here in the investigation. We have Viana and Cruz. These are the 2 individuals that wound up mysteriously dead on the side of a hill, found by a young boy. They had a notebook with instructions and some lead masks. We then flash forward to the investigation, where a woman named D'Souza highlights this strange oval-shaped object, orangey in color, with a band of fire around it, hovering above the same hill on the same day. We also have a mysterious death of very similar circumstances 4 years prior, with a man that seems otherwise unrelated. He's at least indirectly related. He's an electrical technician, had a lead mask, he had no cause of concrete death, or no concrete cause of death, and was on a hill as well. But other than that, he has no direct relation that we know to the 2 original individuals. And then, to wrap it all up, we have a man who was arrested named Elcio Gomez, who had been working with Viana and Cruz, the 2 original men, on strange experiments. And they had a similar incident 2 months earlier with an explosion at the beach that was seen by many individuals. It was corroborated by fishermen and individuals that were nearby buildings. And so we start to paint this image that, okay, maybe here in August, on August 17th, Viana and Cruz started doing something very similar to what they were doing with Gomez. Something, a big bright light, something that might have exploded or not exploded, that was seen by D'Souza, that was corroborated by many individuals in the area, It all starts to like feel like it's weaving together. But the frustrating part is, what is it all weaving around? What were they up to? What were the lead masks for? What were the instructions really trying to say? What killed these two individuals? And are these explosions somehow connected to their death?
I think that they're just, yeah, it's kind of like a cult thing happening, right? And then just happen to have people who can craft things. And that's what they did. They were trying to get closer to their beliefs, and they ran with it and created some, probably some unsafe things.
Yeah, they might have taken their technological know-how and, like you're saying, combined it with their belief of spiritism to either take a glimpse into what lies beyond the physical realm, or maybe entering the physical realm themselves. But we're kind of jumping into theories, so why don't we just go ahead and do that? Let's jump into the theory that this is an occult ritual, that this was potentially ritualistic suicide in order to leave their physical forms behind and become an immortal spirit once again, because that seems to fall in line with their belief in spiritism, and that perhaps that these were young individuals in this widespread belief of spiritism. Maybe they were either pushing the bounds as veteran members, trying to reveal through experiment the unknown. Maybe they theorized that there were people on Mars and they wanted to talk to them. Maybe they realized that they're spirits and they can talk to them through this technological piece, that if we fire this up, it won't explode. We'll be able to talk to the other universe. And they push a bunch of power through this piece of technology that they cobbled together. It's hard to know. And maybe, like I said, that maybe they're also entry-level individuals into whatever this group is.
Yeah, they're a little like crazy with it. They want to maybe they wanted to go against the grain of tradition that they have and really try and make a breakthrough.
Yeah, it's really hard to say, you know, and like there's a lot of interesting points here with their beliefs and with their expertise, but also with the lead masks and other things. Like, it's really hard to say. And the fact that, and I would say the other piece that kind of lends itself to it being an occult ritual is the fact that something very, very similar happened to someone who was in the same line of life. An electronics guy who was also a spiritist, right? And then he also wound up on a hill with a lead mask, with unknown causes of death. There's a lot of pieces that lend itself to this, but it doesn't answer necessarily everything. You know, perhaps what these giant orangey fireballs were, and that were seen at least in 2 different occasions in 2 different spots. And that kind of lends into the other major theory, which is that this is something supernatural. Perhaps a UFO. I mean, UFOs don't always have to mean aliens, but they tend to be aligned with it because they are unidentified flying objects. And obviously we have something here being corroborated at the scene that is in the air, it's flying, it's doing something intriguing. Individuals don't know what its purpose is, but a lot of UFO enthusiasts claim that perhaps Viana and Cruz made contact, and that the first instance 2 months prior, where there was an explosion that rocked the buildings nearby, was that them accidentally shooting this saucer down, or somehow causing this saucer to crash or retaliate in some way. And obviously, if there was an explosion nearby, it could have been more of a concussion explosion, or sound explosion, I should say.
Yeah.
Like a warning shot, because clearly the 3 individuals all left that incident fine, but it was enough to really rock the surrounding buildings. But that, going back to these UFO enthusiasts, they claim that perhaps doing a similar experiment on a different hill further away, with just the 2 of them, this could have been some sort of retaliation. Maybe this is why Gomez wasn't there, and that he didn't want to dabble with what they were dabbling in, and that they could have been lured to this hill by the allure of their experience to figure out what's going on.
I mean, I just think like making contact, all that kind of stuff, just seems so far-fetched, right? Like if they made contact and stuff, you know, popped off. That's where you start getting to like, okay, well then there'd be maybe some evidence.
Oh, that's how you put it down like that?
More sightings, etc. And then you start spiraling down the whole, like, well, the government got a hold of it, and they cleaned it up, and they kept it a secret. Like, so that starts getting down like a really crazy rabbit hole of just like making, I don't know, maybe just making excuses as to why there's not this or that or proof.
100%. And that's the thing, man, and that's why this is unsolved. Is like there's just so many pieces, so many threads that you could pull on and say like, well, man, it could be this, but then that, you know. So like as you mentioned, you would expect that there would be more sightings, right? And I think that potentially here, that if a UFO showed up at these two instances, one was seen with shared sightings by fishermen. Gomez's father was there. All the buildings in the area felt the explosion, so something concrete happened. We're not exactly sure what that is, but then like the other sighting being at this hill, there's a lot of people corroborating De Sousa's sighting of this UFO, and then some of the facts are just hidden. You know, we're talking the newspaper saying that whatever it is that De Sousa said to the police is coming out in 2, maybe 1 sentence blurbs. We're not getting the whole picture here. And the fact that these two individuals, their autopsies were kind of
wandering
bumped,
winemaker,
right? They didn't get to their autopsies in a timely manner. And honestly, these are very mysterious deaths. And so you might think that you'd prioritize that. I don't know how that whole situation works. I understand that once people pass away, they start to deteriorate.
Yeah. Or maybe it was all part of the plan from the government. You know what I mean? Like,
or maybe they found out. Maybe they looked into those bodies and they said, God, these guys are riddled with gamma radiation except for around their eyes. And maybe this was a spacecraft that we are unfamiliar with, powered by radioactive materials. Maybe that's what that mask is for. But again, you know, like, and that's the only thing here, like you're kind of pointing out with this supernatural direction, the only thread that isn't really pulled on, or the evidence that isn't really laid out here is, well, why didn't they protect the rest of their body unless they didn't know fully about the dangers of radiation? It is the 60s. And 2, and I think that to your point, this is the bigger one, why weren't there more eyewitnesses? Why hasn't this happened continually? Because you'd think that if something was visiting us, or if there was some sort of experimental craft in some way, that it would be seen elsewhere in another event. Not just like, okay, a couple more people at the same event saw it, but a couple more times that this showed up in general.
Yeah, you think other people would be like, hey, I saw this, or again, then you didn't make the excuse that they were silenced, right? Or, you know, forced not to say anything, or,
It's hard to know, and I think the supernatural and even the occult kind of rituals seem very intriguing, and there's a lot of kind of clean wrap-up you get with those theories. Obviously, like most theories, you won't ever get the full picture because that's when your theory becomes the answer, right?
Yeah.
But there's some other interesting theories, though, as well, and I kind of want to combine them all a little bit. I don't think that they're all too distinct, and I think that they share kind of a direction. So, very briefly, there's a few more theories. One was that they were drug overdosed, and they had some mysterious substance that they ingested that they accidentally had too much of or not enough of or whatever. There's the idea that this was a smuggling operation of some sort. And then there's also the idea that this was a simple attack and robbery. Obviously, these men had a lot of knowledge. They had a lot of electrical equipment. They had a bunch of money, obviously. And so these all start to be traditional true crime avenues
have a
that I
good
think
time.
are very interesting. And when it comes to
You
the drug
rest if you do
overdose,
rest.
you know, this could also share some room with the occult. You know, if this was an intentional or an accidental sacrifice to some belief, that would kind of lend some credence to the drug overdose. You know, a lot of people theorize that these capsules that they had were LSD, that they were given LSD capsules and were told to wait for the effects of the LSD. And by blocking their eyes, they would only be able to see with perhaps their third eye, right? Seeing things that were beyond the physical realm, because again, these individuals believe in a spiritual world that every living thing is a spiritual ethereal being that is given life or given a body, given a physical presence temporarily in order to improve the core being. Anyway, they might have had some of this LSD and waited some sort of spiritual insight. And whoever made these capsules, it might have just been that it was a lethal dose. So when it comes to LSD and LSD overdoses, I do want to mention that deaths from LSD overdoses are extremely rare, and when they do occur, it tends to be in line with something that's like taking, with like drinking alcohol. But there's no evidence here that the men were alcohol that day. Despite going to the bar, it seems that their purchase was of the water bottle, and that was it, to our knowledge. But, you know, it's hard to say. I don't know what an overdose looks like or what type of volume is necessary. Or perhaps that these two gentlemen tripped so hard that they laid down and just never got up again. Who's to say without that toxicology report on these two individuals?
It's a little too coincidental, though, that like three.
I think I'm gonna keep streaming till I hit the 4-hour mark and then call it a night. Because I'm tired now. Been streaming for almost 4 hours now, which is fun. But after like having a busy day yesterday, then 4 hours streaming just
where, and again, whether it's an occult,
wait for I think 20 more minutes roughly, and then it'll be EP times.
Misleading. It's clear that in the instructions and by the way of
But thank you guys for like staying and watching and chilling with me.
Meant to be activity after taking these pills.
Not done yet, though.
They said await further signal. You know, they had these raincoats on, so they were anticipating inclement weather or otherwise. You know, if they knew that they were going to pass away, then why would they care about what they're wearing? You know, they had these lead masks for protection. So it's clear that something was anticipated after these events happened and after everything unfolded. So I think that this overdose or whatever happened is most likely accidental and not necessarily something so nefarious. But again, without identifying who wrote these instructions and what their purpose was, we can only, again, theorize with what we have at hand.
I'm still like gonna lean real hard into this was a cult, not necessarily like a nefarious one, and they had people with the means to craft, whether it be gadgets or dangerous, you know, whatever, right? And some of them were testing. That's what I think is going down.
You know, they when you really think about it, and I tend to agree with you that the occult position is probably the neatest of these theories because it can wrap in the most loose ends. And I'm trying to think really outside the box for these gentlemen. And if they are electronics experts in some way, and they do have these strong beliefs to the point where they are willing to cast aside their physical selves, perhaps Gomez was not ready for it, and so he didn't join them on this April 17th event.
Yeah, because it was probably something where like they laid out like this is a plan, and he was just like, this is dangerous. Like I don't know if I could do this, commit to this.
Yeah.
This is probably gonna go south.
Like there's a lot to live for, you know.
Yeah.
And they might be like, well, this is all made up. This is just the physical world. The meaningful stuff is past this. And so maybe they made some sort of technology. You know, we celebrate all sorts of events with fireworks and candles and sparklers and other fiery things. Who's to say that they weren't celebrating their exiting of this world in some sort of glorious way with some sort of technological piece of technology that could cast a bright light into the sky that would otherwise confuse individuals who look upon it. It's in the 60s after all. But again, the only loose end there is that it seems to me in these notes or in these instructions and by way of what they were wearing and their activities that day that it seemed like they didn't anticipate that being the end, that something was meant to come after this. Whatever that was, we don't know. So that's the only thing that I can't get past if this was some sort of occult.
Good girl, Hexa.
And I mentioned these previously, and I'll mention them here at the
She's
end.
all squirmy and toes.
But the other two theories that people have been
throwing her arms out and hands out. Well,
smuggling
paws.
operation.
Going to be.
I think what goes into that
Big
is that
stretch.
foreign electronics equipment were very hard to find in Brazil at that time. It was very difficult to get your hands on certain technologies. And so this could have been a part of meeting up with somebody to hand over money, to buy goods. Maybe there was some sort of black market deal with electronics. Maybe they were looking into emerging tech in the 60s that wasn't readily available and it cost a lot of money, and then the deal went south. Or maybe they were pranked. And this goes into the attacked and robbed theory. I say prank like it's lighthearted, but maybe they were misguided, you know, that somebody scammed them into thinking they were going to get some technology or something like that and asked them to bring this money to them. Meet me at this hill, and they played on their beliefs of spiritism or played on their beliefs of something.
Yeah,
you know?
but like to convince them to be like, go here, take these pills, wear this mask. That's just someone's just messing with them hard at that point. Also, like, if it was cult stuff, then I mean, like, sure, cults, they're, want to be secretive or whatnot, but no other cases, like, or even just like anything that could remotely relate to it, like deaths that are just like a little bizarre. Did it, you know what I mean? Like, if it was a cult, they just stopped there. Like, all right, that's it.
Well, I guess think about it this way, if the case that happened 4 years prior wasn't even uncovered until the investigation of this case, maybe it was a situation where somebody tried to run the same scam or same cult ritual or something. And what happened was, this is the case that happened to break into the public media. This is the one that got traction, and so whoever was running the racket behind this said, whoa, this is way bigger than last time. I think I'm going to call it quits. I'm going to run away from this one. And so maybe that's why we don't see any other instances of this type of mystery, or at least with these specifics, right? On a hill in the Brazil countryside in Rio de Janeiro with a lead mask and some mystery pills that made you die in a mysterious way. Maybe it was also somebody that just said, like, hey, pop these funny pills, they'll make you feel goofy, wear these lead masks. And whatever their reasoning was, it was for them to say, like, this will get you feeling loose, this will block your sight so you can't see me, and when you're feeling loose and you've got these on your face, I'm going to show up, you're going to drop the cash, I'm going to take it and run, and you're going to be too goofed out of your mind to be able to figure out what's going on. And then it was an accident. Hey, I accidentally gave you too much, and crap, that wasn't meant to be a murder, but rather, a hijinks, a theft.
Cash that was like left on their bodies now.
Yes, there was still cash left on their bodies, but I guess not nearly the 3 million that they had started with.
Yeah, but to just take some, not all, like.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there was 4,000 left on cruise, which is enough to buy half of a raincoat, and then there was about 157,000 in a plastic bag left on Beyond. So that's a not meaningless number, but in the grand scheme of 300,000, maybe it's a red herring. I'm going to leave some cash here to throw off any sort of evidence. If I took it all, they might be like, well, these guys bought water and raincoats, and $3 million just disappeared,
Yeah.
But also, there's so many, just that timeline just so open. There's so many spots in that timeline for them to go buy something or drop something off or pick something up, and I don't think there's anything in the boy's story that sees them with anything else, any other
where would
items.
that stuff be, though?
Right, exactly. So that's just the mysterious loose end of the money. It was either taken by somebody who happened to be there and maybe wasn't seen. Maybe this bright light could have been some sort of flare or weather balloon with a light on it in some way, like one of those Chinese lanterns.
Yeah, I think they just crafted something.
Yeah, it's just very mysterious, and that's where we come to a close. The theories only go so far as they do with every unsolved mystery that we touch upon. But this one's very intriguing. I wish we knew more, because I'm really intrigued by the supernatural potential UFO part of this.
The ring of fire.
Right. The ring of fire, the explosions, the fact that somebody else had something happen very similarly 4 years ago. There's so many things to bite into, and we would love to hear your thoughts and theories. We love this show. You can always hit us up in the reviews. We greatly appreciate that. That helps support the show immensely. It gets us into those charts. In fact, you guys have been instrumental in us appearing in some of the recommended and trending charts
sticking
on
sometimes.
Spotify, and on iTunes, and everything else, all those other places that you listen to podcasts. So thank you again for reviewing us. But you can also hit us up on Twitter. Again, that's at RedWebPod. You can see some ancillary content, images that we talk about, and everything else. You can also suggest theories there. Many of you have actually given us new hypotheses and theories that go into play into our episodes that we've already covered, to the point where I'm close to wanting to do update episodes, just small bonus episodes that update cases with new information that is found. So anytime you guys find new information or find interesting cases like this that you want us to cover, we're all about checking that out and letting you guys know. We always say this, we're not the investigative journalists. We do what we can to find new and emerging information, but we're not going to be the ones in there digging in the dirt, finding out what's going on with radiation test levels and all that sort of thing. I wish we had the time to do that. You're mostly going to get the facts and details as they are known and as they have come out. But we're super open to update episodes. If we stumble upon new facts, or if you guys come to us and say, hey, this just happened, or I think that this is connected to something else, we love that kind of stuff. So keep hitting us up with all that.
Man, my mind is still trying to mull that stuff over. It's like a little bit of like aliens, is a little bit of
big stretch for my back.
maybe it was a setup, maybe it was a cult. Like,
Yeah, that's the tough one with this one too.
like it touches a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Posture check for
And, like,
friends, just
okay,
because
not,
I
a lot of
remembered my
these
back
things
hurts.
don't get solved, but like my mind just wants to like settle down on a plateau of one of those things.
Right.
I think it's probably gonna be the cult one, but it just this one like I don't know why weighed heavy on my mind because it pulled me in so many different directions.
Yeah, this one in particular, this is why I love-hate this one, because there's so much intrigue, but yet so much unknown. There are so many theories that really wrap in the loose ends super well, but then they all have that one piece that go, yeah, but what about that? And so on one hand, you feel like you can lock it away, and on the other hand, it just feels like it blows it open even further. And so it's just one of those really, really interesting cases. And this is, again, one of the ones that you guys have recommended through those reviews and through those tweets and everything else like that. And I'm really happy to have covered this one. It was super intriguing.
It's like an itch I can't scratch.
Well, Fredo, if you want more itches you can't scratch, we are back every Monday. Every week, we got a new unsolved mystery, and so you can check us out. Again, next week, we got a new one for you there. But until then, thank you for the reviews. Thank you for the feedback. It's been tremendous. We get way ahead on this show, so this is one of the few we've recorded since launching, and I just want to say thank you again to all the tremendous feedback and support. We're continuing to iterate the show, and man, I've just had a whole lot of fun talking about these subjects. This is my bread and butter. I love this kind of stuff.
Oh, it's good, and just like getting everyone involved and having that kind of like interaction with the community has been fantastic. So thank you guys.
Yeah. Well, we'll see you guys next week for another mystery.
Oh, my head hurts.
A shovel. Not shovel. My pickaxe. I didn't realize was breaking. Good thing I have too many stone ones.
In 2012, a mysterious image was posted on 4chan.
This. Change it to this one. Because we only have a few minutes left of when I'm going to keep streaming. So just have some chill lo-fi for the time being. Instead of starting an episode of RedWeb and then not be able to finish it in this stream. I hope it's been enjoyable though, like just hanging out, chilling in Minecraft with the true crime podcasts. Wanted to do something more calm and just vibe today. God, so much more dirt. Jesus Christ. Just gotta dig it out in sections, please. This is the Castlevania Lo-Fi remix playlist. I can link it later in my streaming chat. Streaming server, rather. If anyone wants to listen to it. And also I'll link RedWeb so people can listen to them on their own time also. Because they're fun. I love their men's podcast. Oof. Oh, the dirt caught up. So much dirt. Well, at least Tree's using the dirt at our house area. So it's not just dirt for no reason. Digs out everything here, fills in everything at the house. Okay, there's still that section. Gar. Isn't that a fish? What the fuck? Wait, what? Is there water under here? Why the fuck is there animals, like fish in here? I assume it's down there. What? Just kids, it just fucking shows that, oh, there's fish under the ground. Like, okay, sure. Cave fish, I guess. Wild. Okay, from right here, it goes from there down to the water. So I have all this for the land, for this section of it to take out. So just all this to level off. But that has a lower section over there for aesthetic because I built it wrong. It's just this, and then I can taper this side down into the, like, make a valley, I guess. So hopefully that'll go nicely because this is all nice and flat now, so that's pretty good. Oh, let me check things. What? That was fun. Tonight was fun, and if it's F5 to look at myself, yes. I forgot I have the skin on. But this has been fun. Thank you guys for coming and chilling with me. It was a different type of stream. It was just listening to podcasts and vibing. It was just pure vibes, the stream. So, thank you for coming and hanging out with me, and I hope everyone has a cozy, fun time. So, yay. Good night. Good night for when you get EP or whatever you do else today. Bye, and good night. Bye.